We're going all day today, guys. All right, give me one sec. Almost done. Let me just brush my teeth. Three chapters, best you get. What's up, dude? Good morning, guys. Good morning. All right, let me get this ready. My dog is being so clingy already in the morning. Oh, look, you guys don't see her this clingy in the morning. It's how she is in the mornings. Fix my camera a little bit. So let me just center myself a bit more. All right, perfect. I lost chat on my end. Okay, I have chat. Let me set up. Yo, what's up, man? Hope you guys are having a good day today. Yo, man, we're going live all fucking day. It is 8 in the morning, my guys, okay? It is way too damn early. But you know what? We're gonna make it work. Oh, man, I feel good. I went to the gym. I have some bomb-ass oatmeal with like a little bit of Biscoff mixed into it. With some oat milk in it. Bomb.com. All right, let me set this up and we'll get ready. I don't even know what music is playing. Hold up. I'm setting up. Hold up. It's still a little early for me. I haven't sipped my coffee, so I'm not 100% yet. Once I sip my coffee though, it's 8 a.m. in the nighttime. Bro, you're gonna be watching me streaming till 8 in the morning? Damn, clown. All right, you know what, man? That nap though is gonna hit really good at 8 a.m., huh? Oh, they're gonna hit really good at 8 a.m. 24 hours? Definitely not 24 hours. Polar opposite in streams? Crazy. The goal is 12 hours. That is the goal. The goal is to be live for 12 hours. We'll see if we can pull it off. Ooh. Okay. 11 p.m. Woo! It is late for you guys. All right. How's everything is good? Everything is centered. Oh wait, hold up. Chat is looking. There's like there's like a little gap. It's fine. We'll leave that little gap right there. It doesn't matter. That little gap doesn't matter. What music is even playing? I don't even know what's playing for you guys. It is 1850. Wait, hold up. Can you tell I'm American? I don't know my military time. Oh, 5:30. It's 5:30 p.m. What is this song? Alright. Music? Lower the volume a bit. Let me get my playlist ready. And I'm ready. Are you guys fucking ready? Because I'm fucking ready. Damn, already 14 of you guys here this early? This early? Yo, don't worry guys, we're gonna be here for 12 hours. We're not going anywhere. Let me just lower chat right here. I'm gonna throw my playlist over here. Ah, shit. Hi, Ellie. You okay? All right, let me just close one OBS tab that opened up. Shit, I lost it. I think it was a Stream Deck pop up. One sec. I'll just hit remind me later. Okay, now I just need to get YouTube up here. Man, I wish I had a third monitor. Yo, play Reflect by Last Traveler. Play Reflect by Last Traveler. When we take a break, I'll play it. That way we can test other potential music. Wow, Ellie, you are so lazy and sleepy right now. You okay? You okay? Here, let me. Well, I don't want to move the camera. It's peak music. All right. I have like this. Let me just explain to you guys how I have my camera set up. I have my speakers on the side of my PC, and then I have my HDMI converter box, or no, I have my capture card box on top of it, and then I have 2 decks of Magic the Gathering. And then on top of the 2 decks of Magic the Gathering, I have like automatic sprayer so the room can smell nice. The battery's dead, it doesn't work. And then I have my camera leaned right on top of that. So there are a lot of layers to my camera right here, and I don't want it to fall. So I'm trying not to move it. 5 chapters max before we get Miss Easy shows up. No, it's all right. She said it's cool. She said it's chill. She said it's chill. All right. Are you guys ready for our biggest, let me say it again, our biggest Lord of the Mysteries read-through. 0 stalling, okay? We're just gonna jump straight into it. Okay, hold up. He's him for real. Wait, hold up. We're not gonna stall, but when I take my lunch break, we are gonna watch, like, we're gonna watch the episode 7 preview. But that's pretty much it. You got the Zomanguri drip before transmigration. You know what? I noticed in the official fan art, he was wearing a yellow flannel. Yeah, you're fucking right. I'm wearing my Persona 4 flannel I bought in Anime Expo a few years ago. But I digress. Chapter 867, Investigation Mission. Can we finish Volume 4? We're gonna fucking finish it today, okay? Honorific name before I forget. Thank you. Thank you, love. I actually already forgot. Woo, this is gonna be bad for our 12-hour stream. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. First try, first take. Easy. Oh, I'm not supposed to read that part. The reader who stalls for eternity. The tamer of beasts. No, the tamer of beasts and dogs. The one who farms LOTM. Easy Geeky. Is your host today. Now, I'm going to let Ellie out already because I can already see her trying to go out. I'm going to let her out. I love you, Ellie. And then we're going to start reading. All right. You want to go out, Ellie? Yeah, you want to go out. You got to say bye. You got to say bye. Say bye on camera. I lied. Hold up. You got to say bye on camera. All right, you guys say bye on camera. Say bye on camera, and then we can go out. You gotta give me a kiss before I go out. Give me a kiss. Don't be so moody. Okay, she's being moody. She doesn't want to give me a kiss. Let me let her out. Let me let her out. Go, 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 Ellie. Go, go, go. Go. Run like the wind, Rosa. Run like the wind. Oh, okay. Now we're good. Are you guys ready? Ellie be like, yeah, she already said, she already knows I'm live. When I went to the gym, she was like, okay, this is the only time I'm gonna stall. because then we're gonna lock in for 12 hours. When I was going to the gym in the morning, Ellie was like, oh, and then I got my banana, and then she gave me the, and then the second I closed the door, ow, wow, wow. And I'm like, girl, it's too early. Stop barking. I was like, I'll be back. She got so sad, dude. It was so sad. I felt so bad going to the gym. If I could take her to the gym, I would fucking take her to the gym. Let me do my timestamp. And now we're ready to read all fucking day, man. On this live stream, you're gonna see the sun come up and the sun go down. I'm not gonna lie, I'm fucking excited, dude. I'm fucking excited to read all fucking day with you guys. And you know what, man? Depending on the mood, we might fucking do it again tomorrow, dude. Depending on how we're feeling, tomorrow morning, we'll fucking do it again. All right, chapter 867, investigation mission. Will we finish volume 4 today? Probably not. I see it's like in the 950s. We have like 90 chapters. We'll find out. 80? We finished volume 4 today? I'm not sure, man. You guys let me know what's the final chapter. When looking at Ketlia, Klein had to actually guess what her request would be as he sighed and felt confident. How did Mr. Fool know that I'll be asking a question and not making a request? As expected of Mr. Fool, Ketlia thought before politely asking, I already messed up. Honorable Mr. Fool, I would like to know the meanings of these two symbols. After receiving permission, she conjured the Chinese characters. They were Gu and Sheng. As expected, Klein sighed silently. When combined together, they mean home, the homeland for one soul. When combined together, the homeland for one soul, Ketlia placed the emphasis on the second sentence before she knew very well where the home was for Queen Mystic, nor did she believe that it was anything special. Audrey, Olger, and the other Terry Club members took the opportunity to learn the new result text and tried hard to memorize the symbols and their combined meaning, except Derek. Klein didn't speak further. As he leaned back against the chair, you may begin. After immediately turning his head and looked to the world, your majestic item is ready. I'll give it to you this week. He was referring to the mystical item made from an ocean songster's beyond her characteristic. The artisan has first rushed to finish Miss Justice's glove. As for the world's request, it had been delayed until this week. With Mr. Zick not replying yet, and with me unable to restore the seal on creeping hunger, the mystical items arrived timely. Klein controlled the world and made him nod. That's still an unacceptable speed. An acceptable speed. If I had delayed it for another 2 to 3 weeks or even a year, would you be teleporting me to Olger? Would you be teleporting to me? Olger thought with a baffling sense of wariness, as his original plan was to obtain the cataclysmic interior potion from the church, and with him just beginning to digest the ocean songster potion, he wasn't looking to purchase any corresponding beyond ingredients. He fell silent again and began being watched by the other members beginning their transactions. To Olger, the most important thing now was to obtain 1 or 2 mystical items to match with the whip of mind. Wow, I'm already reading bad. Sorry, oh yeah, we updated chat, by the way. Yeah, we updated chat. We fixed it. Now custom emotes work. So if you guys would like to be a member for $1, custom emotes work. After all, although mystical items were more about quality than quantity, with the need to avoid having a negative effect stacking with each other, to only have one. Wow, can you tell I haven't finished my coffee yet? I'm stuttering a little bit. To only have one mystical item from a Sequence 5 Beyonder was quite an embarrassment. Under normal circumstances, Sequence 5 Beyonders would have 2 or 3 mystical... Oh, wait, I just realized I'm playing the wrong music. I'm sorry. Wrong playlist. I just realized that. There you go. Now that's better. I was still playing, like, the intro music. I apologize. To Olger, the most important thing now was to obtain 1 or 2 mystical items to match with the whip of mind. After all, although mystical items were more about quantity than the quality, with the need to avoid having the negative effects stacking with each other, to only have 1 mystical item for a Sequence 5 Beyonder was quite an embarrassment. Under normal circumstances, Sequence 5 Beyonders would have 2 or 3 mystical items whose negative effects didn't overlap, making them the best combination. Of course, Olger had already reserved one. Once the artisan finished the world's items, it would have 6 gargoyle. Wait, it would be his 6-winged gargoyle core crystal. Oh, from the island arc. For that, he needed to pay 1,000 pounds. Together with the fees he needed to pay for the world, the little amount of money he had was reduced to 2,000 pounds, leaving him with 1,800 pounds. Out of that, 500 pounds was a commission he had earned for Miss Justice's glove. If no one's speaking, Emmeline looked at his son and asked after some deliberation, I need a Sequence 5 artificial vampire Beyonder's characteristic. Would you wish to get it in exchange? In recent times, he had learned the Sanguine had used the means to eliminate the mental corruption of Beyonder characteristic, but he needed to make sufficient contributions to make an application. Therefore, Emmeline wished to first obtain the main ingredients needed for advancement before considering the other problems. Based on his observations, such a Sequence 5 artificial vampire Beyonder characteristic roughly cost £8,000 based on Mr. World's pricings. As for him, he only had £5,400 and was still a little short. Based on Emmeline's original thoughts and habits, he needed to save up £8,000 before requesting a trade with the son. He wasn't a sanguine who liked to buy things on credit, even for the newest and best doll. No, nor could he thicken his skin and borrow from others. All he could do, that shows you how noble he is, right? All he could do was be more frugal, work harder, and save up more. What a good man. However, he quickly realized something. The son didn't accept cash. To the residents of the city of Silver, Lowen's cash was no different from scrap paper. Therefore, Emmeline believed that the son would make a request for an item, so it was better to learn of it to prepare it ahead of time. Furthermore, the son doesn't understand the market prices. Perhaps the thing he wants only costs £5,000. In hopes of being pleasantly surprised, Emmeline lifted his chin slightly and looked at the son beside him. Derek thought seriously and said, Son's Pathway Sequence 5 potion formula. He originally wished to request him to repay his debt with Mr. World, but he realized that Mr. World... Let me lower the volume down a bit. But he realized that Mr. World hadn't raised any request at all, hence he didn't find it appropriate to relegate it to someone else. In addition, having participated in so many tarot gatherings, Derek was no longer the newcomer who knew nothing. With the city of, he's come such a long way. With the City of Silver having exchanged standard, he knew the difference between a Sequence 6 notary potion formula and a Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic very well. Using the former to cover the debt of the latter would be a terrible deal, therefore he changed the request to Sequence 5 potion formula. Sequence 5 potion formula, that's very difficult to purchase. It will cost between £4,500 to £7,000. It would mainly depend on how urgent both parties are. Also, there's a cost to verify its authenticity too. Emmeline was just about to answer when he heard Mr. World's hoarse voice sound. I have it. Instantly, the palace that looked like a giant's residence fell silent. All the Terror Club members appeared a little wooden. Is a Sequence 5 that common? Emmeline felt down when he realized that he still wasn't a Sequence 5 yet. After calming down, he asked, how much will it cost? Considering Emmeline's financial situations, Klein made the world chortle deeply. £5,000, priest of the light potion formula. £5,000. Emmeline was first taken aback before he said without hesitation, deal. It was like he was facing a discount for a doll he had been longing for. All right, the world nodded as though it wasn't a major transaction. Then he saw Miss Justice look around and hear her say, I'd like to commission an investigation mission. Investigation mission. The full Klein heart skipped a beat at the world's expression, turned somewhat sluggish. What is it for? Forrest asked proactively. Her impression of Miss Justice Commission was that they were relatively simple while paying handsomely. She definitely needed to take it. Audrey organized her words and said, there have been two matters that happened in Backland recently. One is the Baron Sinjas. He was suspected to have been framed. The other is a member of Parliament, Monch, being assaulted because of the environmental measures. Forrest found Miss Justice's description especially familiar because she had been present for two matters. She witnessed them and was involved in them. She unknowingly straightened her back with Miss Justice to continue. And in these two matters, there's a tycoon named Dwayne Dantes involved. I wonder what he's involved in, huh? I wonder how he's involved. He came to Backland 2 months ago and he donated more than £10,000 of shares to the Church of the Evernight in an attempt to establish a Brucey foundation that targets the poor. Audrey described using a tone as though she had never directly interacted with him and was simply suspecting something about him from the data and rumors she had received. I wish you hired someone to investigate the actual situation with that gentleman. I know this too well. He's rather rich and he looks pretty good. He handles matters with experience and a mature... Is this Force saying? He handles matters with experience and in a mature manner. He's someone with kidney or a bladder problems. Oh, because he peed twice in one of the meetings, right? Yeah, I remember he went to the bathroom twice. Forrest nearly raised her hand to shout out her thoughts. If Miss Justice wasn't pleased with that, she has even more information, such as Dwayne Dantes was in a rather pitiful state. His butler studied black magic, his servant worshipped death, and one of his neighbors was a Beyonder. There was a secret to his street, and that he had donated the shares to extract himself from trouble. In short, he perfectly fixed the image of a foreigner who is being bullied. I nearly recommended him a medicine that treats kidney and bladder problems. After all, Mr. Moon is skilled in such matters. I can still earn a commission through this. Yes, there's no rush. Let's hear what Miss Justice has to offer. Force curbed her heart with wash as excitement as she patiently looked at the girl beside her. However, her body language and emotional upheavals had betrayed her in front of a spectator. Audrey was rather surprised and puzzled by this. She never expected Force to know Dwayne Dantes. She already knows, like, oh, she knows, right? She knows that she knows. She never expected Force to know Dwayne Dantes and seems to know quite a lot about him. This made her have a new guess as to why Dwayne Dantes was shocked with her when he saw her. She suspected that Force had once said or shown something to the man. Meanwhile, Emlyn was a blank. He knew nothing about what Miss Justice had mentioned. All he could do was confirm that these happened in Backland. As for the fool Klein, who was leaned back in his chair, leisurely looking at the members, he nearly twitched the corners of his mouth. Mistress's commissioning of others to investigate Dwayne Dantes had exceeded his expectations. This was because they had only met once at a charity party. They didn't seem to have any deeper interaction, so there was no need for any further investigations. Not in front of a spectator. Could it be that I'd exposed something about myself that garnered Miss Justice's interest, or could it be that by donating 10,000 pounds, it shows how much importance Earl Hall places on this? Hence, Miss Justice decides to secretly carry out investigations because she's worried for her father. Klein's mind raced as he hurriedly thought as a solution. At this moment, Audrey deliberated for a moment and looked at Miss Magician and said, "An initial investigation of 500 pounds. If you encounter danger causing a difficulty to rise, I'll compensate you with 500 more." No problem. Force hurriedly organized her words inwardly. Just as she was about to say something, she saw the world German Sparrow raise his hand. He had raised his hand. Force is like, damn, man, I could have cashed in on some more money. All right, next chapter, 868. Shared identity. Is German going to reveal that's him? Wait, if he revealed it to Leonard, might as well reveal it to the whole crew. Okay, that could work. Hold up. That could work. That could work. Hold up. Let me close my window. I'm kind of cold. Let me close it. That could actually, why is it in all bold? God, I laughed so much when I read this part for the first time. Really? Bet. Oh, okay. All right, I'm here. I just realized how bad my all my cables are right here behind me. Wait, I gotta do this. Really good chapter. I'm fucking ready. Bet. The funniest chapter. Oh, wait, I'm not gonna read the bottom part. The title goes to something else. Okay. Wait, hold up. All right, let me update this. LOTM chapter. Oh, I realized I have to put the chapter title over fan art so I can click on it. All right. 7-8. All right, here we go. He has to reveal his identity because when Leonard joins the Terror Club, it wouldn't make sense if only he knows this mystery and the whole crew doesn't know the mystery. So he's going to tell everybody, correct? 868 is called Shared Identity. And Force was taken aback, suspecting that she had seen wrong. Following that, she couldn't help but have thoughts surface in her mind. Mr. World wishes to take the mission. That's right, he is in Backland, but this is an investigation, not a murder. Dwayne Dantes is already pitiful enough, leaving Dwayne alone. Eliminating the investigation target implies completing the investigation because there would be no need to make another investigation. What do I do? Do I still take the mission? It's a full 500 pounds. I just need to recount what I previously discovered to receive 200 pounds. But the competitor is Mr. World. Perhaps we can cooperate and not compete. I don't know. We'll see about that. And why would Mr. World be interested in this mission? His focus is actually on the framing of Baron Singers or the assault of the Member of Parliament Moched. Oh, she's trying to see what's the deeper meaning. Force finally grasped the problem at its core. As for Olga and Ketlia, they had already cast their gazes at the world. To them, being in the framing of the Baron Singers, the assault Member of Parliament Moched, or Dwayne Dantes donating of more than 10,000 pounds, so they were something that needed special notice. However, to have Mr. Fool's Bless choose to accept the investigation mission meant that the problem was bound to be extremely complicated. It made them feel that there was important secrets underlying the matter. Emlyn didn't think too much about it, but he had also sensed that the seemingly ordinary investigation mission wasn't that simple. His plans on earning some pocket money to make up for the 5,000 pounds that he had just lost were overturned as he suddenly didn't want to say a word. Dwayne Dantes is really something. There must be a big problem with him that makes Mr. World choose to investigate him. Or are those two the cases more important and more critical than I imagined? Audrey's mind stirred as she turned her eyes, and she used the advantage of her sitting position to take it in all directions of the Terror Club members. Oh, wait a sec. That's a damn good position for spectator, because then she'd be able to look down the table and see everybody else. Ah, okay. Among them, Derek was the only exception. To him, wasn't it normal for the Terror Club to help each other out? If someone gave a mission and one was capable of completing it, wasn't it normal to take it? What a good man. Audrey moved her gaze to the world and asked with hidden anticipation, Mr. World, you wish to receive the mission? After returning to Backland, she had gathered up the news of the sea over the past few months, roughly confirming that Mr. World was a crazy adventurer at Germansboro. While she was deeply impressed by the seemingly polite but dangerous gentleman who had accomplished many great deeds, she felt that her feelings to adventure out at sea had waned. Klein had already thought of a response. He had controlled the world to lower his hand and wait for Miss Justice to ask. At this moment, he made Germansboro's expression turn solemn and reply with a deep voice. Dwayne Dantes is an identity? After a period of brief but repeated considerations, Klein decided to expose some information. He made Dwayne Dantes be one of his public facades as a blessed. He believed that if he chose to conceal the matter, there was a chance of being exposed in the future. Okay, so you give them something so they don't get too close to the actual mystery. Okay. He made Dwayne Dantes be one of his public facades as a bless. He believed that if he chose to conceal the matter, there was a chance of being exposed in the future. This is because Dwayne Dantes was about to enter Backland's high society. He could find clues to the Great Smog of Backland or other cases. This way, he might very well need Miss Justice to provide him with assistance. When that happens, the spectator would probably sense something and discover that the world was previously hiding something that Mr. Fool had never mentioned it. This would lower her sense of belongings and make her even more suspected, even more matters, causing her faith of the Fool to be borderline dangerous. Dangerous? Why would that be dangerous? With two members not knowing each other or knowing of other experiences, the tactics worked together to complete the specified mission together to accomplish a complete goal sounded perfect. But in reality, the success was very difficult. Even more so, there was no way he could fool her. Therefore, most of the time, honesty was more effective and less worrisome than lying. Okay, that makes sense. As for why he didn't directly say that Dantes was Germansboro, it was because Klein didn't wish to leave the Terror Club members the impression as to why it was the same person again. He didn't want them to have the impression that he was the only blessed Mr. Fool that appeared. Dwayne Dantes is only an identity. Audrey sharply read between the lines and had a theory. Then she heard the world simply say, a common identity that me and my companion share. I would occasionally disguise myself as him. Upon saying that, he emotionally swept his gaze across the magician. A common identity occasionally disguises him. That's very pitiful. Dwayne Dantes is... That's very pitiful. Dwayne Dantes is Mr. World, the tycoon with a kidney or a bladder problem is Mr. Germansboro. Oh shit. Forrest felt as though she was struck by lightning as she froze up. Her brain turned numb as she felt struck with fear, subconsciously feeling that she unintentionally comments made a lot of sense. When a butler, valet, neighbor, and surroundings had problems, a person that seemed ordinary definitely wouldn't be ordinary. That makes sense. No, it's not the street where Dwayne Dantes stays at, or that he happened to hire a butler with a secret. It's because of that secret that he was selected by Dwayne Dantes. Selected by Germansboro, the pitiful one isn't Dwayne Dantes, but the Beyonder and Beyonder items around him. I was wrong. I shouldn't have gotten Shio to ask the goddess to bless him. It's more of a curse for Mr. World. Force suddenly trembled. Oh, she's like, oh, we messed up. Force suddenly trembled, thankful she hadn't left a comment in her note that Dwayne Dantes should check on his kidney or bladders. Otherwise, she suspected that she wouldn't be able to participate in the next tarot gathering, or perhaps she would appear in the form of a Beyonder characteristic sold to the other members by the world. Logically speaking, Mr. World should have known that I'm the magician, but I was carrying layman's travels with me. He had used the spellbook before and had added demigod level Beyonder powers to it. He had definitely observed me in secret, remembering my appearance and evaluating my value. The fear and Ford... Oh, now she's scared. The fear and force was surging like a tumultuous sea as her expression was filled with misery. At this moment, she saw Mr. World sweep his cold glance at her. Her feelings of regret instantly became that of extreme regret. Thankfully, I didn't rush to answer to mention my impression of Dwayne Dantes. Oh, she's like, he fucking sucks, dude. He's so bad. He's like, what? When Ford's gradually calmed down from her horror, she couldn't help but think of another problem. During the bodyguard missions, were we the ones protecting Dwayne Dantes or Dwayne Dantes protecting us? Should I refund Mr. Germansboro his money? This at times Dwayne Dantes is equivalent to Mr. World. Audrey was first stunned before finding all her questions answered. Forrest does know Dwayne Dantes, but she didn't know that he's Mr. World. It can be proven from her shocked reaction just now. Is Ellie crying? just now, the reason that Dwayne Dantes was shocked when she saw me was because he recognized Lai. Although this mystical item has changed, it comes from beyond a characteristic that Mr. World provided. Perhaps this crazy adventure can sense it somehow. After all, Grim Sparrow can transform into anyone with the powers of shape-shifting. Although I only ask Mr. Hanged Man what will happen when an animal consumes a potion. The potion ingredients I gathered later were always in pairs. Mr. World might very well have guessed that I have a spectator beside me. Based on that, hence he became wary against Susie, who was secretly observing everyone in the hall. Others might not doubt an animal, but Mr. World is experienced. He must have interacted with beyond a creature, so it's very normal for him to be wary against such things. Which is to say, Dwayne Dantes knows Mr. World, Grim Sparrow knew that I was Justice, but he didn't choose to make contact or communicate with me. There's nothing wrong with his choice of actions under those circumstances unless he directly says it. It'll be difficult for me to guess or believe it. Furthermore, talking about the Tarot Club in St. Selma Cathedral is just too crazy. After a brief moment of surprise, Audra's emotions calmed down, leaving her only with excitement. Apart from the Magician Force, who was introduced, this was her first meeting with another member of the Tarot Club. It felt like a historic... Oh, yeah, because like now I've met Fours and now I've met Mr. World. Oh, Dwayne, right? It felt like a historic moment. Yes, Mr. World as well. Mr. Fool's other blessed. Mr. Fool's other blesseds. And they should also be considered of the world. But why was the identity of Dwayne Dantes made? What are they up to? The matter of the Baron Singers being framed, Member of Parliament Mosh being assaulted, and their donation to establish a Bursary Foundation really are more complicated and important than I originally imagined. While do you feel that the kingdom's upper echelons are beginning to stir in a state of unrest? I had this feeling back when Prince Edsik died during the Great Smog of Backland. Today, it's even more intense. Now that I know the identity of Dwayne Dantes, I might be able to participate and cooperate indirectly, reducing the risk my parents might suffer. Reducing the risks of innocent. Amidst her thoughts, Audrey quickly made up her mind. She would accept her father's choice to join the Lowen's Charity Bursary Foundation. Then she inwardly quipped, wouldn't it be very logical to have Justice from the Terror Club join the Charity Foundation established by Mr. World from the Terror Club? Alger and Cat Leah were too surprised that Dwayne Dantes was the world, that he was the amalgamation of Mr. Fool's Bless. In their minds, another thought flashed in their minds. Something major is about to happen in Backland. Oh shit, what is gonna happen? All right, chapter 869. Nice. It's called Report Him. The word nice wasn't in there. I just added that because it's a new milestone. 869. Nice. Report Him. Awesome. Next chapter, dude. Let's go, dude. Holy shit. We're on a fucking roll. All right. Look at that. We only have 21 minutes of recording. And we're already on our third chapter. 21 minutes. Wait, what the fuck? I copied 868. I didn't paste that one. One sec. Nah, 867 is the new 69. Nice. Nice one, brothers. All right. 6, 9. 627 was peak fiction. That shit fucked me up, man. Well, the Mother Tree of Desire, that shit was fucked up. All right. Is something brewing in Backland again? An extension of the Great Smog of Backland. As Alger and Cat Leah wondered about the framing of Baron Singers and the assault of the Member of Parliament Mosh, they planned on using their own respective channels to obtain more detailed information to see if they could discover anything abnormal. They weren't in a rush. They had no intention to directly ask the world what his motives or exact plans were. They felt that he wouldn't answer in detail. At best, he would just make a comment. Therefore, they planned to gather more information first to do some preliminary investigations. They would then decide on their subsequent course of action depending on the exact situation. At the same time, they suddenly realized that the public announcement of the identity of Dwayne Dantes seemed to be boon for them. As long as they paid attention to news of the tycoon, they could roughly grasp the actions of Mr. Fool's Blessed, and for them, they could provide tactic cooperation or help. And since this was just a fake identity, it could be disposed of the moment and problems were exposed. Similarly, they could be a witness for this identity, making Dwayne Dantes appear more realistic. The simplest example was that if the tycoon had a background at sea, Cat Leah could provide her crew, friends, and partners relevant information, making them believe that such a man existed. By the time the official organizations attempted to investigate Dwayne Dantes' origins, they would discover that he did exist and that those matters did happen. Hey, yo, what's up? Good morning. After a brief silence, Audrey was just about to answer Mr. World's question when she saw Mr. Moon sit up straight up and look at the end of the long bronze table, taking the initiative to ask, "What is this public identity used for? Ooh, are there deeper problems present in the case mentioned by Miss Justice?" As he stood in the backland, Emlyn was quite concerned about his living environment. "Why don't you investigate all these questions yourself? To not be swept in the vortex, I have already exposed myself." Klein lampooned Emlyn and made the world give a deep chuckle. "Of course, it's awaiting further investigation." His succinct answer could be translated in detail. I read that wrong. "The two cases definitely have deeper problems, but that's a secret. I don't plan on telling you. Likewise, don't ask about the purpose of the identity of Dwayne Tontis." Although Emlyn was quite bad at reading people, he could still understand what the world was getting at. He chuckled dryly and leaned back, pretending as though he was very pleased with the answer. So he wasn't pleased with the answer? When Audrey saw this, she used a second to stop the corners of her mouth from curling up. Then she said to the world, "All right, I understand. Thank you for your information." At this moment, she was further convinced that joining the low-end charity Brucey Foundation was a good thing for her. In the future, if she were to face any danger or had any matter she could handle herself, she could inform Mr. World ahead of time. Then she could head to the foundation as per normal, busying herself in an office adjacent to Dwayne Tontis. If the psychology alchemists have their suspicions about me, or if they use a mission to test me, I'll get them to meet me at the foundation. Dwayne Dante's image is completely different from the way he acts as a world above the great fog. Yes, Mr. World is an experienced actor. Also, Dwayne Tontis is a public identity. He won't always be synonymous to the German Sparrow. It's no wonder there are rumors of him liking a wide range of women. A crazy murderer and adventurer like German Sparrow definitely is a good match with a pure and innocent girl. As spectator, Audrey couldn't help but imagine that. As for Klein, he couldn't help but lampoon when he heard her reply. "What do you mean, thank you for the investigation? Shouldn't you be paying £500 in investigation fees?" "Are you treating it as something shared among members?" He's like, "Fuck no, bitch. Give me the money, dude." He made the world nod without further mention of the matter of Dwayne Tontis. He then turned to look at Little Son. "Do you have bizarre banes over there?" "Oh? One of the main ingredients." The world paused and added, "Perhaps you're a different name to refer to. In short, it's a good at disguising itself and has bizarre powers. It's nearly at the demigod level and has a main eye gathered from its for its characteristic." He deliberately mentioned that it was nearly at the demigod level, not to flaunt the fact to him, but to warn Little Son that this was a very dangerous monster. However, Alger and Catlea didn't pay attention to this point. As a representative of Mr. Fool's Bless, it's very understandable for the world to purchase demigod level materials on behalf of his peers. Besides, even if he was preparing it for himself, it wasn't anything astonishing. German Sparrow was already a Sequence 5. It was very common for one to gather the ingredients ahead of time. Without realizing it, they felt that Mr. World's advancement for Sequence 5 was seemingly a good thing. Derek thought and said, "It's not among the commonly seen monsters, but perhaps someone might encounter it before. I will search through the books or help you ask." The world tearfully answered and fell silent. After Forrest made a request to buy an ancient wraith cursed artifact and remnant spirituality to no avail, the transactions came to an end. Before Mr. Hangman could ask the son, Forrest stole a glance at the world and said, "I recently had a strange dream. It was an almost genuine treasure trove, including the dream she had." She described in detail the scene she had seen, and towards the end she said, "This is a complex symbol formed from the fate and concealment." Forrest was just about to look towards the fool to request permission to conjure it when she heard the world say, "Are you talking about this symbol?" The world first made a request before conjuring the symbol. The badge was only the size of an eyeball. On the surface, there was the symbols that symbolized fate and concealment. It came from Lenevus, and it was proof of the admission of the Hermit's Fate gathering. However, Klein had never made any attempt to participate in it before. Forrest glanced at it and stammered a reply, Yes, that's it." After she answered it, she realized that Mr. World had only produced a symbol, but he had also produced an item. Suddenly, she came to a realization. Dwayne Tontis had chosen Buckland Street for a reason. Just as she had that thought, she saw the world say with a hoarse voice, "That treasure is a trap. He does know." Thankfully, I was wise to seek the advice of the experienced. Forced heaved a sigh of relief as she spelled, "Thank you for your reminder." Audrey asked out a question, "Mr. World, what does that symbol represent? What do you call it a trap?" Klein controlled the world and answered simply, "It represents a bunch of thieves that call themselves Hermits of Fate." Hermits of Fate, thieves. Alger and Canthea thought as they memorized the two names. Based on their knowledge, they had a certain guess. The former suspected that it was an organization established by a bunch of marauders. The later believed that an ancient family from the 4th epoch was involved. I feel like we're going to get some Amon stuff later. Okay. We're definitely going to get Amon and Adam this volume, huh? After some careful recalling, Emlyn White confirmed that he had never heard of such an organization, and he planned on learning more from the upper echelons of the Sanguine. As for Klein, he thought of another problem. That demigod from the Marauder pathway was sealed deep in the sewers, hasn't been left buckling as expected. He might be hiding at Hazel's place. Furthermore, this demigod isn't staying put. He actually tried to influence Miss Magician via a dream. This won't do. I can't give him free reign to do as he wishes. I have to eliminate this latent risk as soon as possible. Ooh, it's going to be a good fight. I'll find my dear poet later and warn him the grandpa inside his body wouldn't be uninterested in a demigod of the same pathway. With this in mind, Mr. Fool was leisurely looking at the members. Ooh, we're so close to recruiting him, huh? With this in mind, Mr. Fool, who was leisurely looking at the members, curled his mouth into a smile. Audrey vaguely sensed the emotional changes of Mr. Fool as she mumbled inwardly, that bunch of thieves who call themselves Hermits of Fate are friends related to Mr. Fool. The talk about the treasure and the dream quickly came to an end. Cattleya thought of something and said to the world, I'll give you the intelligence you want this week. At this moment, she was a little curious as to why he needed the information on West Balum. However, she wasn't the sun or the moon who would ask the moment they didn't know something. She was more accustomed to search for clues first. All right, the world nodded. Klein sighed inwardly. With the secret organization, many things was indeed much simpler. Saying that he had nothing else to say, Olga turned to look at the sun. Have you figured out the matter regarding your former chief's mausoleum? Derek said, somewhat ashamed. I just made 2 friends. Oh, don't be ashamed. He made 2 friends. As a Beyonder from the Sun pathway, he was less than 1 in 10 matches when in combat at the training field. After suffering plenty of beatings, he finally established a relationship with his former acquaintance. However, the ones who could call friends only numbered to 2. Without waiting for the hangman to answer him, he hurriedly added, however, I heard that the 6-member council wishes to open a mausoleum. Regardless, they wish to retrieve the characteristics at the very least. In the city of Silver, no one felt that such an operation was problematic. To them, being wasteful was a sin. Olga nodded gently as he changed his missions. His admonishing words, he was just about to say, not bad. They don't necessarily have to be friends in order to provide you with help. When you establish a bigger network, you will naturally obtain more intel. What a good man, dude. Get this man a medal. He made 2 friends. I know, dude. He's comes out a long way. That's 2 more friends than what he had at the beginning of Volume 1, dude. All right. Next chapter. 870. I'm doing my timestamp. Sip my coffee. And we'll get reading. 29 minutes. And we're already in our 4th chapter. What a fucking good pace. All right. Let me sip my coffee. Hold up. Let me fix this. Give me a sec. Wow. Oh shit, I'm about to drop my mic. Oh shit, I'm about to drop my camera. Oh shit. Okay, we're good. We've recovered. We're good. Okay. Perfect. Wait, I'm trying to find a good spot. Give me a sec. See if I can fix this. I think that's good. Perfect. Okay. Okay. I know it's because I dropped my seat. I was a little bit too low. Now I can move my magic cards out the way. Did I do my timestamp? Yes, I did my timestamp. All right, next chapter. Next chapter, chapter 800. Chapter 870 is called A Question That Strikes the Heart. Upon gaining recognition, yeah, I guess we can see a little bit more. I guess you were able to see my PC. Yeah, I guess you were able to see it a little bit more. A question that strikes the heart. Upon gathering recognition, Derek was taken aback for 2 seconds. His shame lessened as he said, somewhat embarrassed, I will take further steps to understand this matter. I will work hard to make 2 sources of information know a friend before the next target gathering. Derek quickly made a target for himself. Upon seeing this, Klein made the world hoarsely say, if it involves the domain of death, you can seek my advice, and I can seek Mr. Isaac's advice, he soundly added. As for Frank Lee's new mushrooms, he had no plans on transferring them to Little Sun as they were still incomplete. The fruits that they would eventually produce were filled with poison and madness. Thank you, Mr. World, Derek answered gratefully. After a short exchange regarding other matters, the Terror Club entrusted the learning segment until its end. Returning to the real world, Klein immediately wanted to resolve the problems of Marauder Demigod, but the plan he convinced of was met with an obstacle at the first step. He had no idea where to find Leonardo Mitchell and the grandpa inside his body. St. Samuel Cathedral. Leonardo is most probably underground, but I have no way of entering. He only prays to the cathedral once or twice a week, and he doesn't do it at a fixed time. I can't be heading there thrice a day all week just to meet him, right? What kind of crappy plot is this? Is this what's called a stakeout? Even if I really did it, it may not be effective. As a red glove, he might have already left Backland. As Klein lampooned, he felt a deep sense of regret. He regretted being too focused on the sophistry and in fooling Leonardo Mitchell, thus forgetting to ask for his contact method. Damn, he forgot that part. He forgot the one important part. I should have said, Leonard, I wish to inform Klein and Moretti about his identity being exposed. I will inform Klein and Moretti about his identity being exposed. If he has anything he wishes to say, I will pass it on for him. That way, I'll be able to establish a private method of contact. Klein exhaled slowly. All he could do was use his final solution. That was to ask Magic Mirror. Oh, I get Ask a Rhodes. What am I saying? Drawing the symbols that implied concealment and mystery prying, Klein cast his gaze at the full body mirror. He saw aqueous light ripple producing white Loaness text. Exalted great master? Is that part new? The exalted part? Exalted great master, your puny, loyal, and humble terrified servant Rose is here to answer your summoning. Before answering any questions, I want to say I was wrong. Klein pricked up his brows and asked, what are you selling, admitting a mistake? On the mirror, the white Loaness words warped and turned into new words. In short, I was wrong. After a series of ellipses, the white words trembled into shape. Recently, there have been many people trying to find out about you, and they have learned of the reputation of your present identity. Sir Dwayne Dante's amorous preference of liking anyone beautiful has spread. So much that even Miss Duchess knows of it. Well, that's good. I use the explanation that it's the shared identity. More than one blessed plays as Dwayne Dante, so having a myriad of preferences can be explained. Hey, look at this mirror. It's scared wide. Klein was somewhat enlightened as he secretly laughed before saying, it's your turn to ask. The full body mirror's words remained white as it formed new words. Will you forgive me? No, I mean, are you willing to watch my subsequent performance? This attitude, Klein Tisk, as he said with a sudden expression, work hard. Yes, great master. The mirror's surface ghastly's white words bloomed with silver light. Since you have summoned me, do you have a question for me? Klein nodded, yes. Where will Leonardo Mitchell be living in the next few days? The silver marks distorted quickly, forming new words. 7 Pinster Street. Okay. Beneath the words, the aqueous light rippled, forming a scene. It was a terrace house numbered Unit 7. There was a black-haired, green-eyed youth just about to get his keys. It's the same old place. There hasn't been any changes. If I were to pay a visit directly, it was suddenly... Wait, what? We don't know this street, do we? It's the same old place. There hasn't been any change. If I were to pay a visit directly, it will sully Leonard's impression of Dwayne Dantes. It will be quite a step down. Get Emily White to go. Leonard had probably figured out the vampire Sherlock Moriarty, who is also Klein Moretti. Half time. Just go as German Sparrow. Have ties. The current problem is that it's hard to determine the grandpa stance. No, or just go as Sherlock. I have no way of confirming his true motives. Giving him a big gift based on his present state might not be appropriate. Perhaps it would bring extreme danger to Leonard, and it doesn't involve myself. Doing a divination above the Grey Fog won't be effective. Thoughts arose in Klein's mind as he changed his plans, compared to directly informing the grandpa and Leonard's body about the marauder demigod, using Palazzo Raz Ramon's name to warn the target to force him to leave the area was a modular method that led to a few repercussions. That's the street Emlyn bought Tinder from. Oh, thank you, Hope. I didn't know. I forgot about that. Thank you. So that's where he bought Tinder. Of course, the premise is that I don't expose myself. Klein pondered for a few seconds and asked again, "Where's the demigod? Where's the demigod beside Hazel Much hiding?" The mirror's surface had aqueous lights ripple out of the scene change. On a thick carpet with beautiful embroidery, there was a small leather sofa. On the surface of that single seater was a white furry cushion. In the middle of it was a gray cat. Compared to it, its eyes were closed and dark red. The cat? Rat. That martyr demigod has parasited a rat, and he's sleeping inside. Oh, it's the rat, not the cat. My dumbass. And he's sleeping inside Hazel's room in broad daylight. He got himself what looks like a very expensive cushion. He had to transform into this because I fooled his plans. Klein was surprised before he felt a little amused. The scene fixed, a silver line surfaced. Great master, what other instructions do you have for me? Very sharp. Klein tersely answered and said, use the mirror in the room to warn that demigod. Tell him that all around this street there is an angel from the Marauder pathway with ill intentions plying it. Furthermore, Blasphemer Ramon might come at any time. All right, master, I'll do it immediately. The words of the mirror sparkled. In Hazel's room, the gray rat fell. His spiritual perception stirred as he hurriedly stood up and cast his gaze on the full body mirror in the room.
On the surface of the mirror, words that seemed to be written with fresh blood had yet to coagulate appeared. Am I reading wrong? My boy Remy. Leave this area. The gray fox rat froze for a second as it fell silent for a moment. Why? The blood seemed to flow as the words spread out as informed new words. The surrounding area has an ancient familiar pathway and urgent need of replenishment plying it. Blossom Ramon, the nemesis of all high sequence beyond of this pathway, is rushing over. I am warning you because I do not wish for them to benefit. The gray rat squeaked softly before asking in a deep voice, "Who are you?" It was extremely frustrating. It was extremely frustrated. Frustrated that the strength it accumulated would often be forced to be drained. Otherwise, it could use astronomy to confirm the situation. The full-body mirror, which had dimmed at some point in time, suddenly had bloody words appear again, presenting new information. I've already answered one question of you. Based on the principle of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask. Following that, a new line of body red text appeared underneath. Are you hurriedly parasitized a rat? You should be influenced by the body's construct and hormones. Now, which entity will make you have the desire to mate? Female human, female rat, male rat, or all of the above? What the fuck? Please answer. At this moment, Hazel cracked open the door, and for some reason, the gray rat inside didn't notice it, seemingly affected by something. The door opened slightly again as Hazel discovered that the entity who claimed to be a demigod that existed in the legends was stirred at the mirror in the daze. It seemed infatuated with its present appearance, a gray rat. Cogitated is like heart. No, I know what it is. I couldn't say it. I don't know why I couldn't pronounce it. Hazel brows twitched slightly as he subconsciously paused her actions of opening the door. Then she saw the gray rat's body tremble. Its red eyes diffused a clear, murderous look. Stop fooling around with me, the gray rat growled. It turned its head to leave the room, but invisible chains suddenly bound its rat body. The strength wasn't anything for it to fear when it was in the optimal state, but now everything it had accumulated had been drained. The latest action was to infuse a dream to the Beyonder bodyguard whom Dwayne Thompson had hired. Boom. A thick silver bolt. Oh, did it lightning strike him? A thick silver bolt of lightning descended down from the sky, smiting the gray rat. The scene before Hazel's eyes turned blind white as she couldn't see anything. Immediately, her vision recovered as she found the gray rat on the ground, charred black. Its limbs were twitching. He's back to how he's usually been. Yeah, like he's back to his usual self, man. He's been acting as best waifu for so long, I forget he can smite people with lightning. That was funny. All right, next chapter, 871. I forgot he can do that. It's been so long since he's fucking done that. Timestamp, 38 minutes, 29 seconds. What up? We're on a fucking roll. I'm gonna get more coffee later. What do you mean they killed my boy? He's not dead. He's never killed anybody before. Right? Oh shit, maybe if it's a rat, it could die. What happened? The sudden change made the inexperienced Hazel momentarily lost as to how to react. She stood there in a dazed silence for a few seconds before pushing open the door and rushing in. When she arrived beside the charred rat, the existence that claimed to be a demigod rolled into fit, speaking with a calm tone. You forgot to close the door? Okay, so he's good. You forgot to close the door. Hazel first wore a blank look before realizing that she had failed to close the door like she usually did because of her eagerness to accept the situation. Doing so prevented the maids from peeping in. With the rat appearing fine, Hazel pushed her lips and turned around, walking back to the door. During this process, she didn't forget to glance at the full body mirror. She saw that everything in it looked normal without any problems. It clearly reflected everything in the room. There weren't any additional people or objects. As the door clicked shut, Hazel asked, "Teacher, what happened just now?" The charred rat looked at her sidewards as it cast its gaze beyond the window. In the world of mysticism, anything that involves supernatural powers is filled with danger. You can't be too careless. I had tried to use the mirror to do a divination, but I ended up guarding the intention of unknown existence. After an intense struggle, I finally resolved the problem and prevented the danger from spreading across the street. The rat spoke fluently without any stammering or hesitation, as though being struck by lightning was something trivial. Is that so? Why didn't you warn me of such matters in the past? Hazel couldn't help but frown. All she could do was smell the mixed smell of charred fur and disintegrated fat. Without waiting for her reply, the rat turned to face the balcony and said to her when its back towards her, "My physical condition has deteriorated as a result. I'm no longer suited to staying here, or else I might be discovered by the church of Evernight. Yes, find an opportunity to send me to your manor in the countryside." Looking at the rat's charred fur and smelling the fragrance of the roasted meat, Hazel fell silent for a few seconds. Surprising her doubt, she nodded and said, "All right." 160 Buckland Street. Sitting in the reclining chair, Klein saw the full body mirror rippled with aqueous light again as the silver light arose. The silver words formed into a sentence. Great master, your puny servant on Rhodes has followed your instructions to warn that demigod from Marauder pathway. I have also given him a tiny punishment. Her, just as Klein was running over the pronouns or Rhodes had used, light from the mirror's surface turned clear into the present. Wait, it's a her? To warn that demigod from Marauder pathway, I have also given her a tiny. I thought the rat was a male. Okay, so it's a woman. I have also given her a tiny punishment. Her. Just as Klein was ruminating over the pronoun, or Rhodes had used, light from the mirror surface turning clear as the president had seen. A silver bone and lightning spot down, causing the gray rat to collapse while convulsing. This is way too weak. Klein suddenly understood why this demigod's condition was weaker than he expected. Are you satisfied with the way I handled it? The silver lines quickly warped into a question. Not bad, Klein nodded. Considering the demigod condition, he paused for a second and probably asked, why didn't you directly kill her? Our Rhodes mirror outlined the silver words. If one can be certain in killing a demigod target, it's best to not force them into a corner. Once they aren't repressed, they will completely let themselves go. That will result in them mutating into an incomplete and irrational mythical creature. Most of the time, to have a problematic condition and to have trouble fully expressing their powers is because they are resisting their inclination of losing control. I'm not here in my actual form, so all I can do is do a small punishment. When the final line appeared, the full body mirrors at wait. I'm not here in my actual form. So Rhodes has an actual form. And his actual form is probably in the spirit world. Rat versus mirror. Winner. Mirror. I'm not here in my actual form, so all I can do is do a small punishment. When the firelight appeared, the full body's mirror echoes like shivered. Clyde suddenly had the feeling that the creature was looking at him with wide and watery eyes. He didn't respond towards that and instead nodded. That's it for today. I'll summon you again if there's anything else. Alright, master. The mirror immediately produced a hand-waving emotion. After cleaning up the room, Klein finished his afternoon nap and left the master bedroom. Before long, the white-gloved Walter came to the third floor and entered the half-open room with a balcony. He said to his employer, Sir, the church has sent a letter. They've invited you to be the director and the board of the directors for the Loan Charity Brewery Foundation. You can choose to directly take up a post there to receive a sizable salary, or you can choose to take on a symbolic role. You will only participate in discussion and vote when handling major matters. The church sure is effective. It has already set up the framework. Klein thought and felt that since he had already donated more than £10, there was no need for him to claim a salary. It was better to not expect anything in return as he deliberated. I'll take on a symbolic role. However, I wish to participate in some of the actual operations of the foundation in the future. I wish to contribute further to spread the aid to help more people. I will inform the church of your thoughts. Walter seriously replied, if you have nothing else, it's best you head over to Wednesday morning to witness the official establishment of the foundation. Dwayne raised his porcelain cup and drank a mouthful of black tea. Okay. On the Golden Dream, the Knit sat in front of the deck, were looking at the azure blue sea that was churning with the waves. After being urged once by Grimminsboro, he felt that he couldn't delay any further, otherwise he might become a bounty at any time. I don't want to become a polycash while I'm sleeping, so what if I'm suspected? The Knit gritted his teeth and mustered his courage. He passed through the cabin door and headed straight for the captain's cabin. Being unable to find Anderson Hood in a short span of time, he could only ask Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards. After reaching his destination, the Knit took 3 deep breaths and raised his right hand, prepared to knock on the door. At this moment, Vice Admiral Iceberg's voice sounded from inside. Please come on in. The Knit's right hand paused in midair as he forced a smile and entered. He saw that his captain was sitting behind the desk holding a dark red fountain pen. He had no idea what she was writing. Captain, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. The Knit came over as he bent his back slightly and he said with a smile, is it about the weapons? Edwina put down her fountain pen and pulled at her sleeves with a laced with flowers. She glanced at the Knits and said, you wish to ask about West Balum. Ah, the Knit's expression froze. Oh no, the captain already knows. It must be those bastards and dog shit like Burrow and Iron Skin. They told Captain Powdet, I know that no secret can be kept on the ship, and it's even more so for the captain. After cursing inwardly, the Knits forced a smile again. Yes, and as you know, I'm very interested in the history and geography. Edwina's limpid eyes moved slightly as she looked out the window. This is in international politics. Without waiting for Stiff the Knits to find another excuse, she continued, in West Balum, there are cities and managed by the Loaness, and the valleys belonging to Entis, native generals who are supported by the Loan. tribes who follow Inta's order. They are also powerful independent states who rely on the requirement that both nations are balanced. They are secretly connected to the different factions of the numinous Episcopate and are in a rivalry with those who claim to be the descendants of Death. In addition, the Rose School of Thought and Phasic Empire have a deep influence on West Balum. On the surface, none of the factions belong to them, but in the fact, many of the generals and tribal chiefs have submitted to them. Among them, Denitz listened in surprise before he lowered his hand. Suddenly, with a dry chuckle, Captain, I need to take notes, or else there's no way to memorize this. Edwina, who had been interrupted, wasn't mad. She pointed at the fountain pen and paper on the table. That's a good habit. I believe Sparrow doesn't wish to receive enormous information. Denitz was stunned once again. West Balum sure is chaotic. It's difficult to even tell which backing faction that's a medium-sized warlord belongs to, or who he's supporting by. The Rose School of Thought has a very strong influence there. That means a sharp rise in risk for me. Klein had quickly scanned through Denitz's letter and receiving it from Miss Messenger Renette. It made him believe that he should have headed to the West Balum unless Mr. Zick accompanying him. Next chapter. All right, 211. Yeah, I know. Our Rhodes, he's back again, man. I feel like he's back to his former self. 2111. Look at that. Next chapter. 872 results of mediumship. Sip my coffee. Let me do my timestamp. And let me quickly check my phone. I think I just got a text message. One sec. One sec. Oh, just a quick message in the group chat. Give me a sec. Let me just give this message a little like. Okay, message has been sent. Nice pace. I know. I think we're doing a pretty good pace. All right. We got to keep going. 1 hour in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just take a moment, guys. We're barely 1 hour into our live stream, and we've read 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're on our 6th chapter, an hour in. I'm feeling very optimistic today. I hope. As long as nothing happens, I'm feeling very optimistic today. Chapter 872, Results of Mediumship. Man, this is a very good pace, man. 6th chapter, and we're only 1 hour into the live stream. 46 minutes recording, 12 minutes per chapter. This is pretty good. I am reading a little bit slower today. I'm not reading rapid fire right now. I'm trying to take my time right now. I don't want to lose my voice right away. Watching Miss Messenger leave, Klein glanced at the letter in his hand and considered the problem of West Balum again. He believed that he needed to make preparations in case that Mr. Zick wouldn't reply to him in the next month. That also meant that when July came, he might very well have to head to West Balum with a few military personnel without the Death Council's protection. If that happened, the shadow of the Rose School of Thought would ultimately hang over him. Wow, keep it $150. I forgot Zick's other name was Death Council's protection. The Death Council. I forgot about that. Let's see how long it keeps up. I know. I'm feeling optimistic today. Yeah, that happens. The shadow of the Rose School of Thought would ultimately hang over him. Two choices. If I confirm that it's extremely dangerous, I'll directly abandon my identity as Dwayne Dantes. On the contrary, I should seriously consider a customer list. A customer list? I will not have myself involved in any faction that's suspected to have ties to the Rose School of Thought. I might as well set a target first to make any unexpected developments be controlled. The information provided by Denitz likely comes from Vice Admiral Iceberg. The two native generals mentioned seemed rather special. The other factions, regardless of the reason, will have a note of their ties with Lowen, Intis, Phasic, and Fana Potter, or the various inclinations of eternal factions. That's from a counterbalance only for them. There's no mention of foreign countries other than the point about receiving support from the numinous Episcopate. Klein read the content from beginning to end as he vaguely figured something out. He had his initial suspicions that the two native generals were related to the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. The reason why Edwina didn't make any note was to deliberately point out their uniqueness, telling Sparrow that they were targets to cooperate with. This way, she didn't need to worry that there would be a leak from the Nits, as there was no information to leak other than a hint. May Sanchez? I cannot read this name. May Sanchez Catamiya, the former receives the support from the royal faction of the numinous Episcopate. The latter secretly claims to be a descendant of the deaf. Even if it's real, who knows how many generations separated he is? If he were to meet Mr. Zick, how would he refer to him? Klein chuckled as he shook his wrist, burning up the letter. Following that, he began enjoying an exquisite afternoon tea in a half-open room with a balcony until Walter entered and whispered, "Sir, the police are here again in regards to the Charon's unaliving. The matters clues superficially pointed to Dwayne Dantas, so even though Burn Singers had handled the matters, the police would visit him from time to time. Otherwise, the reports would claim that it was a dereliction of duty by the police. As for the assault on the Member of Parliament Machas, Dwayne Dantas was only a relatively important eyewitness. They didn't disturb him further after taking his statement. Invite them to the activity room on the second floor with the garden. Klein placed the butler's sponge cake he had taken a few bites from onto the plate and drank a mouthful of tea. As the master, he didn't need to worry that his food would go to waste, just because the leftovers would be given to the servants. If he were to eat them clean all of the time, or request him to prepare the perfect portions, that his reputation as a stingy master would spread across the servants on the street before reaching the ears of the ladies and gentlemen. Walter replied with an unperturbed expression. They wished for you to head to the police station to... Oh, yeah, because they were framing him, right? Today is the day that the Coron's family will be identifying the suspect in the police lineup. Imagine it like, it's him. They say that they are very sorry, but this is a necessary procedure that cannot be skipped. Klein slowly got up as he said, "Understandable, Richardson. Get me my coat, hat, and cane." Since he was already no longer involved in the matter, he was... Oh, but he still has to go, even though... I guess it's like a formality, right? Since he was a primary suspect in the beginning, he still has to go. Since he was already no longer involved in this matter, he was rather willing to figure out what Caron and his family had encountered from a bystander's perspective, and also how the matter had been directed towards Baron Singers. Inside the spacious room in the police station at Northborough, Klein stood behind a glass wall and saw Caron's family. It was an elderly man and woman, a woman in her late 30s, a teenager who was around the age of 15, and a girl who wasn't older than 10. Their gaze swept the suspects behind the glass wall behind, landing on Dwayne Dantas at the same moment. Is it gonna be like Brooklyn Nine-Nine? Stay in the light, and they're gonna start singing. It's him! It's him! The teenager yelled as his eyes turned red. He clenched his hands into fists in an attempt to rush towards the glass wall. "It's him, officer, it's him." The lady in her late 30s suddenly wept as she looked at Dwayne Dantas with eyes filled with hatred and animosity. The little girl who was holding her hand wailed, "Daddy, return Daddy to me." The two elders were wiping their tears. One of them was trying hard to keep on while the other was nearly fainting from her sobbing. The sorrowful mood instantly spread out. However, Klein had never even met them before today. Implanted in memories, he frowned slightly. As he signed, he began wondering what the Caron family had encountered. Meanwhile, in the mortuary behind the station, Dally Simon held a pencil and began sketching as her body shook slightly. Is she drawing Dwayne? As she was here to help at the police station with the possibility of her encountering... She's gonna look at Dwayne! Really? Possibility of her encountering reports when entering or exiting. She didn't wear her usual Spirit Maiden robe. She changed into a female black and white policeman uniform. Is there any artwork on this? She had a blouse and a skirt on with matching leather boots. At this moment, her palm was moving uncontrollably, and soon there was a desk, Oriole window, ink bottle, revolver, or other items appearing on a piece of paper. On the Oriole window, there was a figure reflected there. The figure's hair was neatly combed back, a mix of silver and raven black. The wrinkled figure had a broad forehead and high cheekbones. He was none other than Baron Singers. Oh, she drew Baron Singers. The pencil's Dally's hand dropped onto the piece of paper. She then looked up and said to Leonard, who offered to help, and the two police inspectors who were in charge of the liation, and the second that the Caron committed unaliving, he struggled deeply in his heart. That is to say that his unaliving is a result of the cooing and guidance. This isn't a simple psychological problem. It must involve the beyond our powers at a rather high level. And this contradictory struggle resulted in his emotions breaking down, suffering an explosion from his spirituality. Before his death, he would restore the truth to a certain degree. This is the scene that fixed in his eyes. The high-ranking inspector beside her frowned his brows. "Ma'am Simon, are you implying that the last person Caron saw is a real murderer? Baron Singers Baron Singers is actually the real murderer. Leonardo Mitchell merely scoffed. What you see might not be equivalent to the truth. You might not understand if I call it an illusion, but if I'm a murderer, I can find a person that looks like Baron Singers so as to make him appear inside of the room before Charon committed unaliving. The two inspectors were very pleased with the explanation as they heaved a sigh of relief. We've already arranged from Charon family to pay a visit. I'll have to trouble the two of you to obtain more clues that point towards the truth with non-intrusive means. Are they going to be at the meeting? Or are they going to be at the interrogation room? All right, Dally rubbed the corners of her eyes. I'll use the washroom first. She hadn't put on her strange eyeshadow or blush. I wouldn't say it's strange. Her eyeshadow and blush is beautiful. She has beautiful blue eyeshadow. She had wait, she's not wearing any eyeshadow? Now I definitely want to see artwork or what she looks like without it. She hadn't put on her strange eyeshadows or blush. Apart from her skin appearing rather pale, she didn't have the uncanny look to her. Furthermore, she seemed younger, looking more like a woman in her 20s than her 30s. Her eyes were bright, like she had beautiful facial features. Believing that they were in for plenty of work, Leonardo Mitchell also felt the demorality and walked towards the washroom above them. Just as they finished climbing the staircase and turned to bed, they suddenly saw a gentleman with white sideburns appear on the other end of the corridor. He was walking out of the police station with his valet. This gentleman was mature and elegant. Oh shit, dude. He was walking out of the police station with his valet. This gentleman was mature and elegant with his eyes that were like a lake under the moon. He was none other than Dwayne Dantes. Natalie Simmons' mind went adrift for a moment. Oh, I'm about to cry. As she turned her head in thought, she looked at Leonardo Mitchell and discovered this blank-haired, green-eyed poet was looking at Dwayne Dantes. Why did you suddenly fall for permission to help me? The member of the numinous episcopate will soon be found. You have no lack of tasks to do. Dally didn't give Leonardo a chance to find an excuse. After pausing for a second, she directly asked, "You believe that gentleman from before is problematic?" Leonardo retracted his gaze and fell silent for 2 seconds. Dwayne Dantes has met his grace before? He deliberately didn't provide any sort of confirmation or denial, as though the question she had should be posed to St. Anthony. And between the lines, he was saying that his grace didn't mention if there was any problem with Dwayne Dantes, whether it was a lack of any detection or simply because he didn't say. That was up in the air. Dally nodded gently as she turned her gaze towards the washroom. On Wednesday morning, Andrew Hall, who had received an investigation, rode in a carriage to arrive at St. Selma Cathedral or Phillip Street. The Lowen Charity Bursey Foundation, which was about to establish the situation on 22 Phillip Street, the building belonging to the Church of the Evernight, so there was no need to pay any rent. Before getting out of the carriage, Audrey held the invitation, looked out of the scenery. She was filled with anticipation for the future. She was to become a director and would work on raising funds with external liations. Good for her, dude. I think I read that wrong, but good for her. Nonetheless, good for her. Next chapter. Sip my coffee. Timestamp, and let me read your message, Mick. I'm sorry I didn't read your message during the chapter, but I did read a little bit. Something about world building, right? You like the small crumbs Cuttlefish puts? One sec. Let me put this. Sip my coffee. Wait, I got. Oh, that's already updated up there. Perfect. All right. Below. I can see that, Mick. All right. Wow, I need more coffee, or I need to add more coffee. Cause look, I'm still yawning, dude. That's fucking crazy. Man, back then a cup a day would fucking wake me up. I'm gonna this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have one more cup of coffee in a bit. I'm gonna go turn on the kettle, and then if that doesn't work, I'm gonna just go make some G Fuel. Then that's like 50 more milligrams of caffeine. That'll definitely keep me wired. Oh man, that's bad. Chapter 873 is called Undetectable Communication. And put my volume down. Looks like it's a bit loud. There you go. After entering 22 Phillip Street, Audrey instantly saw Dwayne Dantes walk out from the side corridor. This good-looking and gentlemanly gentleman. That I've never said that word in my life. I am addicted to caffeine. I need my coffee, otherwise I can't function. Let me read this word again. This good-looking and gentlemanly gentleman. Is she referring to me? Was wearing, like, I feel, drop the caffeine for a bit. It's hard, man. I get headaches if I don't, and I'm definitely gonna get a headache on today's stream if I drop it. I try and cycle it out over the weekends, since on the weekends I get to sleep in a bit more. was wearing a black formal suit and holding a gold inland cane. He was communicating with the Foundation staff beside him. As though sensing Audrey's gaze, Dwayne Dantes naturally turned his head and looked at the door. Then his eyes lit up in amazement, like he had seen a treasure. Following that, he smiled and gently nodded as a greeting. Audrey returned with a smile and nod that wasn't a breach of etiquette in any way. She then followed the Low and Charity Bursey Foundation staff and came to escort her and walked up to the second floor. During this process, although she didn't look in any other direction, but be it an talented woman of her instincts as a spectator, they told her that Dwayne Dante's gaze kept following her figure in secret until the wall beside the staircase blocked the view. Impeccable acting, he perfectly played out the reaction of what a gentleman who has zero resistance against beauties. She is so good at spectating. He perfectly played out the reaction of what a gentleman who has zero resistance against beauties but remains sufficiently reserved in culture would do when meeting me for the second time. It's as though we have only met once at the charity party last time. In exchange, as I imagined, he was even more able to light up his eyes. This is a technique that's part of his Beyonder pathway, or is it his ability that he possesses to begin with? I have to say that Gurman Sparrow, I think it's better to use Mr. Gurman Sparrow is a professional, no, an excellent actor. Furthermore, he doesn't act in an exaggerated manner like those play actors Audrey complimented and thought before seeing a few reports waiting to interview her about the establishment of the Low and Charity Bursey Foundation on the second floor. She wasn't a noble lady who enjoyed having photo plastered on the papers. As she exchanged a few words with her valet that had accompanied her to inform of the reports that pictures were forbidden by Earl Hall authority, she went into the VIP lounge with her lady maid Annie. Every spectator and seer meet up in a fight. Earl Hall was friends with the owners of a few published housings and had made the corresponding investments to acquire quite a bit of their shares. If Audrey so wished, she could exchange some of the estate she had received in order to create a sizable publishing house. In the VIP lounge, Audrey, who didn't find it appropriate to bring her dog, greeted the children of the rich and aristocracy as well as the church of the clergyman. She habitually found a seat where she could see everyone, and she waited until the opening ceremony began and for the first board of directors meeting to begin. She surveyed the area and said to the female staff that was in charge of escorting her, "Lovisa, this is my first time joining in the actual operations of the charity organization. I wish to know what we should do." The lady named Lovesa was still in her 20s. She also had blonde hair with somewhat rough skin and tan freckles. However, her smile was brilliant, making her rather affectionate. Upon hearing Audrey's questions, Lovesa introduced without holding anything back. The current plan is to not be too eager and widening the scale. It will start mainly with Backlund and reach the deep into the public primary schools, weekday schools, and night schools, promoting diversity to all the students and let those in need to apply to us. After the application, we will organize a committee to do the exact audit. This will not only require us to make some verifications with the government, but we would also walk across the grounds to understand the candidate's actual situation. Once the examination is over, we will disperse the bursary and help the poor who yearn for knowledge to change their fates. Just as Lovesa said that, a male figure filled with magnetism interjected, "I have two suggestions. The first suggestion is that the staff are to be gathered today to head to the different weekday schools, night schools, and public primary schools to promote the bursary. June is the examination period, and it's a critical period for them to enter the institutes of higher learning. If we were efficient enough, there will be many students from poor families that will give up taking the examination because of the lack of funds. Even if they later learned of the existence of the Bursey Foundation, they would be able to withstand those of wasting a year. As such, they will lose the chance at changing their fate. What we are doing might seem simple, but it completely affects each and every child's life. Therefore, we need to begin quickly and not to waste any time." The person who was speaking was none other than Dwayne Dantes, who had just entered the lounge. He expressed his thoughts with a warm but seriously expression. Right. June is the examination period, be it entering grammar school or the preparations to enter university, as well as the various technical schools to gain experience in their profession. This is a critical period. Once they give up the entry examination time, they will have to wait until next June. I thought I got a phone call. Never mind. I actually forgot this. Ma'am Lovesa and the foundation staff seem to have missed the problem. Mr. Dwayne Dantes actually noticed such a detail and has considered those children who are so close to giving up their dreams. He is actually a person with a gentle heart. Audrey suddenly felt that she had a new take on Dwayne Dantes on Gurmansboro. This was what a spectator had just attained. A cold assassin adventurer on the surface, but as a warm heart deep down. Unfortunately, I'm only being able to obtain descriptions regarding Gurmansboro's crazy side. Unable to find any concrete proof, Audrey blinked as she carefully listened to Dwayne Dantes' suggestions. Second suggestion, in regards to the bursaries that are to be disturbed, it's best if it's put in the corresponding bank account. When school fees need to be paid, they can bring their documents to use to apply for withdrawals. For relatively cheaper board and lodging, things don't have to be that troublesome. They can obtain a fixed sum of money every month or week. This is to prevent the applicant's parents and siblings from spending money. To a poor family, this is an irresistible temptation. Similarly, an account corresponding to one person, no matter who is withdrawing it, the person has to be present. This can be effectively prevent people from suffering from the trial of greed. Having said that, Klein pressed his palm to his chest and said to Audrey and Lovessa, "Sorry, pardon me for barging into your conversation." Audrey smiled and said, "Mr. Dantes, your suggestions are excellent. You have opened my eyes to a matter that I never considered before." What is that? The only problem is that what you say to us is meaningless. I'm only listening to Madame Lovessa's introductions. Lovessa smiled and said, "Yes, you should have mentioned all of these at the first board of directors meetings. Don't you see me deliberately coming over to convince Miss Audrey first? With just this part in it, I can ensure that there would be no objections for the board of directors. Otherwise, it might easily be tabbled or altered by someone using some excuse such as lacking manpower." Klein made an enlightened and regretful expression as he rubbed his palms slightly. "Look at me being all anxious about these matters and forgetting my place. Sometimes I just wish things will be made into reality once I'm given a chance." Mr. Dwayne Dantes' acting is a little exaggerated. I don't know if it's exaggerated. I don't know. He should know that he can be fooled, or he's doing it deliberately to communicate with me ahead of time without leaving behind any traces. He wants me to support him. Audrey instantly read his thoughts as her smile turned clear. Although she hadn't communicated with the world ahead of time, she believed that she would support this Terror Club members of hers. However, being able to exchange some ideas ahead of time left her rather happy. This was because she felt that she was treating her as an equal. After forgiving Dwayne Dantes' recklessness and watching the man walk up to the table with beverages and pastries in the lounge, Audrey looked away and said to Lovessa, "What I am responsible for is to raise funds at different occasions and to communicate with the government and parliament. That should be a simple matter for you," Lovessa answered frankly. This was also why the church's charity department didn't object to Audrey Hall participation. In fact, they were supportive of her. Audrey nodded in thought and said, "If I have the time to spare, can I join you in visiting the different schools for the promotions as well as the examination of the candidates?" That'd be a good idea. Lovessa was originally unwilling to agree, worried that the environment wasn't suitable for Miss Audrey, but when it's unsuitable for you. But when she saw her clean green eyes took in the request, she couldn't resist. Her heart softened. She felt that such kindness shouldn't be stopped. It wasn't to be isolated from reality of the lower class. If Miss Audrey sees true misery and ugliness, and it will be willing to help the pitiful people, she will definitely be able to be of greater use or prevent the higher-ups from always formulating unrealistic measures. Lovessa quickly found a convincing reason and sighed as she sighed and smiled. "No problem. However, you won't be able to wear such a dress or wear any jewelry." What? What do I have to do with lie? Turn it into a bracelet and hide it under my sleeves? Audrey thought she replied with a smile. "All right." Oh yeah, it can change into any other type of jewelry. With Miss Audrey's Hall support, the Low and Charity Bursey Foundation first board of the directors meeting ended perfectly after its establishment. What a good first meeting. Klein returned to 160 Bolton Street in a good mood. Following his usual habits, he entered his master bedroom at around 2 to half an afternoon nap. In his hazy dream, Klein suddenly jolted awake and sensed something. Someone was attempting to infiltrate his dream. Who is it now? Is it the rat? "I'm even getting disturbed in my afternoon naps." As Klein mumbled, I'm gonna have my afternoon nap later today. As Klein mumbled, he made the dream transform into the half-open room with a balcony. Then he saw the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard with his unkempt clothes somersaulting through the window. Ooh, he came to him? Okay. Does this fellow not know how to use the main door? Why is he suddenly here? I should remember to get his contact method. Klein sat in the reclining... Oh, it's going to be a good interaction, huh? Klein sat in a reclining chair, feeling the peeved and amused. He looked at the pole with a leisurely expression and said, "This is an impolite way of visiting me?" When Leonard heard that, he bowed in the manner that lacked standards. "Mr. Dantes, I have something I would like to consult you with." "Consult? That's a nice attitude. Also, it doesn't seem to be anything major." Klein secretly tissed as he said, "What's the matter?" Leonard grabbed a seat and deliberated before asking, "You were embroiled in Caron's unaliving. Who do you think the real murderer is?" Ooh. If I wanted to know, I would have thrown out Frank's mushrooms. However, I can't say that. I have no idea at all. That just lowers the impression he has on me. Klang was accustomed to such a situation, so he expectantly left, and instead of answering, he asked, "How were your investigations?" Oh, it's going to be a good conversation, huh? All right, let me copy and paste. Update this.
Ooh, my back. Oh, my back is already acting up. Son of a bitch.
1 hour, 7 minutes. I got to make sure I change my seating posture every so often. I wonder if I can read a chapter standing up. Probably not. Let me just change my position. Oh, thank you guys. Been slowly, partially not sad or really able to be theorized. I used to drink a ton of coffee and had caffeine addiction. Was annoying to get out of it. I limited myself to 2 cups of coffee a day max, and it's fine. No more sleep issues. Okay, I might do that. Yeah, no one's forcing him. Oh, me. Yeah, no, it's okay. All right, let's keep reading. I gotta take this off. Ugh. Base Doctor Who mug? Hell yeah, dude. I've had this. You wanna know how long I've had this mug? I have to take this shit off. I've had this mug for years, dude. I'm pretty sure I've had this mug for like 10 years. I'm pretty sure I've had this mug for at least almost 10 years. It's not shown to be something special. Wait, what is? Yes, but we've not seen any other to be lucid, so it can't really be decent yet by the Nungho onlys. Wait, what part? Oh, wait, I missed what part you guys were talking about. Sorry. I'm so dumb, man. I thought Creeping Hunger was in the episode 6 when they beat Azik's son, like his Wraith, and he dropped the glove. And I'm like, wait, that's not Creeping Hunger. Quillingus had the Creeping Hunger. But I'm like, wait, no, that's so fucking wrong. But still, I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, oh, hold up. There's a black glove. I don't know. That clan is lucid in dreams. Being lucid in dreams. Oh. Well, when Leonard pulled him into his, I feel like you could say that every time they've been pulled into, every time Clem's been pulled into dreams, he's been aware. Like there hasn't been a moment where he wakes up from the dream and I don't know, maybe you can interpret it that, but I don't think. Yeah, you're right. I don't know if it's concrete enough to say that. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. That's actually a good catch. I never even thought about it that way. All right, next chapter. Chapter 874. I didn't say anything. Leonardo Mitchell clasped his hands together and leaned in slightly. We have restored the scene Caron saw before his death. This didn't directly show the murder, but the glass on the Oriole window happened to reflect Baron Singer's figure. After a pause, Leonardo added, "This is too simple and unconvincing. A powerful banker and noble at the Baron Singer's level wouldn't need to personally take action or to be present to watch if he wants someone dead, unless he has some special fetishes. And as you know, there are many ways to replicate such scenes, be it via an illusion or disguise." When he mentioned disguise, he looked up slightly and glanced at Dwayne Dantes. It was as though he was implying that the latter's present appearance was unlikely his true appearance, just like Gurman Sparrow and Sherlock Moriarty. What a simple and direct way of framing someone. It's really suspect if the murderer behind the scene really wants to be framed Baron Singers, huh? I should process everything from the beginning. First, assume that I, in other words of Dwayne Dantes, act like an ordinary person. Anyways, I won't mention the conclusion and only raise the question to guide his train of thought. If the final answer isn't right, that must be because my dear poet misinterpreted it and was unable to figure out what I was getting at. Klein smiled as he raised his porcelain cup and took a sip of the black tea. Let's not consider this problem first. If the person who wasn't embroiled in this matter wasn't me, how would the case have developed? Leonard raised his clasped hand slightly as he tapped his index finger. As a suspect, Dwayne Dantes would be remanded at the police station, but his butler, servants, neighbors, and friends will be able to testify that he had never made contact with the Caron family. Hence, the testimonies from both sides will be contradict strongly. The police will be unable to handle it and request the Nighthawks to intervene. Using diminishing memes, we'll see the scene Caron had before committing unaliving, thus obtaining Baron Singer's figure. As he spoke, Leonard suddenly fell silent. After a few gazes, he continued speaking under Dwayne Dantes' smiling gaze. Regardless of the unconvincing, odd, and simplistic nature of the clue involving Barrett and Sinders, we will follow protocol and make contact with him and begin to reveal investigations, and this will lead to certain problems related to him being noticed by us. Barrett and Sinders is involved in matters involving the Beyonder domain, so he can't stand up to further scrutiny from the Nighthawks. The more Leonard spoke, the more certain he became. It was as though he had figured out the mastermind line of thought. I have 74 up. Yes, yes, yes. He or they might not care if the trap is seen through as long as they get Nighthawks to do a routine investigation on him, or their goal will be achieved. This is because Baron Sinders hides a rather serious and easily discoverable problem. Yes, that's the same conclusion I have. This is actually closer to the sounding the alarms provided by a tip-off. Be it more mild, it looks like a trap that will make the Nighthawks definitely investigate things while hiding their existence. Of course, I wouldn't directly acknowledge your guess. Wouldn't it be awkward if I was actually wrong? Klein crossed his legs over his left and laughed. Baron Sinders, who was being altered, definitely won't show any problems now. Leonard slowly nodded and said, as though explaining to himself, this Baron's experience are rather legendary. He has been pushed to the brink of bankruptcy a few times, but he managed to turn the tide and end up reaching a new height. Perhaps in one of these instances, he had sold his soul to the devil and an evil god or some other secret existence out of desperation. Maybe the Fool. Maybe he's going to start suspecting the Fool. This story is quite reasonably crafted. Klein didn't comment on the accuracy of Leonard's guess before asking. On the other hand, how will the Nighthawks treat the real murder that led to Charon's unaliving? Leonard temporarily put aside all his previous thoughts and began following his train of thought based on an ordinary development. The design trap is too crude. The cueing, guidance, and the memory implants were done in an insufficiently concealed and mild manner. It's easy for people to discover problems, therefore it's unlikely to be done by mid or high sequence Beyonders from the spectator pathway. It looks more like it was done from a Beyonder from another pathway who relied on the mystical items to pose as a spectator. Is it safe to say it's a Marauder? If you can steal memories, can you also implant the memories you steal can be put on somebody else? Before he finished his sentence, Leonard fell into silence again, his thoughts a mystery. Klein, a very good Lord of the Mysteries. Klein maintained his faint smile as he calmly looked at the poet. It was as though he had everything under control, but he wasn't going to say anything. Everything depended on what Leonard figured out. Yeah, when Autumn leave, the goal is to do 12 hours. That's the goal right now. We're going to test the water, and we're going to see if we can go 12 hours. Yeah, if we can go 12 hours, we maybe should be able to go 12 hours again tomorrow. Knock on wood. This is very similar to what Old Man said from before. It really is done by some mid or high sequence Beyonder from the spectator pathway. His seemingly crude and flawed setup was actually a precise consideration of everyone's reaction. Everyone's responses at every step of the way was taken into consideration, with the only mistake stemming from Dwayne Daunt's experience and wisdom. Leonard felt that he had already figured out the truth, and he got up and coughed gently. Thank you for your advice. Klein merely chortled and said, I didn't say anything. Without waiting for Leonard's response, he said, your former colleague got me to ask you how he should inform you if he were to discover traces of Inzanguo. Oh man, I'm gonna cry. Your former colleague got me to ask you how he should inform you if he were to discover traces of Inzanguo. Leonard, who had planned on getting up to bid farewell, sat back down. Colored with a complicated expression, he said after more than 10 seconds of silence, pass the information in form of a letter to 7 Pinch Retreat. Oh, I'm gonna cry. This means that he won't be leaving Backland anytime soon, or is it that no matter how far he goes to carry out missions, he will have the means to monitor 7 Pinch Retreat and read the letter remotely? It will be the latter assumption. A Marauder Pathway Angel definitely has made magical secret techniques. Leonard can definitely use one of them. I can't ask, or else it will lower Dwayne Daunt's level and destroy my meaning. Klein wore an unperturbed expression. He said with a smile, I'll inform him. Leonard didn't immediately leave as he opened his mouth, paused and asked, if I wish to contact him, how should I do it? Oh shit. You should pray to the Fool. No, 2 on the nose. Leonard didn't immediately leave as he opened his mouth, paused and asked, if I wish to contact him, how should I do it? His green eyes were deep as they spoke with volumes when he asked. Klein was already prepared, so he said with a smile, the spirit that wanders about the unfounded, the frame... Oh, his messenger! The spirit that wanders about the unfounded, the friendly creature that can be subordinated, the messenger that belongs to Gerbert Sparrow. You can ask Palez about the exact ritual if you aren't too sure. Leonard knew that Gerbert Sparrow was Sherlock Moriarty, who was Klein Moretti. Damn, wait, Leonard knew that Gerbert Sparrow was Sherlock Moriarty, who was Klein Moretti. He nodded indescribably and stood up. Thank you for your informing me. Please pardon me for the intrusion. With that said, he reached to the door, opened it, and left the dream. Dude, this has to... Leonard speaking to Klein is so far my favorite conversation. My favorite conversations in the entire series is literally Leonard speaking to Klein. The two main characters speaking to each other is hands down my two favorite conversations we've had so far. Their first conversation and now this conversation, these are hands down my favorite conversations in all of LTM, dude. It's just so good. It's like, it's so beautiful, man, and emotional, dude. Hey, you left just like that. As a nightmare or as a former Nighthawk, shouldn't you consider how they might be problems with your memory? You remembered it just from hearing it once. You aren't putting it. Oh, would his memories be forgetful like Leonard? I mean, not like Leonard, like Dunn. You aren't putting enough weight on this matter. Klein couldn't help but lampoon when he saw Leonard's figure disappear. He shook his head in exasperation and ended his afternoon nap and began busying himself over the matter regarding West Balum. On the Golden Dream, the Nits, who had finally finished his mission, drank some iced coffee. Drank some iced light beer because of the recent hot weather. If it wasn't because of the creation of the ice needed beyond our powers and that there wasn't much of a ground, he felt that he could finish half a bucket of ice in one go. That's what I call life. The Nits guzzled the remaining guzzled? I've never said that word in my life. The Nits guzzled the remaining liquid in his cup. At that moment, he saw the grayish-white fog appear before him as Gurman Sparrow's voice began echoing in his ears. Please inform the Nits that he is to immediately head to West Balum, figure out the situation in the areas under the control of the two native generals, May Sanchez and Catamiya. He should take special note of any signs of the Rose School of Thought's activity. Head to West Balum with a cup in hand. The Nits stammered Gurman Sparrow's request repeatedly. He once again headed there with the Golden Dream crew to seek out treasure. He was also obtained rather detailed intel from his captain. Therefore, he knew how chaotic and dangerous West Balum was. Furthermore, I have to go alone. The Nits uttered a sound as he found his future bleak. Primitive forest with all kinds of hidden and terrifying creatures, native tribes who believe in death, and had all sorts of peculiarities, paths filled with bandits and rebel armies, villages with wraiths and shadows hunting them, and cities had gunfight or even beyond our baffled surface in his mind. No, I have to say to Gurman Sparrow, say no, he should at least send me a helper. Ordinary people can survive in West Balum and become rich, having their own manners. This means that it's not as horrifying as I imagine it to be. I'm just frightening myself. Besides, Gurman Sparrow has just requested me to figure out the situation, not to contact anyone. The Nits quickly forced a smile and requested Mr. Fool to inform Gurman Sparrow that he would immediately take action. Then, following Gurman Sparrow's instructions, he set up a bestowment ritual to pray to Mr. Fool. When the ritual came to an end, he saw an illusory door open. A dark golden sunbird-shaped brooch flew out, landing on the altar. It's good, man. Expedition music is... Dude, I think it was one of my favorite games this year. Sun Brooch in the southern continent, a kingdom once ruled by death. The Sun Pathway was one of the most effective beyond pathways, directly giving me such a precious item. It's not bad working for Gurman Sparrow, however, he said something about it being borrowed. The Nits picked up the brooch and felt his surroundings turn hot and humid. After handing out a mission to the Nits, Klein was just about to open the door to instruct Richardson to get him a cup of ice water when he felt his spiritual perception trigger. Immediately, he activated his spirit vision and saw Renette Tinker walk out of the void. She held the four blonde red, I forget they have red eyes, red-eyed heads in her hand, with one of them having a letter in its mouth. Who is it from, Leonard? Klein reached out of his right hand in suspicion. All right, next chapter. Mummy? Are we bringing back the mummy powder? Wait, hold up. 875. 875. Time stamp. 1 hour. 18 minutes. 5 seconds. Coffee. Does this have the year I got the cup? This BBC cup, for British Broadcasting News or whatever it's called, 2012 Dalek image. Wow, 2012, bro. I know, you can't spell. Every drop counts. Look, I'm wide awake now. 2012. I've had that cup in 2012 since it's been patented. The British Broadcasting Communications. I'm talking about the British TV channel, okay? That's all I'm talking about. Chill, guys. Chapter 875. No, it's British Broadcasting Network or Communication, whatever it stands for, where they show Doctor Who, okay? Chapter 875 is called Mummy. Mummy Powder. Here we go. 7 Pinester Street, Leonardo Mitchell came to his desk, unfolded a piece of paper. He then picked up a fountain pen and lowered his wrist in preparation to write. However, just as he dipped a dark blue spot onto the paper, his fountain pen paused. He attempted to move his wrist in order to write a few times, but all his attempts ended up stopping due to hesitation. He raised his wrist, lowered the fountain pen, and repeated this action again and again. Finally, he froze his wrist in midair. Pa! Leonard threw down his fountain pen, crumbled the pieces of paper, and accurately threw it into the trash. At 160 Bulkland Street, Klein received a thin letter from one of the messengers Renette Tinker said. He felt the weight in his hands, and only when his spiritual intuition didn't send him any warnings did he tear it open and retrieve the letter inside. There's only one page, and on it were 2 lines of text written in neat, beautiful handwriting. Is it Leonard? There was only one page. Wait, I have something that requires your help. Let's discuss it in detail, face to face. Sharon? Sharon is back? Leonard acting like he is writing to his crush. No, wait, no, this one is Sharon. No, wait, maybe Sharon is writing to her crush. I have something that will require your help. Let's discuss this in face to face. Maybe this is like the confession chapter. Sharon, so it's Miss Sharon. Klein had his questions answered as he took out a gold coin and did a simple divination. And is he paying the messenger? I thought he always makes them pay. As he took out a... Wait, I'm reading wrong. Klein had his questions answered as he took out a gold coin and did a simple divination in front of Renette Tinker. Then he took out another piece of paper and wrote one word. Tonight. Ooh, I love Sharon. She's the perfect girl. I love her. She has been growing on me so much ever since volume 2, man. She grows on me every volume. After he folded the letter, he asked Miss Messenger and he handed it to her. Can you still locate her? If it's possible, he planned on giving her Sharon's mailing address. Hilsonboro, 126 Grand Street, Ma'am Mary. Yes, one of Renette Tinker's blonde red eyes heads gave an answer. The head then opened its mouth and bit down on the letter. After Miss Messenger vanished from the room, Klein immediately held a ritual, planning to bring Creeping Hunger back to the real world from above the gray fog. He then planned on traveling to the various archipelagos in search of Lucky Pirate. Creeping Hunger hadn't been sealed yet, so it still required feeding once a day. All Klein could do was barely use it, feeding it whenever he needed to use it. He would then throw it back above the gray fog for the next week, feeding time at hand. He wasn't planning on making up any difference. If Creeping Hunger dares to make a fuss about it, I'll feed it mushrooms. After ending the ritual and clearing up the scene, Klein wore the thin human skin glove, turning his body translucent until he vanished from the spot. He had his dinner, and after waiting for Creeping Hunger to finish its howling above the gray fog, Klein went to retrieve it by using the excuse of having an upset stomach to enter the bathroom. Forrest was watching like, man, there's this kidney problem. He then used this opportunity to teleport to the area outside of Braveheart's bar and Backland Bridge area. Crazy how he can just teleport like that now. I can't get over that, dude. During this process, he had already changed his appearance, turned into the black-haired mustache, and bespeckled Detective Shirley Moriarty. Bending his back and rolling up his pants legs, Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. He lowered his hat and nudged open the heavy wooden door to step into the bar. First read, bro. I'm only on volume 3. Oh, you're on volume 3? Damn. No, it's okay. Hey, I feel like we have our moments, right, where we read really fast or where we slow down. I'm going to raise the volume just a little bit more so you guys can hear a little bit better. After asking the bartender, he held a cup of soft vial beer and went to billiard room 3 when he knocked and locked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Amidst the rhythmic knock, the door creaked open in tiny gaps. The red eyes Ian peeped his head out before breaking out into a smile. Sir, please come on in. As the weather was turning warm, he no longer wore his old coat. Instead, he wore a simple linen shirt. Klein nodded with a smile and quickly entered the billiard room, where he took in the surroundings almost instantly. Merrick, with his hair a little messy, was wearing a white shirt, black vest, and black pants. He was holding onto a cue stick, and he had his back bent to play billboards. Perhaps having a deep impression of causing chaos for Sherlock Moriarty, he didn't summon his zombies to play cards with him. Long time no see. Klein greeted first. Oh, this is such a cool confrontation, dude. It's been so long since we've seen Merrick, dude. Meanwhile, Sharon, with her small black bonnet and black regal gown, appeared beside the billiard table, sitting on a high stool. Good evening, ma'am. Klein moved his gaze over and bowed with a smile. Dude, when they were first introduced, I'm like, yo, these guys are crazy. And now we know them. Oh my, I love them. Good evening, ma'am. Klein moved his gaze over and bowed with a smile. Sharon seemed to float up as she stood up before raising the hem of her skirt to do a slight bow as a polite response. As for Merrick, he lowered his cue sticks and said in a gruff voice, "From the looks of it, you're still in Backland?" His face was as pale as ever, but the evil look in his brow eyes had lessened significantly. Oh, he grew on him. It seems to be evidence of the effective temperance he had in recent times. It was apparent that his acquisition of the Scarlet Lunar Corona prevents him from almost breaking down on every full moon, so much so that he didn't need to frequently switch to new types of sedatives. Oh, you're right. Lunar Corona like weakens their thoughts, right? But if they had like rampaging thoughts, it would enhance it. But depending on their thought process, it like weakens them, so it helps him during the full moons. Okay. Klein didn't directly answer Merrick. Instead, he walked to the billiard table and put down his beer. Smiling, he said, "I'm very sorry. I was planning to sell a wraith beyond her characteristic you, but unfortunately, it was lost." Sharon's blue eyes didn't move, nor did she probe for a reason. All she asked was simple, "Are you alright?" Oh, now she's asking about him? Remember how silent and apprehensive she was in the beginning? Now she's asking if he's okay? I'm sensing a little bit of chemistry here. Okay. She knew that the wraith beyond her characteristic Sherlock Moriarty mentioned belonged to Admiral Bloodsunner, and he was also Sherlock Moriarty's marionette. By losing the wraith beyond her characteristic, it also meant the loss of the destruction of his marionette. Ah, okay, that makes sense. She's just like, "Are you still strong?" This was a significant loss for such a beyonder. "I'm still alright. At least I didn't suffer any harm," Klein said with a sighing smile. "No wonder I didn't see Sonora this time," Merrick muttered in enlightenment. Merrick and Miss Sharon don't seem to be bothered about the lack of the wraith beyond her characteristic. They have other means or methods to acquire one. Klein sharply grasped this point and switched to asking, "Is there something this time?" Merrick immediately glanced at Ian. That staid teenager didn't ask further as he quickly left the billiard room and closed the door. Sharon's doll-like face didn't show any emotions as he allowed Merrick to speak. "Tomorrow there will be a ship from the southern continent arriving at Prince Harbor. It is intimately tied to the Loan Army." Okay. The ship carries his treasures and relics plundered from the Star Highlands, Paws Valley, and Hagenti Plains. Among them is a mummy. I'm sorry, a mummy? It's the 19th king of the ancient Hagenti Plains, Tutansis II. The southern continent's original language didn't stem from the ancient Phaeacian. It had its own structure, and the ancient Highlander language. King had also the special term Khedive. It was translated by the Emperor Rizzo and as Pharaoh. Pharaoh? We're getting a Pharaoh? Oh, you know what? The Deaf Console's art style, like Azix Live, it did look very Pharaoh-like. It's a mystery, and they also stem from the southern continent. Okay. Inverted mausoleums, they look like pyramids. Okay, I can see that. It's mystery. What was he thinking? Also, mummy was named by him too. In short, the meaning of Pharaoh is the son of God, king of humans. Oh shit. Okay. Tutansis II was once a high sequence beyonder. However, after his death, the corresponding characteristic was taken away, leaving only his corpse behind to be made into money. Son of God. What if he's like one of Azik's sons when he was a deaf console? To other beyonders, this is a material filled with spirituality, an excellent choice for creating a zombie. But to us, it has another meaning, a very important meaning. Our goal this time is to obtain the Tuntanis, the second mummy. We're gonna steal a fucking mummy. I might take a little break before we read COI. Yeah, we'll probably take a little break. I want to probably read some other smaller stuff, maybe read a few other things before COI, even though it's 1,000 chapters. But maybe we'll just take like a small little break. Apart from using it, another meaning, the corpse of the high sequence beyonder without any beyonder characteristics. Apart from using it as material, there's another meaning to it. Klein's heart stirred as he suddenly thought of Ma'am Hermit's request to purchase a drop of a mythical creature blood. Could it be that the ritual requirement to go from sequence 5 Wraith to sequence 4 Puppet? Ah! Miss Sharon already has a formula and has digested the Wraith potion. From the way she acts, she's practically acting as Wraith all the time. Who knows, she might have digested it a long time ago. However, when we were in the underground ruin talking to the evil spirit, it was evident that she didn't possess the puppet portion formula, so she probably found it now. Yes, everyone has her own circles. It's not strange for her to be able to obtain it. Klein swept his gaze at Sharon while in thought, but he failed to discover any obvious changes from before. She was still more like a doll than a living person. However, she didn't show any signs of being even darker and creepier. Sharon silently sat there and watched Sherlock Moriarty and Merrick intently listening into their conversation. If it's just a high sequence mummy without the beyonder characteristic, the level of protection can be too high. Just two of you shouldn't find it difficult to snatch it away. Klein raises suspicion. From his point of view, a Sequence 5 Beyonder could be considered quite a powerhouse unless the ship has a demigod escorting it. It was very difficult for Beyonders at the same level to put up any effective resistance if their target was solely a mummy. After all, there were too many items the Beyonder guards had to look out Furthermore, they might be scattered in different cabins due to different means of storage. This time, it was Sharon's turn to provide the explanation. She used her succinct manner of speech as usual. That's twice a little tip. We're worried that it's a trap of the Rose School thought is using to target us. Ah, you give out the ritual and then they fall for the trap. If there's nothing 1,000, and we were talking about traps earlier. Okay, I can see that. If there's nothing 1,000 pounds, if there's nothing, we will be in charge of drawing attention while you take away the mummy. Depending on the level of danger, it would range from 5,000 to 10,000 pounds. Damn, that's a lot of money. We're definitely going to pay off Renette after this. I see. Klein didn't immediately reply as he thought and asked, do you know of the Spirit World Plunderers? Do you know of Spirit World Plunderers? I don't know this. I'm forgetting this. I see. I'm rereading that. A Wraith was also a type of Beyonder who could effectively move through the Spirit World. Sharon nodded slightly and said, I can use the cash and relatively information about the Spirit World Plunderers as payment. Klein tearfully acknowledged, I'll consider it. I'll write to you before midnight. As an excellent seer, he would head above the Grey Fog to confirm the level of danger regardless of what it was. However, he could confirm that this was definitely not a trap targeted at him since he had no need for a mummy. Alright, Sharon replied with a deadpan expression. Klein didn't immediately bid them farewell. As he walked to the door and informed Ian to enter, he then asked, are there any news worth taking notes of recently? Ian thought for a moment and mentioned the pieces of information that were relatively important. Someone is trying to find out about the organization that believes in the Fool. Klein was somewhat surprised as he asked with a smile. A young man with black hair and green eyes. He suspected that it was Leonardo Mitchell. Ian shook his head. Somebody else? No. Fuck. Shit. It's Amon. Black hair and black eyes? Some minister from the Aurora Order? No. Amon had black hair and black eyes. Oh, shit. Some mister from the... Okay, maybe it's the Aurora Order. Some mister from the Aurora Order. Klein considered for a moment before asking, can you draw who it is? Holy shit, it's Amon. It has to be... Oh, my God. It has to be Amon. Can you draw who it is? Oh, shit. Ian was taken aback before he said the self-defeating encounter. You might never be able to recognize him if that's the case. I don't know, man. I don't know. At this moment, Sharon said, I can help you. I'm already getting my monocle ready. I already know it's him. At this point, it's a... Oh, shit, I can't read like that. All right, Ian first heaved a sigh of relief before following instructions to prepare a rather simple ritual. It has to be him. Then his body trembled as he drew a sketch while being possessed by a rave. Oh, it is him. It was a young man. It's fucking Amon. It was a young man with curly-haired black hair, black eyes, a wide forehead, and a thin face while wearing a monocle. Amon. Oh, blasphemer. Amon is here. Oh, shit. It's gonna be a good volume, huh? Oh, this is gonna be a good volume, dude. Oh, shit. All right. Next chapter. Spirit World Plunderer is one of the main ingredients to the bizarre sorcerer potion. Thank you for reminding me, Beck. I completely forgot about that. Chapter 876 is called Art of Diverting Trouble. All right, let's keep reading. Let's fucking keep reading. Timestamp. Timestamp. I might not need... I see... Look, I read some crazy shit like that, and I'm wide awake. I guess I don't need my coffee. 876. Whoa, what was that? Hold up. Did I fuck up my timestamp? No, my timestamps are okay. 131. Yes, perfect. Okay, timestamps are okay. Chapter 876 is called Art of Diverting Trouble. Amon, Klein's pupils constricted, and although he looked normal on the surface, he tensed up significantly with his heart churned with waves of alarm. Although he had kept using Amon to scare the grandpa on Leonard's body, as well as Are we recording? Yes. Everything's updated? Yes. Although he had kept using Amon to scare the grandpa on Leonard's body, as well as a murder pathway demigod beside Hazel, he was only using the name. He never expected that this blasphemer, a king of angels, would arrive in Backland so quickly. Shit, it's a little coincidental. He was even looking for the organization that believed in the Fool. In fact, although it's surprising, it's understandable with Backland having an angel and a demigod with the Marauder pathway. It's only a matter of time before Amon arrives based on the law of beyond our characteristics convergence. The only problem is that he has been searching for something in the forsaken lands of gods for so many years. What has he been looking for, man? I almost forgot about that whole fucking subplot. He basically had... Amon's avatar was basically there for like 40 years. Or first it was wandering, right? So it's unlikely he will suddenly abandon his church. Besides, his mausoleum in the outskirts of Backland has been destroyed by the machinery hive mind. Yeah, he lost it, making it difficult for him to come and go as he pleases. Therefore, this isn't his main body, but oh, it's another avatar of his. Oh, I wonder what his real body looks like. I know his real body would look like that description. It's a different. Okay, it's like him using his paper figurine, but rather than paper figurine, it's just his avatar. Okay, therefore this isn't his main body, but an avatar that exists in the northern continent. Huh? An angel of the Marauder pathway should be good at using worms of time to create avatars. I thought it said among. Oh my god, I'm saying it again. Among Us. Amon must be stronger than them. Klein's thoughts raised as fast as lightning as he gradually came to a certain conclusion. Although I said avatar so much in that paragraph that when I saw the Avatar 3 trailer, it looked really good, man. The trailer for Avatar 3 looks really good. At times, he even suspected that the mythical creature of the Marauder pathway was a bunch of worms of time. Wait. At times, he even suspected that the mythical creature of the Marauder pathway was a bunch of worms of time that combined together via a certain method. That's a good good observation. And then the freaking angel in its mythical creature form was basically a bunch of maggots in Foggy Town. Okay. At times, he even suspected the mythical creature of the Marauder, and then they're interchangeable. Okay, I'm seeing the resemblance here. That the mythical creature of the Marauder pathway was a bunch of worms of time combined together via a certain method. I feel like Amon needs the Fool, right? I feel like he needs the Fool. He needs the Fool. That's like probably what he's searching is the moon. Oh yeah, blue people. No, the blue people. Yeah, the blue people. As a Marauder pathway, Kings of Angels before the Cataclysm, Amon definitely knows what the name of the Fool means and can detect the corresponding aura. He might even wish to steal control over the Grey Fog. He came here for the Fool this time. This is really going to be a headache. After his initial shock, Klein gradually composed himself. Oh, it's going to be good, huh? When he was most afraid of now was that he would end up encountering Blaspher Amon because of the law of beyond characteristics convergence. And Amon was clearly able to detect his uniqueness. When that happens, it might not even cause a stir because a so-called fool had to consider if he could be resurrected. After all, it's going to be a good Undying volume. After all, this was a king of angels, an existence just second to a true god. Furthermore, the Marauder pathway was always known for their deceit and concealment. Amon wasn't necessarily afraid to take action. Even in Backland, perhaps stealing the fate of others was a strength of his. From the looks of it, temporarily leaving Backland to head for West Balum might not be a bad choice. Anyways, the biggest problem stems from the mythical items. If I had already advanced and become a bizarre sorcerer, I'll be able to hide the Grey Fog's aura. He can hide it. Even if I encounter Amon, I won't have to be afraid of exposing anything. Klein drew a silent breath as he once again felt a sense of urgency. He needed to quickly push open the door to Sequence 4, change his existence, and become a demigod. Oh, a new persona? And become a demigod. For this, he needed to work harder, be it making another marionette, acting at a deeper level to speed up his digestion or gather the corresponding ingredients. Backland really is a terrifying place. If Ouroboros hasn't left, or if he has already returned, just as the ones I know would be number 5 angels, including 2 Kings of Angels. I have included the royal family and military who use Backland as their base. I haven't included the underground evil spirit whose whereabouts are unknown. A former King of Angels that fused with the wills of the 2 other angels. If the Royal School of Thought's abomination such comes to pursuit of the German Sparrow, that would really be a bustle. This would be nothing compared to the demigod level battle outside of Bayam City. Klein looked at the sketch drawn by Ian as he vaguely shook his head. Okay, got it. He shook his head to Ian Merrick and he said so because he didn't know the monocled man. But in fact, he was expressing his exasperation. I'll have to leave. I'll reply to you before midnight. Klein took off his hat and bowed, slowly walking out of the billiard room. He then teleported back to 160 Buckland Street from a secluded alley outside the Braveheart's bar. Inside his master bedroom, the first thing he considered wasn't Miss Sharon and Merrick's request. but on how he was able to deal with the problems that Amon brought with him. In such aspects, being rather experienced, he quickly came up with an idea. It was to find something for Amon to draw his attention away. As for what that was, it was definitely something he found irresistible, something that he would definitely be interested in. For example, an angel from the Marauder Pathway, Palat Zarast. Perhaps this was key to Amon's ability to become a Sequence Zero true god. It would be something far more important than finding the organization that believed in the Fool. Of course, Klein definitely wouldn't directly sell out Leonard Grandpa because he had yet to show any ill intent to date. Yeah, so I wonder what he's in it for. His thoughts were simple. It was to inform this matter to Palat Zarast that Amon was already in Backland. He wanted to see the reaction of the angel who had survived since the 4th epoch, then he would follow up based on the situation. If that grandpa is helpless against Amon, who's likely only an avatar, he can only get Leonard to use the excuse of a mission to leave Backland to hide from Amon. As for me, I'll have to bring forward my trip to West Balum. I'll just say that it has something to do important with my network. I'll secretly teleport back to the Placenta Blood when Snake of Fate Wool Ossitin is born. So he's only going to come back when Wool is born. I'll secretly teleport back for the Placenta Blood when the Snake of Fate Wool Ossitin is born. Klein arrived at the decision as he took out a piece of paper and wrote, Amon has arrived, folding the letter and putting it into an envelope. Klein took out the adventure harmonica and blew hard. When Renette's Tinker appeared, he took out a gold coin from his pocket watch and pressed it on the envelope. This was one of the 10 gold coins he had gotten Richardson to exchange for him in the afternoon. It was to maintain his image of Dwayne Dantas to being equal to someone at the level of Plazarost. Even when Klein informed Leonardo Mitchell of the method of contact, he didn't inform him that the payment of a gold coin was needed. This shows the face is something you buy with money. As Klein signed, he said to Miss Messenger, who was wearing a dark, complicated dress, send the letter to 7 Pincer Street. Oh, just throw it into the mailbox. There's no need to send it to the addresses. To the addressee? As he wasn't certain of Palazzarost's true intentions of character, Klein wished to hide more of his trump cards in front of him. Therefore, before Leonard wrote to Klein Moretti, he had no plans on letting the poet see Miss Messenger. The blonde, red-eyed head in Renette Tinker's left hand was raised up as it sucked the letter and gold coin into its mouth. However, she didn't immediately disappear. Instead, she floated at her spot, looking at Klein silently with all 8 eyes. 8 eyes? Oh, yeah, two eyes per... Yes, got it. I was like, 8 eyes. What's wrong? Klein was taken aback before coming up with a guess. He asked with an odd expression, you don't know where 7 Pincer Street is. Only then did he recall that a messenger's delivery of letters depends on their mysticism-based location. She doesn't know where to send it. It was based on the person they contracted with and the people they had formerly... This is funny. He's like, I don't know where to send it. And they had formerly delivered letters to. Therefore, once the letter left a detectable range, the messenger would not be able to find them. Upon hearing Klein's question, 2 of Renette Tinker's head nodded in unison, indicating that she didn't know. Klein ultimately coughed lightly, pulled out the drawer, and took out a bamboo backlet. He did use a fountain pen to circle out Northborough. Following that, he circled Pincer Street. When you're here, you will use the unit number on the building. Klein folded the map and handed it over. Then the head in Renette's right hand immediately opened its mouth and bit down on the map. You know, it'd be funny if she can't find it and she comes back like, I can't find it. Can I get help? Then her figure fades away and entered the spirit world. Upon seeing this, Klein gave a sigh of relief. He turned and walked out of the master bedroom and headed for the half-opening room with a balcony to read the paper and magazines. Later into the night, he took 4 steps counterclockwise before soaking into the bathtub and entering the mysterious space above the gray fog. Helping Sharon and Merrick obtain the Tutsis mummy is dangerous. Klein took off the topaz pendant on his left-hand wrist and let it hang to perform a divination. This time, the spirit pendulum rotated clockwise with a weak amplitude and relatively slow frequency. This means that the danger isn't too great. Furthermore, even if it's a trap targeted Miss Sharon and Merrick, there's no need for the present me to be too afraid. Klein beckoned with his hand as he made a translucent miniature black crystal card fly to him. This was the Fate Siphon card. Oh, his new one, the new one he made. Klein had used a Worm of Time to create a demigod level high-level charm. Right on the heels of that, he summoned Creeping Hunger and the Sea God Scepter. Wearing the former, he picked up the latter and recording Lightning Storm and Hurricane. The mutated and upgraded Creeping Hunger could use Mr. X's soul and characteristic to record 2 demigod level beyond her powers that didn't exceed Sequence 3. With this, Klein no longer needed to borrow Layman's Travels anymore. What? He doesn't need it anymore? Furthermore, it was more convenient. After all, flipping his spellbook affected his use of Death Note and the Fate Siphon Charm. I'm sorry, what does the Fate... Oh, you sap one's fate. Got it. Unless he grew another 2 hands. After making his preparations, Klein returned to the real world, pulled out a piece of paper, and wrote simply, exact time, location, and plan. At 1 in the morning, Leonard, who had slept for 2 hours, woke up energetically. Energetically with 2 hours. Holy shit, man. If I can wake up energetically with 2 hours of sleep, shit, man, we'd be streaming so much more. Woke up energetically. He prepared to leave 7 Pincer Street to head for St. Samuel Cathedral basement. Just as he stepped out the door, he suddenly had this spiritual intuition trigger before he subconsciously cast his gaze to the side. A look of puzzlement flashed in his eyes as he walked over and opened a mailbox. He's never gonna read layman. So he doesn't need layman's travels anymore. During dinner, he had cleared the newspapers, bills, and the letter inside. Typically, there wouldn't be an item inside the mailbox until daybreak. After all, the mailman would have clocked off work and returned home. However, at this moment, there's a thin letter waiting silently at the bottom of the mailbox. Old man, you didn't inform me of a new letter, Leonard said softly as he picked up the letter. The slightly aged voice in his mind replied, that person didn't enter? Leonard knew that old man's senses were limited to his body, hence he didn't speak further. He tore open the envelope and took out the letter, flicked it flat. The letter was mostly empty with just one short line. Amon has arrived. Amon has revived. Leonard's pupils dilated immediately. At the same time, he heard the person in him gasp for the first time. Yo! What? I'm so good. I don't even know what am I even saying, dude? What the fuck? This is gonna be such a good. Oh my god! I can't believe Amon is in this fucking volume. I'm never gonna sound what my chest said. Hold up. Let me do my tiny stop. What were we saying? I got you. I got your username. Hold up. I got you, dude. Oh, it's gonna be a good chapter, huh? It's gonna be a good. Oh, I thought I paused my recording. Oh, definitely gonna be a good chapter. 1 hour, 44 minutes. 9 seconds. After this chapter, I'm gonna go turn on my kettle. We're gonna get one more cup of coffee. That way we can stay strong and keep powering through. Just like read layman real slow. The word. He's never gonna read Lemano. I don't get it. Layman? He ain't getting. I don't get it. Mano? Oh, I don't get it. The only thing that's strong is the caffeine addiction. Yeah, that's definitely strong. Ellie, is that you outside? You want to come inside for a bit? Give me a chapter, Ellie. Read this word. Lay. Ma. No. Lie man no. I don't get the joke. Wait, do you guys? I'm gonna read one more chapter. You guys talk it through. See if you guys can get what he means. He's saying lay man, not lay. Bro, what? I don't get it. I don't get it. Damn it. I missed the whole fucking joke. I missed the joke, dude. By the way, thank you guys. I missed the joke, okay? I don't get the joke. You guys talk about it in chat. I'm gonna read one more chapter before I get more coffee. Oh, at the end? That's what I'm saying. It's a name? Easy? Who is Leymano? No? Who is that? There is no joke? Who is that? I don't know who that is. Oh, here, hold up. Let me read this chapter while I think that through as I'm reading. Chapter 877. You're tweaking? Layman knows? Don't try everybody. You see, nobody gets it. If I don't get it, nobody else gets it. Like I said, he ain't getting it. Nobody else is getting it. Oh! Wait. Oh, I thought he was referencing Amon. No, it's not Amon. He's not referencing Amon. Chapter 877 is called Who's Trap? Towards Amon, Leonard didn't have a strong, direct impression of him. All he knew was that it was the most featured enemy It was the most feared enemy on the parasite in his body. He was a culprit that left the mysterious and powerful old man injured to this day. Therefore, he quickly calmed down and asked with a surprised voice, "What do we do now?" In his mind, the slightly aged voice sounded after 3 seconds. The one that came probably isn't Amon's actual body, but one of his avatars. He, indeed, Blasphemer Amon, is an angel, and probably a Sequence 1 angel. After all, old man is suspected to be a grounded angel. As Leonard absorbed the information to verify his theories, he listened to Palat Zaras continue. If Amon's actual body appears in Backland, it might very well cause a deity's descent. Oh shit, whose descent? A deity's descent. Oh, maybe that's why the Orthodox deities haven't been descending. There just aren't that many Sequence 1 Beyonders present in the 5th epoch, so there's no way for them to maybe them descending is part of a ritual. Oh, that's probably what it is. Maybe that's why the Orthodox gods haven't descended into the real world, since there aren't that many Sequence 1s. Hold up. A deity's descent. How many years has it been since something like that happened? Since the 5th epoch occurs, like these were legends that were recorded in the internal canon. They had never publicly happened before. Could this, man, my nose is itchy. Could this mean that even among Sequence 1, Amon is one of the most powerful existences? It's no wonder he is called a blasphemer. In just a few words, Leonard came to the realization how terrifying that angel named Amon was. Standing in front of the mailbox, his thoughts wandered when he suddenly had an idea. He hurriedly suppressed his voice and said, "Since Amon had such importance placed on him by the deities, should we try to find a way to inform the church?" So I wonder where he's hiding. I wonder where his real body is. It's definitely not in the city of Silver or Backland. Damn. We tried to find a way to inform the church of the news of his appearance in Backland. From Leonard's point of view, the Church of the Evernight and Star, which was born in the early epoch and existed through the entire 4th epoch, had rich experience in resisting angels. They were the best choice at dealing with Amon. In his mind, Palazzaros chortled, "It's useless. It might be even something Amon wishes to accomplish. To him, it's just a loss of an avatar. It would just waste a bit of his strength, but not deal him any actual damage. And he can use the death of his avatar to send the corresponding changes in destiny. To see the corresponding changes in destiny. From that, he will be able to see the source of the stir of the creation of the waves. Although this doesn't allow him to directly lock onto you and me, he will be able to gently reduce the circle, creating the conditions for his actual Beyonder to deal a lethal blow. Besides, do you think there will be only one avatar of Amon in Backland?" Oh, bro, we're going for 12 hours today, Clown Man. Minimum. Maybe 10 hours. We'll see. Besides, do you think there will only be one avatar of Amon in Backland? So there's probably several avatars? Based on his habits and style, he might only have one avatar and he doesn't hide. But in fact, surrounding the beacon and several dozens or even more than 100 avatars? What the fuck? I'm sorry. Is this like Naruto? Fucking Naruto clone jutsu? Yo, thank you for subscribing, dude. Thank you so much. When we attempt to eliminate the ones that are out in the open, it might very well be the case that a few dozens or more than 100 Amons will appear from every spot. He could be a passerby, a bird on the roof, an ant on the ground, and he could be able to be an insect in wooden logs, microbes in the air. One who isn't a demigod wouldn't notice it, even if his avatar invades their bodies. As he listened to Old Man's detailed description, Leonard felt a chill run through his back. He suddenly had a feeling that the surrounding air was filled with countless Amons. "You're afraid now?" Palazzaros chuckled. "If you understand how Amon can steal away your destiny without showing any anomalies, you will be even more terrified." Now, I wonder if Klein will be able to sap his destiny or fate, luck, or whatever with his new item. Maybe not. "What do you mean by stealing away my destiny?" Leonard asked, feeling worried and puzzled. Palat's old voice sighed. He will follow you back, then you'll discover that your parents will be making him their son. Your wife will view him as her husband. Your child will treat him as her father. Your friends, everyone you know, will treat him as you, and you will be the unlucky one. The unlucky one? You would lose any connection with the real world and slowly die? Would such a theft be permanent? Leonard couldn't help but draw a gasp. Palat Zoros. I'm not going to say that word. That close is flying too close to the sun. Palas Zorost sniz. It's laugh in a suppressed, typical, scornful way. That word flies a little too close to the sun if you take off the S. Before the thief is caught, he will voluntarily return what he stole, unless he has had enough fun with it. Leonard instantly fell silent. He felt that an enemy at Amon's level was no longer someone could defend themselves against, but was completely unfathomable. After a few seconds, he asked, hardly being able to hide his hoarse voice, "Then what do we do?" He didn't share his own words because they were most likely unpragmatic. I'm excited to play Pragmatica, or Pragmatic, the new Capcom game. Palazaros fell silent for a moment before saying, "Let's watch and see." Inside the Bravehearts bar, Merrick was waiting at billiards room 3 according to the agreement. Since Sherlock Moriarty had agreed to provide help, discussing the operations details face-to-face was necessary. It wasn't something that could be figured out via an exchange of letters. Guzzling down a mouthful of beer, Merrick raised his hands to comb his hair. His pale face was drained of the color of blood. The demented look on his face was a lot of stress than before. At this moment, his heart stirred. He looked up to the side and saw a figure in the top hat and formal suit outlined quickly. It was none other than Sherlock Moriarty. Teleport. Merrick's heart palpitated as his pupils constricted. He instinctively raised his level of awareness. He's like, oh shit, he got strong, dude. This wasn't because he didn't trust Sherlock Moriarty, but a natural reaction for a creature when facing a higher existence on the food chain. Oh shit, Merrick is scared of him? So Merrick is acknowledging that he's stronger than him. Yeah, that word, Mick. Yeah. It just, at the same time, he noticed through the corner of his eye that Sharon's doll-like figure had appeared on the high stool. Klein pressed down his hat and bowed at the two. He said with a smile, "What I'm most concerned about is the amount of intel you have. If there's any sufficient intel, the chances of success will be higher and the risks lower. Let me raise a simple example. Do you believe that Tuntasis II's mummy doesn't have any problems? Can you confirm which coffin it is in? If you can, I can teleport you over before the guards react, traveling with it through the spirit world. That way the problem will be resolved." Just as Merrick tried recalling, he heard Sharon say in a calm tone, "It can be confirmed which coffin it is, but we cannot confirm if there are any problems with it." Klein nodded and pulled a chair over to sit. "Apart from that, what else do you know?" Sharon's blue eyes moved slightly. "It might be a trap by the Rose School of Thought, or it might be a trap by the lone military. You didn't mention the second guest previously." "Oh, what?" "That's right. Before obtaining any confirmation of cooperating together, even I wouldn't divulge too much." Klein thought as he questioned, targeting the latter point. "A trap meant for the Rose School of Thought." Merrick answered this time. He said in detail, "In the ancient Highlands Kingdom, creating a mummy was a tradition at an esteemed persona. It's considered sacred, and the pharaoh's mummy is not something to be blasphemed against. Back then, before the Lowen Intis and Phaeton Potter allied forces attacked this kingdom, the pharaoh's descendants had to move to the most important batch of mummies, including the remains of the pharaohs of the past dynasties. This time, one of the Highlands rebels' armies had their secrets base stormed. The Lowen's army found the Tutmosis II's mummy at the lowest level of the plane. On delivering it to Backland, to hand it to the unknown military organizations for research. They're going to research the mummy? To the pharaoh's descendants, this is an insult of the greatest order. They have a sufficient motive to snatch Tutmosis II's mummy back. Oh, it's going to be a free-for-all. And among these descendants, there's a demigod named Mahmosi. He's both one of the main leaders of the rebel army and is also an important member of the Rose School of Thought. He's a student of Abomination Sua. Oh, Sua! We haven't heard Sua in so long. Oh shit, yeah, Sua. He's a descendant. Oh, I fucking lost my place. Almost 2 hours into the stream. He's a student of Abomination Sua. I remember when Sua was introduced, they were scared of him. He's like, oh shit. Dude, thank you for subscribing. Thank you for joining our beautiful, ever-growing community. Klein nodded slightly and answered, that is to say that the Tuntasis, the second mummy, might be bait for the Lowen army to fish out Mahmosi? Of course, this doesn't exclude the possibility of the Rose School of Thought is deliberately sacrificing a pharaoh's remains to eliminate you. He originally wanted to say that in sequence 6 and 5, there's no need for the Rose School of Thought to go to such an extent. But when he recalled that the present main faction of the Rose School of Thought was indulgence, with them not holding back when it came to their desire for revenge, that makes sense, he believed that he would make the decision using an ordinary person's point of view. Furthermore, Miss Sharon and Merrick were able to escape the Mother of Trees' desired restrictions and successfully escape from the Rose School of Thought. Apart from luck, they might have someone supporting them in secret. If there is such a person, is Amon supporting them in secret? Is he scheming all this? Is In scheming all this? If there is such a person, that person is definitely a target of the Rose School of Thought wants to be uprooted. Klein's mind naturally formulated these thoughts, but he didn't say it out loud. Yes, Merrick said as he rubbed the corners of his eyes, the large amount of words he said had made him feel perturbed, both in his mind and desire. Klein's thoughts for a moment before saying, if it's the form of the situation might be more troublesome than I imagine. To deal with a demigod with companions, the Loan army will have at least 2 beyonders at the same combat level as Mohmasi lying in ambush. Apart from that, they will definitely have some redundancies to prevent any accidents. For example, they would prepare a grade 0 sealed artifact. I wonder if that's actually what's going to happen. In short, if it isn't near Backland or made into a joint operation with the 3 churches, it might not be possible to so easily set up a trap. Sharon's chin moved slightly as she nodded in agreement with Sherlock Moriarty's judgment. Klein didn't emphasize the difficulty as he said, therefore, we have to obtain more accurate and detailed intel. From that, we can make more targeted preparations that will allow us to achieve our goals. Without waiting for Sharon Merrick to say a word, he added, I know of a secret existence for magic mirror divination. He strictly adheres to a principle of reciprocity. Oh my god. Oh my fool. Bless the fool. If you do not mind your privacy or actions, they will bring about intense humiliation. You can obtain answers to questions for him. Are you willing to try? I'll perform the summoning. In dark divination, whoever did the summoning typically suffer the greatest risk. What happens if I refuse to divulge my private matters or reject doing such actions? Merrick asked with narrowing eyes. Klein sincerely replied, you'll suffer a lightning strike causing quite a significant damage. Lightning strike. Merrick ordinarily believed that with a zombie's toughness, it wasn't too big of a problem. Nah, it's gonna hurt him. It wasn't too big of a problem to suffer any direct damage, but he had never expected it to be lightning, which was relatively strong against the dead. He hesitated for a moment and glanced at Sharon. After receiving an affirmative nod, he exhaled and said, okay. Klein didn't speak further. He took out a piece of paper figure from his pocket and he instructed, prepare a mirror. Just as he said that, the palm-sized makeup mirror appeared on the billiard room. A regal-styled makeup mirror. Klein glanced at it and drew a symbol of a mixture of concealment and mystery prying. Oh, this is going to be a good interaction. I wonder what they're going to ask a Rhodes question. I wonder... what if Sharon asks a question? Hold up. This is me shipping them. What if Eric asks a question and be like, so, do you like him or not? And she's going to be like, I'm not fucking answering that. Blah! Lightning strike. Or maybe Merrick, like, hey, do you like her or do you like him? All right, let's see what happens. I'm gonna go get. I don't need coffee. I feel that woke me up. Just me saying that alone woke me up. Let's keep reading. Let's keep reading. Look, me just speculating the ships woke me up. What the fuck, dude? That's so funny. 1 hour 58 minutes 23 seconds. Timestamp. Copy paste. We'll get so private Sharon info. I'm excited. I'm excited. I want to see what's hidden in their thoughts. I want to see what they know. I want to know. Here we go, man. Let's find out. A Rhodes question, chapter 878. With Klein finishing his stroke, the lightning in the billiard room, the lights in billiard room 3 dimmed. On the dainty makeup mirror, aqueous patterns rippled out before turning into a dark scene. Immediately, one bloody word after another appeared. Raise your question. This scene was filled with a sense of supernatural horror, even though standing there was a wraith and a zombie. They couldn't help but feel overwhelmed as they momentarily didn't dare to say a word. Only Klein continued wearing a smile as though he was accustomed to all of this. He had previously exhorted the Rhodes to not raise any questions that were too difficult or private. Aww. Damn, no. We want the hard questions. And also to not act like a servant. If it wasn't because Sharon and Mary could ask much more targeted questions as a result of understanding the situation better, Klein was more inclined to handling it himself and not exposing the reality of having such a helper. After a few seconds of silence, Merrick took 2 steps forward, came to the billiard table, and opened his mouth. At that moment, Sharon, gentle but emotionless voice sounded, I'll ask the questions. Let's fucking go. Oh, these are going to be some really good questions. Without waiting for Merrick to answer, she floated up into a standing position and looked at the mirror. Is the Tuntantes, the second mummy, a trap that the Lowen's military set up to target the Rose School of Thought? The mirror's blood-red words melted away and slid down, dragging away the stains, barely leaving 2 words behind which wriggled to form. That's right. Oh, it is a trap. It is indeed a trap of the Lowen military set up for the Rose School of Thought. Wait. It is indeed a trap that the Lowen military set up for the Rose School of Thought. We can preliminarily eliminate the situation that it's a plot the Rose School of Thought has to target Miss Sharon and Merrick. Wait, what? We can preliminary... Okay, so that's not what's happening. They're not targeting Sharon. Okay, and Merrick. We can preliminary eliminate that the situation it's a plot the Rose School of Thought has to target Miss Sharon and Merrick. After all, the risks involved exceeds the value of a sequence 5 and 6 combined. Even if the Rose School of Thought can't curb their desires for revenge, they wouldn't be this crazy unless they were already planning on dealing with the Lowen military and decided to evolve this matter as well. If that's the case, the best place to have such a matter unfolded would be in the southern continent or at sea, and not somewhere in the vicinity of Backland. Who knows what kind of terrifying fellows are hidden here? Amidst his thoughts, Klein saw the surface of the mirror turn dark again and new blood-colored words appeared. Based on the principles of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask a question. If you answer wrong or lie, you will be punished. Oh, shit. Rather obedient, he didn't make the request of doing the aristocratic actions. Looking at the billiard table, Klein nodded indescribably. At this moment, the words from before slowly vanished, presenting new words. You. As the bloody word froze for a full 3 seconds, it followed up. You are to answer with a relationship between the chain god and the mother tree of desire. For some reason, Klein thought that the remaining parts of the sentence had its blood-colored text darkened significantly. Thankfully, the question wasn't too out of place, and it was something he would have liked to know. Sharon looked at the mirror and replied in a deadpan manner. Since the 5th epoch of the perishing of the Deaf and the Eggers family, gradually lost control over the Star, Highland, and Paz Valley, allowing those places to have their own beyond our organizations, the Rose School of Thought. In the beginning, there wasn't the mother tree of desire, only the chain god. The Rose School of Thought advocated temperance and established a religious ritual system, including laws. Formal members led ascetic lives to deal with the repercussions of the receiving powers. I feel like we've heard this earlier. When we were reading like 627, I feel like around that time we heard of this, but it wasn't concrete yet, right? One day, a divine revelation added terms about indulgence. Many people slowly changed and restored ancient but bloody primitive sacrificial traditions. Later, the School of Thought upper echelons began secretly calling the chain god the manifestation of the mother tree of desire. And from that point on, that's where she stemmed from. By the sound of it, the chain god was corrupted by the... By the sound of it, the chain god was corrupted by the mother tree of desire bit by bit or replaced. If this entity was once a sequence 0, the mother tree of desire is truly terrifying. It's no wonder it's viewed as an enemy by all other deities. However, the chain god might not be a sequence 0. There's still a small possibility of being a uniqueness that's fully come to life. Isn't that what they said about Mr. Door? Or Klein suspected that he's probably like an embodiment of something else, of a former sequence 0 guy, or a king of angels with 2 sequence 1 characteristics, or even someone weaker. There's currently not enough information to verify this matter. Klein frowned slightly as he began thinking about the matters regarding the mother tree of desire. At this moment, Sharon has switched to asking, what problems does the Tuntansi, the second mummy, possess? On the bare surface, the blood... Wait, what problems does Tuntansi's mummy possess? On the mirror's surface, the blood-red text squirmed and changed into a complete sentence. It's filled with hexes, a manifestation of hexes. It has a possibility of automatically becoming a zombie. This mummy is comprised of hexes, as expected of a corpse left behind by a high sequence beyond her. However, how should this be resolved? Klein turned to look at Sharon and Merrick and discovered that they were sufficiently calm without any hint of surprise, as though they already knew that. And this also meant that they had the means to resolve the matters. Of course, Sharon didn't have much of an expression. Regardless of the matter, she was as calm as she always was. After Rhodes answered, they followed the principle of reciprocity and raised its question. You have been trying hard to increase your sequence. Why do you do so? This time it had used the same bloody text as the opening, but the words that followed after a few seconds didn't appear that bright. Does this mean that Rhodes is hesitating and struggling, resisting its own urges? On the other hand, It finds it difficult to curb its wishes to raise it difficult to answer the question. But on the other hand, it takes my instructions into considerations and thus holds back. Klein thought in amusement. Sharon stood there in silence before gently moving her lips. In the beginning, it was to not be bullied by others. Now it's to have the strength to protect myself and my companions and revenge, as well as spread the principle of temperance. If everything can temper their desires to not have wars and killing, there will be less misery. That sounds like a good thing. Klein was surprised by what he heard. His impression of Sharon was that she was a woman of few words. It wasn't that she couldn't say that many words, but even if she had much to say, she held back greatly and didn't provide any additional descriptions. For example, in her answer to the first question, she had simply recounted the situation, and although she had appeared to say a lot, she hadn't said one word more or anything subjective. The words she added towards the end was a relatively talkative act based on her character. This is something that's been on her mind, a point of view that she had been repressing for a very long time. Klein suddenly imagined the chaotic reality of the wars in the southern continent. There were lands with plenty of slavery. There were batches of people from the lower class who died of hunger and sickness. There were constant wars and live sacrifices. If I were born in the southern... Sounds like a scary-ass place, dude. If I were born in the southern continent and can live to this point, I'll definitely wish for the world peace and happiness to the people. Speaking of which, Miss Sharon and Merrick do not look like they are southern continent descendants. That's right, before death perished, passage between the northern and southern continents was allowed. Also, Sharon mentioned revenge. That world was said without conviction, as though she doesn't hold out hope for it, or does she not have that strong of a desire for it? Klein sighed silently as he watched Sharon raise details after detail and answer question after question. After learning the situations regarding Tontasi's the second mummy, Sharon asked again, apart from Mahmasi, who are the high sequence beyonders that will appear in this trap? Is it going to be Sua? The mirror surface aqueous waves rippled and formed a bright light on the enveloped everything northern, nor nothing else could be seen. With Rhodes' powers, it likely involves an angel or a grade 0 sealed artifact. That's why it wasn't able to provide an accurate answer. Klein retracted his gaze and said to Sharon and Merrick with a smile, from the looks of it, it's as I guessed. The Loan military has prepared plenty of redundancies. Sharon nodded slightly as she continued staring at the mirror, awaiting for the secret existence to raise his question. The blood-colored text squirmed and no longer paused like before. Everything appeared at once. What are their thoughts regarding your teacher? Teacher? Oh, Renette, what are your thoughts regarding your teacher? Teacher, Miss Sharon has a teacher. That's right, as part of her temperance faction, to not be influenced by the Royal School of Thought, which had changed internally and could keep to her original path, someone must have provided her with help. This is also one of the reasons why she and Mary could escape. Oh, Renette helped them escape? Why she and Mary could escape. Enlightened, Klein anticipated Sharon's answer. Sharon pursed her lips. I respect her. She used her. Klein nearly couldn't maintain his smile from the shock. Including the Orthodox churches and the various major Beyonder organizations, grounded angels were very rare. These might only be one or two. He had originally imagined that Sharon's teacher was a sequence 403 saint with a peak strength equivalent to a Sea King John Coatman. To his surprise, she had used her as a pronoun. In Loan, Ancient Phasic, and even Jotun and Elvish, this pronoun was very difficult for his, her, its. After his shock, Klein suddenly sighed deeply. Miss Sharon's current situation largely implies that her teacher is probably not around. She and Merrick escaped, perhaps due to the final struggle of the temperance faction within the Rose School of Thought, and to the Mother Tree of Desire, either its corruption or decimation to create a sealed artifact. There will not be any other choices. The mirror turned dark again as the bright red text vanished. After a while, new words appeared again. Continue. I no longer have any questions. Thank you for your help. Sharon courtesied as she said slowly. With her saying that, the mirror returned to normal. The lightning in the billiard room wasn't dim any longer. Oh, so no one got hit with lightning. Sharon looked at Klein and said in a tone without any abnormalities, well, we shall forego this matter. Clearly, she also understood the meaning behind the blast of light that appeared during the hidden existence final answer. Klein shook his head and smiled. There's no need to rush into a decision. Let me ask you a few more questions. Perhaps there might still be a chance that doesn't require us to take too much of a risk. At least my divination results say that it's possible. He added silently, what is it? Mary couldn't help but ask. What is it?
Oh.
Oh, are you on 2x speed? Here, I'll pause for a quick sec. I'll pause for like 5 minutes. Let me kind of, I'm a lay back just a little bit. Okay. Copy paste. Timestamp. 2 hours. 9 minutes. 19 seconds. Okay. I'm gonna lean back for this one. All right. I want to be as comfy as I can for as long as I can. Give me a sec. Yeah, I'm trying to be as cozy as I can for as long as I can. Okay. Just give me a sec. Oh, yeah, that feels good. Oh, that feels good. Hold on. Let me fix my shorts. Hopefully you guys don't see nothing down here. Okay, we're good. Okay. All right, we're good. Now, I should be able to scroll down with my left hand. I should be able to do this. Let me just kind of nudge this a little bit. Now I need to put this down here. Perfect. 279. Oh, perfect. All right, this is cozy. Can't you read on your phone or something? That way you can lay back and still see clearly. I could read on my phone, but the thing is, it's going to take me a while to get used to it again. I could try reading from my iPad. I'll think about it. Let me try like this. Well, I mean, I can still see perfectly, like right here. I can still hear it. I can still see it. I mean, if I did have my iPad, I could read perfectly. I'll just have to hold the mic. He has unk eyes. I have unk eyes. Yeah, so I have my font size pretty big on my PC right now. Well, here, let's read for now. Let's see how it goes. Needs font size 89. It's more like at 69. Chill, guys. It's not that high. Does that and forgets to look at chat for 30 minutes? Probably. All right, let's keep reading. Next chapter. Chapter 879 is called Dual Purpose. Upon hearing Merrick's questions, Klein picked up the piece of paper with a symbol that summoned the roads and shook it as he wiped away his smile. He said in all seriousness, "Tell me the details process for creating a pharaoh mummy." For creating a pharaoh mummy in the ancient highlands. I'm dropping all my shit. Oh my god, this is so bad. I'm just trying to put my feet in a very cozy position. Tell me the details process for creating a pharaoh mummy in the ancient Highlands Kingdom. As he said that, the piece of paper was engulfed in scarlet red flames, turning to ash. Merrick glanced at Sharon and replied after some thought. I have to tilt my screen a little bit. And said after some thought, first step, lay down. I didn't move my camera, right? Okay, no. First step, lay it down for 3 to 5 days and use some auxiliary methods to make the Beyonder characteristic naturally seep out and not become a sealed artifact from fusing with any parts of the pharaoh's body. Second step, hold a cleansing ritual, place the corpse on the altar, pray to the chain god, and hope that half of the deceased spirit remains in the body. Half? This won't affect the return of the son of the god, and it can allow. Fifth step, stuff the perfumes and medicine inside again. Arrange some preparations for the ritual, the corpse surface, then wrap it up in the linen bandages before putting it into a sarcophagus. I don't know what that is. Is there a lag? Uh-oh. I'm gonna read another minute. Tell me how bad the lag is. Sixth step, the organs which were handled into a similar manner as the fourth steps will be used as materials for the ritual. Lag? It's easy fault. Yeah, we back? Okay, we're back. He used as materials for the ritual. They will be placed in the four corners of the sarcophagus. I can't say that word. Likewise for the brain and bodily fluids, the former will be dried into mush, mixing in with the latter, and the sarcophagus will have some preserved circulatory tract that mimics the deceased state before death. This can gather spirituality from the spirit world and the surroundings, making the pharaoh mummy an ingredient rich spirituality. Even after more than a millennium, it can be made into rather powerful zombie. Sounds like it has nothing to do with the enhancing of one's ability in that area. I wonder how many Afrocaries? I can't read this word. Afrocaries? Wait, sarcophagus is the pharaoh's coffin, the one with a face on it that make the god precious gems. Oh, thank you, Cammy. Okay. I wonder how Afrocarius turns such a, what is this word? A person who prepared and sold medicines and drugs. Apothecaries. Why can't I say this word? Got it. Turn into such rot into the miracle. Yes, there seems to be a difference in the way Egyptian mummies are made on Earth. The level of mysticism involved is a lot greater. Klein finished listening carefully and quickly analyzed it. If there was anything that could be used as part of the plan, regardless, Tuntanci's II's mummy is something with extreme research value. Unless it's necessary, no one is willing to destroy it. Klein fell into deep thought for a moment before looking at Sharon, who was returned onto her high stool chair. He asked with a solemn expression, "What's the furthest distance you can travel with Mirror's Blink?" Sharon sat and answered without hesitation, 300 meters, 900 feet. That's far enough, much better than my flaming jump. However, that is expected. After all, a Wraith's main train is to come and go without detection, while flaming jump is just part of the magic show. Not bad. This can be used. Klein couldn't help but inwardly make a poignant remark. Although he once had a Wraith marionette, he didn't know the limits of Mirror Blinks, because before it could reach its limit, it would slip out from his control radius. Once it happened, the marionette was equivalent to a dead object. The blink would fail midway. Klein asked a few more questions and formulated a general plan. After looking at Sharon and Merrick separately, he said with a great steady tone, "We still have a chance of snatching the Tuntanci's II's mummy away. This is a risk, but it won't be high. Yes, that's the one condition, that the two of you listen to my instructions. Let me lead this operation. Of course, if you believe that it's unacceptable, you can choose to terminate the operation midway and choose to return. That's your freedom. Just remember to pay me." If this was the past, Merrick wouldn't reject the proposal without thought. He and Sharon were considered very experienced in mid-sequence Beyonders, so he could listen to a newly advanced Beyonder who had once sought their protection before, but after the previous cooperation efforts, the intelligence, adaptability, and mysterious items Sherlock Moriarty possessed had left a deep impression on Merrick. He couldn't help but consider him as his equals. Damn. When news of Gurman's Sparrow continuously reached Backlund, he had been shocked, being even more convinced that he was one of the strongest Beyonders below that of a high-sequence Beyonders. In mysticism, this was a form of authority when it came to Beyonder combat. Since he possessed authority, it meant abiding by it. He can still teleport. Mary recalled that Sherlock Moriarty appeared, and he had a strong sense of confidence bolstered within him. Perhaps there was a chance of success. He turned his head and looked at Sharon. The two nodded in unison. "All right," Sharon responded, her blue eyes not showing any signs of hesitation. Klein immediately revealed a smile. "I'll go into the specifics when we rendezvous at the scene. Apart from the defining the problems and attaining a more accurate account of the situation, his deliberate appearance, using traveling and providing a secret existence to obtain intel, was also to establish his image. It boasted the way that he viewed him, giving him the ability to be in charge. As a marionette, even without a marionette for the time being, he had to control others to complete a trajected act. To Klein, this operation was partly to help Sharon and Merrick, but he also had hopes of using this grand act and his directing of puppets to further accelerate the digestion of his potions. It had to be said that the immense pressure of Amal's appearance in Backlund and his recent interactions with spectators had allowed the marionetteless him to greater understand the marionette's principle he had previously concluded. With his marionette as a leader, he could control his enemies to put on the act in real life. I didn't pause the recording, did I? Okay. His current idea was, even without a marionette, he could use his dominance language in the settings he desired, or a combination of these factors, to control his target, putting up a puppet act in real life. Marionettists were only controlling spare body threads, and what he did previously was merely a small attempt. Just like a mod, a simple appearance is enough to put many matters into motion. It makes me plans and routes appear to be waiting for him to signal with a wave of the conductor's baton. Klein slightly sighed as he heard Sharon and Merrick answer in unison. "Okay." In the evening at Prince Harbor, there was an elegant gas street lamps made of black metal bottle. They illuminated various street lamps with the light they emitted. At this moment, most of the ships had moored, since silence was the main turn of the area. At the top of a warehouse, there were many wooden crates circling an area. 3 figures suddenly appeared from the void. They were none other than Sherlock Moriarty in the formal suit and top hat, Merrick in his white shirt and black vest, and Sharon, who always wore a black bonnet and regal dress. With the help of teleport, they directly traveled from Backlund all the way here. There was quite a distance between them and the dock where the ship that carried the Tuntanci's II mummy was moored at. Klein pressed down with his right hand at the bottom of his feet, stepped on the wood. He nimbly leapt over the crossbar and, like wandering on the flat ground, quickly arrived by the wall. There's a tiny air vent here. Is he going to go through the air vent? He then took out the telescope provided by Sharon. He looked at the dock based on the intel. Okay, recon. All the building roofs were occupied by soldiers with stem packs and thick-barreled rifles. They patrolled the area and were alert of their surroundings, prepared to shoot any trespassers who dared to come near. Only one warning was to be given. Apart from them, there was a few exaggerated robots and monsters parked around the dock. They were entirely metal, and their heights had exceeded that of giants. At that moment, Cold Machine's guns could rotate, and a steam chimney stood erect. The bottoms were grayish white in colors, with many parts exposing rivets, nuts, and gears. Oh, I have rivet. Look, I have rivet right here. Look, a rivet cameo. I have a rivet plushie. I lost my place. Shit. I'm gonna awkwardly pause the recording. Find my place. I found my place. Never mind. We don't need to pause. I was lying. They looked rather crude. In addition, in front of the robots was a very thick cannon situated underneath. It were 2 rows of metal wheels with rubber threads. They were obviously mattered, but Klein couldn't see what they were making. It was impossible to determine if they were beyonders or not. Close to these steel monsters above the dock was a dark black metal tower standing at the height of more than 10 meters. It had a complicated pulley system that seemed to lack any sophistication. Dropping down were steel cables and a hook. On the surface, it doesn't seem too simple, but it can be considered a high-level military operation. Klein retracted his gaze and threw the telescope to the approaching Merrick so that he could observe the situation. Before they started taking action, they had come to an agreement. It was to not use the beyond our powers, relying on mysticism methods to spy on their target to avoid the soundings of an alarm. After all, it was very likely that a demigod was lurking in the dock district. Of course, I'm sensing a fight. I'm sensing another harbor fight. Okay. You can send links. No, it doesn't. Of course, Klein had adjusted the powers, recording inside Creeping Hunger. He had matched Paper Angel with Hurricane instead of Lightning Storm. It's pronounced us, not os. After Sharon was kept up to date with the situation, Klein, who was standing by the wooden frame, revealed a seemingly relaxed smile. We only have one purpose today. It is to make an attempt if there's a chance. If there isn't, we'd rather observe by the side and even evacuate ahead of time. Any questions? No, Sharon calmly replied. Merrick shook his head, expressing the same intel. Klein nodded and looked at Merrick. How many mirrors have you brought? 9. Merrick showed his preparation as he pondered his points. These also count. All right, Klein pointed in the direction. When I leave you, you are to head to Pritz Harbor. Along the way, throw these mirrors. Merrick gaped as though he wanted to ask why, but soon he understood Sherlock Moriarty's intentions and nodded seriously. I'll follow your instructions. Klein smiled as he extended his hand in midair. I hope for a pleasant partnership. Merrick hesitated for a second before extending his right hand to struck palm with him. After doing this, the tense feelings in him felt relieved for some reason. Klein turned to Sharon, took out the iron cigar case, and passed it to her. Take this. After receiving my cue, fly towards the lighthouse. Following that, silently count down for 3 before removing the wall of spirituality. During this process, as well as after it's completed, you must not stop flying. Try to fly as irregularly as possible, regardless of the methods employed. Goose is not pronounced as Gus. When you see me create fireworks, immediately isolate the cigar case with wall spirituality and do a mirror blink in the Merrick's direction. Use everything you have. After you meet up, flee all the way without waiting for me. I'll teleport to you. On the core items in the operation tonight was a Zig's copper whistle. Stealing the Tutansi II's mummy is difficult, but I can get it if you run towards me. Oh, it's going to be a good one. Walls closing in. I know. I felt it, Cammy. I felt it. Walls closing in is coming right up, dude. All right, let's listen to that song. Oh, I almost hit stop recording like a dumbass. Music change? I know. I already know there's a music. Oh, shit. I already know we need music change. I feel it in my core. Get it? I feel it in my soul core. Did you guys understand that Shadow Slave reference? Yeah. Ugh. Wait, why are we talking about Magoose? That's the sound. Guys, just move on. W2F, a downwards. It is not. The example they use for the vowel is Gus, not above. Well, it's okay. If there's a mispronunciation, I think it's okay. We can let that slide. Walls closing in. Should have it here at the bottom. Why don't I have it? Let me get the song ready. Why don't I have this in my playlist? Give me a sec. Let me add it to my playlist. Okay, perfect. All right, now it's in my playlist. It's at the very bottom. All right, we're gonna loop this bitch. Oh. I finished my coffee, my dumbass. All right. 880. Damn, 880. Damn. Timestamp? You might be tweaking. No, it's okay. If there's any disagreements, I hope we can put that aside. It's okay. I hope we're chill. We can be chill about it. If there was a disagreement early in chat, I'm not sure exactly what the disagreement was. I think it came down to pronunciation. All right, here we go. 880. Chapter 880 as we play Walls Closing In. I need to put on both earbuds so I can hear it perfectly. The Silent One. After hearing Sherlock Mario's plan, Sharon didn't say anything apart from nod her head once in agreement. Klein immediately took out a steel. I'm gonna put this to kind of prop this up a little bit more. Klein immediately took out a steel gray metal mask and wore it, only revealing his eyes and nostrils. Similarly, Sharon and Merrick wore similar masks as well. However, they had different reasons for the disguise. For Rafe and Zombie, it was solely to prevent themselves from being recognized by the lone military, thus curtailing their ability to be active in backland. As for a Faceless, the act of wearing a mask hid his pathway's trait of being able to change appearances. Oh, okay, that's a good way. It was a form of misdirection from the lone military in the Rose School of Thought. Subsequent investigation, after all, they would follow normal logic since your face was fake to begin with. Why would you do an unnecessary act of wearing a mask? That is a good cover-up. Okay. After waiting for a while, a dull whistle sounded as a ship cruised into the port of darkness. Klein returned to the vent, raised his telescope, and cast his gaze at the heavily guarded harbor. He soon saw a hybrid sailboat with a chimney slowly down its dock. Meanwhile, the two squads of soldiers in the red tops and white pants ran over in ordinary fashion with rifles in hand before standing on the other two sides of the path. Before long, a gangway was lowered and people from the ship began alighting. First were sailors carrying wooden crates. Following that, it was a young man dressed in a major uniform. He held a small casket made of crystal with a heavy expression. Surrounding him was several members of the ship's crew. The crew were holding lanterns illuminating the casket from various angles, thus accentuating what was inside. It was a human skull without any flesh or blood. Oh, the last time we saw a human skull, shit went down. Okay, it was a human skull without any flesh and blood. It had a strange luster swirling under the light. The ground moved at a rather slow speed, as though they were constantly taking notes of the angles of illuminating to not leave any dark spots. After they got off the ship, they followed the path to the nearest cargo rail, where a steam locomotive was waiting for them like a giant serpent. In the cabin behind him, a man in the black formal suit walked out. He was carrying a huge iron bucket, and diagonally above, one could see that it contained layers of ice blocks. For a second, Klein nearly imagined that there was a bottle of wine inside the ice blocks, just like how alcohol was presented among high society and high-end restaurants. However, he soon saw what was embedded in the ice. It was a hand made purely out of gold. A hand made out of gold? Unlike the grounded people, the man carrying the bucket moved very quickly. Beads of perspiration kept dripping from his forehead as the contact between his palms and the metal surface produced mist. He seems to be worried that the ice would completely melt before he arrived at his destination. The military managed to plunder quite a number of sealed artifacts, and the Star Highlands, Poss Valley, and Hagenti Plains. Klein sighed poignantly as he patiently waited for the Tutansi II sarcophagus to appear. Damn, I keep saying it wrong. Another 10 plus minutes passed when situated in the distance. Klein, Sharon, and Merrick heard heavy footsteps. It was like a giant walking over a hollow deck. The last time we fought a giant was that one giant that was guarding Lenevus and Father Utrowski. Right on the heel of that, the cabin's side door opened. 4 knights in black full-body armor carried a golden the coffin. They carried a golden coffin as they slowly walked out. Their footsteps clinked and clanked, reverberating. The sacrificial surface was engraved with symbols like strange birds, serpents, and feathers, and masks. It appeared ancient and mysterious, with the richer flair of the ancient Highlander kingdom. It was none other than the Tutansi II mummy resting beside. And just put one deck. I feel like this is better. Some of the metallic chains grinding against each other sounded as a pitch black metal caspain slowly rotated, lowering the steel cables and hooks down. People began securing them against the corners of the Tonsis II sacrifice. Then a complicated gear system began operating as a heavy coffin was hung up, moving towards a topless carriage outside the harbor. The 4 black full-bodied armored knights had the pressure of them. They have pressure? They had the pressure of them relieved as they sat on the deck, letting out the heavy panting. Amidst the panting, one of the knights suddenly grunted, and a crevice of his armor, dark red blood streamed out of its increasing amount. Wait, dark red blood streamed out an increasing amount. This is reminding me of the blood armor that Leonard used. Towards the end, but it was like gray armor. Towards the end, tiny black armored worms began crawling out of it. Thud? What the fuck? The knight fell backwards, his helmet falling off, revealing mangled flesh and a head whose eye sockets were empty. Countless black armored worms crawled out. Ugh. A hex. Tuntansis the mummy is a manifestation of the hex is itself. Even when wearing armor with augmented blessings, it's unable to completely avoid being cursed. Klein sighed silently as he cast his gaze to the golden coffin, which was being slowly lowered out into the carriage. The carriage outside, with a harbor that didn't have any horses standing around the carriage, were 4 knights in the same outfits as the ones before. So now there's 8 knights in total, 7 knights after the one that fell. With the coffin landing, they approached the carriage in preparation to pull it off. At this moment, the wheels of the carriage suddenly began spinning as it maintained its balance and began moving towards the side. At this moment, it seems to come to life. Klein's mind tensed up as he cast his gaze turned intense. Paw, paw, paw. The wheel spun rapidly, slamming into the rocks, logs, and stepped onto the regular path. The carriage without any horses dragged the golden coffin as it moved towards an empty spot in the harbor. This scene looked like a scene as described in a horror story. Close to the harbor, a steel monster with a chimney cannon and machine gun turned around as a deep voice was heard from inside without any obstacles. Possession is prohibited here. Just as this was said, the carriage, which was moving by itself, lost its drive. After drawing out 2 long tracks, it suddenly came to the halt. At the same time, a figure wearing a white robe with golden threads was outlined in midair. He had pale yellow curled hair with his eye sockets clearly recessed. His face was thin to the bone. This was a middle-aged man with mixed heritage from the southern continent and... Who is this? Is this Sua? This was a middle-aged man with mixed heritage from the southern continent and northern continent. His brown eyes had irresistible malfeasance and madness. His rather thick lips were pierced with dense patterned golden nails that sealed his mouth. What? He exuded a sinister and terrifying feeling. Is there artwork on this guy? According to Sharon and Merrick's description of the characteristic portrait, Klein instantly recognized him as the important member of the Rose Skull thought, it's fucking Sua. One of the leaders of the Highland Rebels Army. Oh, no. It's one of the leaders of the Highlands Rebel Army, Mahmasi, who had the nickname of the Silent One. Just as Mahosmi appeared, he cast his gaze to the steel monster that had issues they command. He completely ignored the Tuntansis II's coffin that was staying put diagonally beneath him. His previous attempt was apparently to determine the location of the Lowen's military demigod. In a snap, Mahmasi raised his right hand and pulled at the corner of his mouth. The golden nails that pierced through his lips shot out like bullets as they no longer sealed his mouth. Following that, Mahmasi opened his mouth. Klein didn't hear any sounds, nor did he see any light. He discovered that a gigantic chariot seemed to warp like it was melting. In a blink of an eye, it had transformed into a goat? A goat with glazed eyes. Look at him. What a glazing goat. A goat with glazed eyes and a messy wool. With a spurting sound, blood spewed out from the goat's abdomen as blood of flesh rolled out, embedding it with a white glove and a golden mask. A beam suddenly shot out from the flesh, cleaving through all the chaos and evilness. The squirming flesh and blood began forming a humanoid figure, returning to its original appearance. It was a black-haired, golden-eyed man with a mask. At this moment, Mahmasi raised his palm, causing all the guns and cannons that were aimed at him to rise into the sky as they shot into the air. Then he took out a cloth doll. The doll seemed to be made of cloth. They were obvious stains and specks of blood in the eyes. Its eyes had been dug out, leaving 2 empty holes. The moment it saw the light, its face began transforming. Its target reference was none other than a demigod from the Lowen military. Its eye sockets were aimed straight at the man and the golden mask. When the Lowen military demigod saw this, he immediately made his ring on his right hand emit a crystalline beam of light as he vanished from his spot, phasing to the back of the Mahmasi. However, the doll's transformation didn't stop at all. Meanwhile, to the side of Tuntanzi II sarcophagus, the space around it warped as a translucent mouth spanned more than 10 meters was outlined. The mouth suddenly opened as it sucked in, creating a terrifying gale that swept up the coffin and the carriage together. It just sucks it in. It was suspected to be a spirit world creature. It was about to devour the Tuntanzi II mummy's coffin. Suddenly, the bullets and cannonballs that shot into the air turned brilliant as they gathered together, transforming into the grand sea of light and inundated everything. Is it going for the spirit world creature? Klein felt a stabbing pain in his eyes, and even though he closed them, tears still flowed down. 2 seconds later, he opened his eyes again and saw the spirit world creature that was only a gigantic mouth had disappeared. This reminding me of the mouths that the clown made in the harbor fight in episode 3, but just a lot bigger. Disappeared. Tuntanzi II's golden coffin remained sitting silently on the other carriage. Balmasi's figure had blinked away to the other end of the harbor thanks to the metallic surface. The dirty doll in his hand had been restored to its original form, while the masked golden-eyed man did a short distance teleport as he engaged in tight pursuit. And the spot where the two were originally standing, a female figure in a black evening gown appeared. She too was wearing a golden mask, and on her head was a crown folded from thorns. On the crown, pure light quickly swirled, amassing an ocean. However, it was in a dim state. At this moment, Klein saw a hand wearing a black glove. It was hidden in the shadows, reaching out as it grabbed at the coffin where Tuntanzi II mummy was stored. The coffin suddenly vanished, appearing right in front of the palm. The rose skull of thought hadn't sent one demigod. Oh, 2 demigods. The other one has to be Sua. But 2, furthermore, they brought it with a sealed artifact from the Marauder pathway. Upon seeing this, Klein immediately turned his head and shouted at Merrick, "Run." Merrick had been awaiting his order, so he leaped up at the moment he heard that, rushing out of the warehouse and dashed fervently out of the harbor. Klein immediately turned around and yelled at Sharon, "Begin." Sharon didn't hesitate as well. Holding the iron cigar case, she flew towards the lighthouse. As a wraith, the walls and obstacles along the way were non-existent. The commotion she and Mary created had probably been detected, but it was far from the harbor and far from the battlefield. No one paid attention or bothered. Klein quickly retracted his gaze, extending his left hand and aimed his palm at the ventilation hole. Oh, from earlier. Right where Tuntanzi II golden coffin was. In less than a second, the blurry book materialized before him as an ethereal distant chant sounded in his ears. "I came, I saw, record." The pages flipped before landing in one page, Hurricane. This was demigod level beyond her power that had a wide area effect. Oh shit, dude. All right. Next chapter, 881, dude. Here we fucking go. Let's keep reading, dude. All right. This is fucking good. Now, I'm gonna go turn on the kettle. I'll be right back. I'm gonna turn on my kettle as quickly as I can. Hold up. Oh, this is getting good, dude. All right. Hey, play. Let me just do my timestamp. 2:33. 41 seconds. Copy paste. All right. I'll be right back. Let me just turn on my kettle. And if the water is still hot, I'll just make it right away. Hold up. I'm gonna take my phone so I can message you guys just in case. I'll be right back.
Oh. Oh. So my coffee's not ready. When it's ready, I'm gonna get a quick phone call and then I'll go outside and go get my coffee. But here we go. So, damn, how many chapters have we read? We started at 67. So I think this is a pretty good pace so far. So there's gonna be a quick pause in between the stream while I go get my coffee. Just know that. Let's read for now. Chapter 881 is called A Play. The Rose School of Thought's demigods who was hiding in the shadows wore a hooded black robe and a golden mask. Oh, the golden mask, the one that was given missions to Shio since Volume 2. Golden mask. Hold up, wore a hooded black robe and a golden mask with red and black patterns smeared across it. Wait, no, I didn't have this. His figure couldn't be made out, but he was definitely not short, standing at the height of 1.8 meters. He used Marauder's Pathway sealed artifact to steal Tuntansi II coffin and placed it before him. Immediately, his body phased away and drew out the extended form as though he had turned into a thick, long, and soft rope. We have come to an agreement. The pronunciation of... Okay, we found the... I got it. The proper pronunciation is called It's a fucking sarcophagus. I'm so fucking dumb. It was a sarcophagus this entire time. It was a sarcophagus this entire fucking time. I didn't even... Look. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, that's what you guys are arguing about? Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. There are so many words that I know how to say. But like in my everyday life, living here in United States, I do not spell out the word sarcophagus. No, I know what's a sarcophagus. Like, it's just, I'm telling you, it's like, there are words that I don't spell out. So it's like, I don't know how to spell sarcophagus. I don't know how to spell the word sarcophagus, but I know what's a fucking sarcophagus. You guys must think I'm a fucking idiot. Like, did this bitch not know how to say sarcophagus this entire fucking time? Like, this bitch knows how to say sarcophagus, but he can't read sarcophagus. You see, look, man, you don't get this. Yeah, ain't no streamer does it how I do it. Ain't no other streamer does it like me. Oh my god. He used the Marauder Pathway sealed artifact to steal Tuntansi II's sarcophagus. Wow. Placing it before him, immediately his body phased away and drew out. And I feel like I gotta reread this whole volume now. I feel like I gotta reread this whole part since freaking sarcophagus was mentioned. Holy shit, man. People must think I'm really dumb. I mean, I am. I'm sorry I couldn't pronounce it. An extended form as though he had turned into a thin and long and soft rope. This transparent and nearly ethereal rope quickly bound the heavy sarcophagus into a bid to bring it into the spirit world. At this moment, a strong gust of wind started on the Rose School of Thought demigod's ears. They clashed into the air, forming an explosive boom-like stir. Boom. Tuntansi II golden sarcophagus was sent flying as a transparent rope around and an unfilled shrinking back into the humanoid form. Oh shit, dude. This Rose School of Thought demigod floated diagonally downwards in an uncontrolled manner before turning into a wraith, no, an evil spirit form. He allowed his intense wind to blow through his body without making any additional movements. He saw eddies in the air. This is one thing, let me look up. I don't know what eddies are. I'm thinking eddies, and I'm thinking of the currency from Cyberpunk. A circular movement of water counter to main current, causing a small whirlpool. Oh. He saw eddies in the arrow swirl up rapidly as an unrestrained hurricane suddenly appeared. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, it's spinning. Sweeping up the rocks, gravels, trash, and parts of the harbor's roof into there, even with the carriage, which had been autonomously moved before he flew up because of its proximity. It was torn into pieces amidst the strong wind, seemingly lucky, but in fact, as an expected outcome, the shadows where the Royal School of Thoughts demigods was hiding didn't have any lone soldiers and was far from the main path.
The lady in the black evening gown and crown of thorns was obstructed by the hurricane as her body involuntarily wavered backwards. She was unable to immediately rush to the golden sack. I almost said it the other way, sarcophagus that had been thrown up into the air, and she could only use her momentum to turn her body sideways, causing her gaze to a warehouse that stood far away outside the dock district. Immediately after that, she turned her head to look at the Rose School of Thought demigod because he wasn't affected by a hurricane. Confinement. The lady, who was also wearing a golden mask, raised her left hand and grabbed at her enemy's finger within her sights. The Rose School of Thought demigod had formidable spiritual intuition, and he sensed the danger with help of his spiritual intuition. He did a mirror blink ahead of time, leaping onto the piece of glass about 80... Fuck, that's far away. Leaping onto a piece of glass about 80 meters away? 240 feet away? Okay, at this moment, the hurricane seemed to stabilize as it rapidly calmed down. The items that had been swept up from the ground, including the golden sarcophagus that contained Tuntancius II, bang. It slammed open and cratered as it completely broke apart after suffering the wrath of the hurricane. The lid at the top flew out, scattering the gold and gems that were sealed into the top two layers of the sarcophagus as burial items. Then the lower level of the sarcophagus tumbled up a few times, dropping golden boxes and jade containers that stored the desiccated organs. A corpse that was bound into yellowish-brown cloth tumbled out. Its surface was covered in a dark red, oily liquid. This was none other than that of the mummy created after Tuntancius II passed away. It was extremely thin, and its face had a golden mask with patterns covering it, just like the mask worn by the demigod from the Rose School of Thought. Embedded in its eye sockets were two abnormally pure... the hexes? Pure onyx gems. The moment the mummy appeared, the surroundings seemed to dim. The sarcophagus' main body stopped as a dark red liquid flowed out of it, soaping the nearby soil. What? When the Royal School of Thought demigod with the Marauder's Pathway sealed artifact saw the scene, he was enraged before he thought of something. The look in his eyes turned into a pleasant surprise. His figure vanished from the glass fragments, phasing into the two onyx eyeballs of Tuntancius II. Then he possessed the mummy in an attempt to pull it into the spirit world. Suddenly, he sensed that the mummy and his evil spirit vision had vanished. Simultaneously, the Tuntancius II mummy, with a slanted golden crown on its head, suddenly bounced up, turning its onyx embedded face towards the only lighthouse in Pritz Harbor. So it looks at the lighthouse. This pharaoh, which had been dead for centuries, produced an inhuman cry from its throat. Bound with yellowish-brown bandages, it freed its shriveled legs, screwed and ran. It's running away. The mummy's running away. It seemed to be running towards freedom, so it's running towards the lighthouse. But it had forgotten one thing. It was just a corpse. It should be lying down in silence. Tap, tap, tap. What the fuck? The Tuntancius II mummy finished accelerating just as it began. Upon seeing this, the lady with the crown thorns raised her hand, palm, and aimed at the mutated mummy. All the dead will receive their eternal peace. She then said a few words with an ancient Hermes. Bang. The Tuntancius II mummy exerted strength as its legs... Wait. The Tuntancius II mummy exerted strength in its legs as it leaped up, jumping into another direction, escaping the region that would make it enjoy its eternal rest. Doing so in a way that didn't adhere to a zombie's agility. This is reminding me of the freaking human anatomy thing that was running in Dandadan Season 1. Like, it just started running away. Like, oh, my wife, my girlfriend. He's, like, running to her, chasing her in the streets. That's what it's reminding him of, how, like, the mummy's just running. Oh, man. Further away, the black-haired, golden-eyed man who was pursuing Mamasi narrowed his eyes as his ring once again emitted a crystalline beam of Mamasi. I feel like I'm saying that name right. Freedom mentioned? Freedom! Emitted as a crystalline beam of light. His figure teleported in front of the mummy as he attempted to stop the deceased from moving away. However, Tuntancius II changed directions once again, charging out from a different angle. It kept changing its direction as though its goal was to approach the lighthouse by following its irregular route. Mamasi's heart stirred as his body suddenly vanished, flashing onto a piece of glass not that far away from the mummy. He used this as a springboard and finally appeared in the two onyx in Tuntancius II's eye socket. Although the Lowen's military demigod had restricted possession, the Highlands Kingdom Pharaoh was no ordinary item. It had some spirituality remaining. Seeing his partner succeed, the demigod with the Marauder Pathway sealed artifacts didn't hesitate to extend his black-gloved left hand, aimed it at the lady in the evening gown, and gripped his hand into the first into a fist before turning into a half circle. The lady immediately felt her thoughts go adrift for a second, following that she was bound tightly by her own gown. Almost at the same time, the lone soldier far away of the warehouse rooftops found it difficult to control their rifles as they aimed in the direction and pulled their triggers. Bam, bam, bam. The steel monsters with thick cannons and also unleashed their cannonballs at the lady. The golden-eyed demigod didn't attempt to save his partner. Instead, he looked at Tuntansa the second mummy, which had come to stop because of Mahmasi's possession. He gripped his right hand into a fist and waved it abruptly. Execution. What? No oil, no USA. Execution. A look of joy flashed past his eyes because it didn't matter if the mummy died again. But Mahmasi couldn't afford that. Elsewhere, just as the bullets and cannonballs were to hit the lady, they suddenly slowed down as though they had sunken into a quagmire formed of... Quagmire? Is that what it said? Quagmire? Into a quagmire formed of air. They were repelled by a power that stemmed from the laws. On the lady's head, the crown of thorns lit up suddenly, using up more than half of the accumulated ocean of light. The hooded rose school of thought demigod immediately discovered this as he vanished from a location far away from it, as though he was fundamentally wiped away. This also meant that he had arrived in front of the lady and saw her raise her hand. Gathered within her right hand was a pure condensed light. Oh, it's like a light. They transformed into a blazing spear that had two pure white wings sweeping out at its tip, enveloping the spearhead like an angel's embrace. The Rose School of Thought's demigod's eyes widened immediately as he heard the footsteps of death. He attempted to use mirror blink to leap forward, and he found the surroundings were sealed by the pure white wings. An intense sense of fear surged within him and inundated his reasons, making him abandon his resistance towards his roots to his being and strength. At this moment, a shrieking wail sounded as the lady's eyes temporarily turned turbid. The blazing sphere in her right hand diverted to the side as he failed to maintain its stability. It collapsed into a gorgeous blast of light as it swept up in the air like a hurricane. And in the vicinity of Tuntansa the second mummy, Mahmasi had stopped his possession. Beside him, a dirty doll fell to the ground. The doll's chest had a tear that nearly penetrated it. It stood up and his eyeless face seemed to come to life, turning abnormally warped and gruesome. It continued wailing with a shrieking tone, causing the nearby glowing golden eyes demigod to feel an invisible hand grabbed at its neck and kicked the struggling in midair. It was because of this doll's existence that Mahmasi wasn't executed. Likewise, the other Rose School of Thought's demigod wasn't struck by the blazing sphere. When the latter saw this, he immediately used Mirror Blink to approach the Tuntansa the second mummy that was still focused on moving in the direction of the lighthouse. He planned on using this opportunity to join forces with Mahmasi to achieve the goal of their operation. At this moment, the lady in the evening gown erased the distance, appeared in the direction above them. The crown of thorns on her head emitted the percent of light. She pressed down on her right hand and said, "This place will have the mysterious weakened and the real strengthened." Just as she said that, the blood-stained doll immediately lost its expression and stood shrieking. The golden-eyed demigod from the Lone Ministry finally had a chance to catch a breather. He forcibly pulled away the hexed hand. From the mummy? He pulled away the hexed? He forcibly pulled away the hexed hand that was grappling his throat. From that moment, their demigod powers rapidly declined as the attacks, because he grabbed the hex, that's why they declined. Their demigod powers rapidly declined as attacks that stemmed from reality were rapidly boosted. This also meant that the lone soldiers at the top of the warehouse and the steam chariot that was slowly approaching on its threads were the victors in this battle. To the lone army, this was a situation where their advantage was extremely amplified. Mahmasi and the other Rose School of Thought's demigods immediately reacted. One of them tried to possess the mummy, while the other attempted to pick up the eyelid dolls. They planned on escaping before their strength decreased to a certain threshold. Of course, the lady with the evening gown and the golden-eyed demigod couldn't allow the enemy to do as they wished. But just as they were about to take action, a light streak into the sky exploded into the dreamy fireworks. A light streaked into the sky as exploded into dreamy fireworks. Is it Klein? Right on the heels of that, two demigods felt their spiritual perception trigger simultaneously as they looked into the opposite directions. A hand wearing a translucent glove reached out from the void beside Tuntansa Golden Sacrilegious, grabbing a handful of soul. that was soaked with doctorated liquid. The liquid with a mixture of Tuntonsi II brain matter and bodily fluids. It was a ritualistic material used to maintain his spirituality, and the latter contained its bud. Mamasi and the royal school of thought demigod who wielded the seared artifact also looked over, and they happened to see a figure wearing a formal suit and top hat appear. This figure was bending his back to pick up the soul soaking with dark red liquid. During this process, he kept his right hand to his left breast as though he was bowing towards the demigods. Then, maintaining this pose, he looked up to reveal his metal gray mask face before rapidly fading away into nothingness. That is so... Klein is such a badass. He looked up to reveal his metal gray mask face before rapidly fading away into nothingness. That's sick. Okay, you have to explain why the mummy was running. That I don't get. I don't get that. I actually don't get it. Let me pause, update. I'm going to get my coffee, and then we will keep reading. Wait, that's the one thing I don't get. It was running to the lights from the lighthouse? Is that what it was? Is that what it was? That I don't know. It'll be explained? Okay, it'll be explained. It'll be explained. I assume it was following the lighthouse because it was giving off a light. Trolling demigods is Klein's Tuesday. You'll know? Okay, we'll know. 882. One sec. Oh, I think I fucking know what it was. Wait, I know what it was. Wait. I think I know what it was. Yeah, wait, I lied. Hold up. Let me record this. Wait, I lied. I think I know why the mummy was running. It was Klein. Klein turned the mummy into a marionette. That's what it was, right? He turned the mummy into a marionette and he had him run away towards the lighthouse. Let me go get my coffee. I think that's what it is. If it's going to be explained, I'll find out right now. But I think, now that I think about it, I think that's what it was. Corpses don't have spirit body thread, so no. Unless the hex has a spirit thread. Okay, here. Let me go get my coffee and we'll find out. One sec. I heard the kettle. The mummy is dead. You guys are right. You guys are right. The mummy is dead, so he can't control it. But we know things that aren't necessarily living can have one single thread. Maybe. I'll be right back. Let me go get my coffee. I heard the kettle.
for the next episode. Can't wait for Volume 5 and even more 6. Hell yeah, dude. If he does finish Volume 4 today, Wiz is in for a surprise. I'm sorry. When is the finale of Volume 4? You know what? You guys are getting me a little hyped up. Let me change my I'm a title. I'm gonna be like finishing Volume 4 today-ish. So just, you guys are hyping me up. Finishing Volume 4 today-ish. Oh. Okay. Hell yeah. Alright. Hell yeah. Alright, I'm fucking done. All of a sudden, I feel alive again. Your background mess is so beautiful. Your background mess? This isn't mess. This is all, as I like to tell my girlfriend, this is all chaotically organized, okay? Oh, you know what? I've actually never shown you guys all the way up here because I only have so much space to move my camera back. Let me show you a little bit. Let me show you my whole cabinet. Wow, my hands are really shaky. Hold up. I don't want to drop it. I don't want to break my camera because I have my coffee right under. Look. That's the whole corner. That's my weep corner. Look at that giant ass avatar figure I have. How did you manage to mess this line up? What line? Kind of fix this now. Dyslexia hit hard. I feel like it happens to all of us. We all have our moments. Not you, Easy? Oh, not me? Oh. Me? Oh. Oh my god, now my thing is crooked. Give me a sec. Thing right there. Is my camera crooked now? No, right? It doesn't look crooked. Alright. So my coffee, and we keep reading. And it'll cool down. Man, I still have to unbox all my shit from Anime Expo, man. Right behind this cabinet, I have more. I bought like 2 figures, and I bought a lamp from. I bought Calcifer's light lamp. It was pretty cool, from Anime Expo. Now we read. So we have about 60 chapters before we're done with this volume. Holy shit, dude. We might have to do an all-day reader again tomorrow to actually finish it. The full card must find its rightful place. Look, man, I have 2 full cards. This full card is gonna go in the physical volume. You mean this full card? Yeah, you mean this full card, right? Yeah, this full. Yeah, what I do want to buy, I want to buy like a little side thing that I can keep right here, where I can have my book. Or you know what? Unless I find a way to stick it, I have to find a way to kind of like stick it. This could work. Hold up. Oh, wow, I just realized I'm recording. Chapter 888 is called Core of Mischief. Give me 1 sec. I can fix this. Oh, wait, I said 888? Yeah, my bad, not 888. That's good. You can somewhat see the card. Check the official merch for Elotim. You can get a Mon's Monocule and official cards of Blasphemy and stuff. You guys need to send a link on general. Or... If you have that, Hope, DM it to me on Discord. I'll look at it right now. Wait, no, I lied. Sorry, we were stalling. We were setting up our full card right up here. But chapter 800. Oh, the official merch is on Amazon? I'll look into it right now. Chapter 882 is called Core of Mischief.
carrying the iron cigar case in hand while passing through the wall to leave the warehouse that she was hiding in. Sharon strictly followed Sherlock Moriarty's agreement. She used her state as a wraith to fly to the tallest building in Pritz Harbor, the lighthouse. Right on the heels of that, she silently continued down. 3, 2, 1. Before she could gather her thoughts, Sharon's ears resonated with an intense boom. The harbor in the distance seemed to be swept by a terrifying hurricane. Let me just make sure I have my timestamps. Yes, I do have it. Okay. She held the iron cigar case in her left hand as her nails suddenly grew sharp before stabbing it into the wall of spirituality, completely destroying the invisible isolation with an attack filled with a wraith's spirituality. A sudden gust of wind gushed outwards in every direction as Sharon suddenly felt her spirit body become augmented, and this stemmed from the item stored inside the iron cigar case. She wasn't affected by her curiosity, accustomed to restraining her emotions as she continued approaching the lighthouse at high speeds. During this entire process, she kept maintaining an irregular trajectory, occasionally lunging forward to the left or drifting upwards to the right. At times, she would rely on Mirror Blink to leap onto a different trajectory before continuing her approach to the target. This made it seem like she was dodging an invisible and terrifying enemy. But Sharon knew very well that nothing was chasing her, nor was she locked on by a distant attack. She felt as though she was performing in a one-man show without any opponents. However, she didn't have any doubts, nor did she waste any time to observe or wait. She pretended that within the air, her surroundings was a silent one Mahmasi of the lone military demigods, doing her best to dodge and slip past them. As her flight continued, Sharon's blue eyes, which were peeled towards the air, had a red stream of light reflected in them. It flew from above, suddenly blasting apart, turning into a beautiful firework that was a mix of red, orange, and yellow. Sharon immediately retracted her gaze, and she used her wraith's fingernails to spew spirituality and reform the wall of isolation. She leapt towards the path of Merrick that had laid. There were shattered mirrors placed at fixed distances in periodic manner. What? Shattered mirrors? With her dainty bonnet and black dress, her figure kept flashing to them as soon as she appeared inside Merrick's brown eyes. She then likely took a stride out of the iron cigar case in her hand, already encased with a wall of spirituality. Merrick and Sharon didn't converse, nor did they exchange looks with their eyes, as though they were being pursued by an invisible monster. They didn't dare stay put. Frankly speaking, they had a general idea about the role that each of their actions played. After all, Sherlock Moriarty had once attracted zombies to shadows with a copper whistle. As for Sharon's mirror's blink, the two of them knew its traits well. However, they couldn't imagine... Sharon's mirror blink. They knew very well... okay, that's what it was. Okay. I sent link in general. Okay, we'll look at it right now. Hell yeah. If you want, after this chapter, we'll quickly look at it. That way I can kind of save my voice and drink my coffee. They had no idea how to deactivate it with many... I skipped a line. As for Sharon's mirror blink, the two of them knew its traits well. However, they could imagine how everything would develop. They had no idea how to deactivate with that many secrets would be able to steal the Tuntansi II's mummy under the watch of a few demigods. It wasn't a situation where the mummy could run if it wanted. The demigods were bound to stop. At this moment, they saw a figure materialize. He wore a black formal suit and a half-top hat. His face was covered with an iron gray mask, and his hand was a handful of dark red soil and a dark brown book. It was none other than Sherlock Moriarty. Merrick immediately slowed down his pace as he allowed the detective to smear the soil onto the book before pocketing it and grabbing his shoulder. He surveyed the surroundings. However, he didn't discover the existence of Tuntansi II mummy. What did he find? Did it ultimately fail, having been mentally prepared for failure? He signed as he watched himself, Sharon and Sherlock Moriarty fade away and vanish from the spot. In the region where the demigods were fighting, the golden-eyed lone military demigod had an ominous feeling when he saw the gray-masked man bow before teleporting away. He felt that things had taken a drastic turn for the worse and the terrible, unpredictable outcome. He needs to be stopped. Although I don't know what he did, he needs to be stopped. Such a thought instantly surfaced in his mind as a golden-eyed demigod immediately activated his ring. He then used traveling against traveling, teleporting to the pursuing teleporting. Teleporting to pursue teleporting. Okay. However, in this short span of time, he realized that he was unable to lock onto the mysterious person's aura. In other words, he had neither created an interference at the demigod level or he had teleported somewhere very, very far away. Regardless of which possibility it was, it meant that any pursuit attempt would easily face failure. And more importantly, if he were to leave, leaving the lady to fend against Mamasi and the other Rose School of Thought demigods alone, they would be in an extremely dangerous situation. After all, the mysterious power in the area had not weakened to the point where the real firearms could possess a threat to the suppressed selves. Besides, there haven't been any losses yet. The mummy is still around, with a person only taking away some soil rich in spirituality. And the golden eye demigod swept his gaze at the Tutansi the second's mummy, who was standing blankly in its spot before casting his gaze back at Mosley. Suddenly, the mummy, wrapped in yellowish brown bandages that were soaked in dark red liquid, had vanished from the four demigods' spiritual perception. The mummy had vanished without any warning. For a second, Mamasi and the other demigods felt as though they had watched interesting magic show, or fully digest, maybe. Interesting magic show or play with a mischievous element in it. But sadly, as demigods, they couldn't tell how it was done. Moments later, having lost their target, Mamasi and the other Rose School of Thought demigods didn't hesitate to make their figures fade away in a bid to escape via the spirit world. The golden eye demigod and lady tried hard to stop. After 2 teleports, Klein returned to the 2-bedroom apartment in Backland, which they had rented ahead of time with Sharon and Merrick. "I will pay you based on what we agreed upon," Sharon said as she found her footing. At the same time, she returned Charlotte Marty the iron cigar case. They had previously agreed that regardless of the outcome, Sharon would provide him with the information regarding the Spirit World Plunderer. If they succeed, she would pay another 3,500 glowing gold coins or 5,000 pounds. Klein received the iron cigar case, which had corrosive signs on its surface. As he held it in his hand, he sensed a Zig's copper whistle lightly jump inside. He quickly put it away and gave Sharon and Merrick a smile. "Might I trouble you to wait outside? Give me 5 minutes." His tone is very firm. It's as if he has succeeded. What can he do in 5 minutes? It's impossible for him to teleport again and bring back the Tuntansis, the second mummy. This would be more dangerous and more difficult than before. Merrick filled with puzzlement as his footsteps moved with an obvious slow pace. As for Sharon, she floated to the wooden door which separated from the rooms and passed through it. Merrick quickly ran in his thoughts and followed closely behind the walking door. Klein maintained a smile as he watched them. Then he teleported to another cheap motel in Eastboro. He had disguised himself to rent the room in the afternoon. Right on the heels of that, he took out the book with a dark brown cover, which was stained with a dark red mud stains. It was Grozel's travels. As long as the blood still had remnants of spirituality and it hadn't coagulated. Oh, I thought it was freaking Layman's travels. I'm stupid. It was Grozel's travels. I'm an idiot. Why they can put the blood on it? I'm stupid. I was like, it was Grozel's travels this entire time. My dumbass, they go inside it when he puts blood on it. As long as the blood I'm so dumb. As long as the blood still had remnant spirituality and it hadn't coagulated, smearing it across the cover would allow the target to be pulled into the book world. Damn. He never gonna say layman? I still don't get that joke, username. I don't know what you're hinting at with that. And then, oh wait, am I saying it wrong? And inside Tutansi II's mummy golden sarcophagus, you see, at least I said that right. Sarcophagus contained such blood. It also meant that at this moment in time, the mummy was already in Klein's hand. Inside Grozel's travels, after hearing Merrick describe the procedure to making a pharaoh mummy, Klein had roughly come up with a plan. It was to use corpse attraction to a Zig's copper whistle as a spirit body threads. Wait. After hearing Merrick's description that produced to making a pharaoh mummy, Klein had roughly come up with a plan. It was to use the corpse's attraction to a Zig's copper whistle as a spirit body thread. He then controlled the mummy and used this marionette to lead the demigods away from the vicinity of the sarcophagus. He did this so that he could teleport over to retrieve the blood and create the necessary evil. So he was only able to do this through a Zig's copper whistle. So through a Zig's copper whistle, he was able to establish a spirit body thread. So it wasn't a literal marionette, but like it was like a semi-marionette through the use of the Zig's copper whistle. Not fair one bit. Okay, that's still badass though. He had never thought of directly taking the mummy away or getting it to run out of the harbor successfully. It wasn't pragmatic to think about it, as it would involve directly facing the attacks from the demigods. And even if he, Merrick, and Sharon were together, it will still be beyond their capabilities. It might not even work even if he spent a large sum of money to summon Miss Messenger Renette Tinker. Therefore, despite a Zig's copper whistle and the mummy's reanimation appearing to be the goal in the plan, it was in fact simply a method to manipulate and misdirect. This allowed the other actors to ignore the situation of the golden sarcophagus. This was a plot that even demigods couldn't fend off. This was because they were protecting the mummy and not the sarcophagus. They were targeting the high sequence beyonders from the Rose School of Thought and not the three who were loitering around him at a distance with unknown goals. Okay, that was a good plan. Damn. Klein's plan wasn't a plan that was highly interdependent. It was amazingly light and lean while still allowing the plan to be carried out, even though if there was a tiny accident. He had very few parameters he needed to take into account. As long as the hurricane successfully toppled and the sarcophagus, as long as Sharon followed his instructions and moved in an irregular trajectory, and as long as the military didn't have the manpower to easily finish off the Rose School of Thought demigods, all he needed was to wait for an opportunity to appear. After the demigods left the vicinity and the sarcophagus and the mummy wasn't possessed by the evil spirit, all he needed to do was teleport over and retrieve something that was soaked in the liquid before escaping. This didn't need him to worry about the exact developments of the demigod. He didn't care who gained the upper hand or who was injured. He also didn't need the taunted the second mummy to run to a certain distance to consider it a victory. As long as it started moving and becoming difficult to be caught, there wasn't any problem. Towards the end, his bow was partly to make it easy to scoop up the soul as a curtain call, and also partly to press Grizel's travels to his chest. And an accident happened, he could immediately pull it out and use it as a shield. It was precisely because of this that Klein could smear the blood-soaked soil across the cover just as he teleported. Everything ran as expected. The directing was quite a success. As Klein reflected over the matter, he felt his potion digestion accelerate. Completely? No, just accelerate. He didn't delay as he quickly set up a ritual. He sacrificed Grizel's travels above the Grey Fog, and then in his spirit body state, he brought creeping hunger, Zig's copper whistle, the soul Azur's beyond a characteristic. Wait, the soul Azur's beyond a characteristic, and Sharon's anti-hex golden bead into the book world. Anti-hex golden bead. We finishing today? I don't know, man. We got 60 chapters apparently. I don't know, man. I think we might gonna have to finish tomorrow. Maybe. We'll find out. We'll find out, Bullseye. That's why I put today-ish in the title. The ish gives me a +1, -1, you know? Next chapter, 883. Bet. Timestamp. 3 hours, 1 minute. And I'm still recording, so I have to fix my timestamp again. Hold up, 1 sec. 3 hours, 1 minute, 38 seconds. Beautiful. Bro, that's unfair advantage. I can't get 3rd rank that way. Some have been apparently farming for a while. Ish, ± a days. Yeah, ±2 days. Yeah. That's how you know we're near the end. Where'd I put 88? I'm sorry. ±2 business days. Okay, let me sip my coffee. Let me not strain my voice right away. And let me look at the Amazon stuff. Somebody said, please keep reading. What is that for? Give me a sec. Easy doing maths. You really seem to like 888. Yeah, I don't know why the fuck I keep doing that. How can you have a negative going back in time to finish? Not Amazon? Oh. Let me look at it. Vermilion shop. Okay. The Vermilion collection. Oh. Oh. Oh? Wait. Damn. Wait, this is good. Oh, I'll show it on stream right now. Oh, this is Blasphemy slate fridge. I can buy the Blasphemy slates and have them as a magnet. Lord of Mysteries collectible metal coins. Late Amon series handkerchief steampunk molecule. Okay. Wow, there's a lot of Amon shit. Hold up. There's a lot of Amon shit. Hold up. Show screen. They do good stuff. Okay, I'll show screen. I got it. I can buy a fucking pointed hat. Guys. I know where I'm shopping today. I think I know where I'm shopping today. I think I know where I'm shopping. I think I know where I'm shopping today. Guys, hold up. We had a really huge donation the other day. And YouTube did send the check already. So I think I gotta buy it. What do I buy? So I buy the monicule. I buy the monicule and the hat. Is that fair? Is it cool if I just buy the monicule and hat? Oh, that's a fuck $80 cane. Goddamn! What the fuck? Who the fuck do they think I am, Audrey? I'll just go to like a thrift store or something and find a cane there. Cards of Blasphemy. Do I get all of them? I get all the Cards of Blasphemy. I'm liking this pocket watch though. Ooh, that look good. Okay, wait, I'm recording this by the way. I don't know. Right now I'm feeling the monicule and the hat. I think that's safe to buy. Oh, what the? It's a neck strap tie? That's a pretty good tie. The cane is like 9 soli. You get more than all cards. 1 pound is like $100. Damn, man. Damn. Okay. We're definitely going to look into this stuff. All right. We're going to look into this. I'm going to keep this open on a separate tab. The loan currency. All right. Let's keep reading. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, man. Okay, let me do this. My legs. All right, 883. All right, peak merch, definitely. Peak merch, like this peak chapter reaction. Here we go. Chapter 883 is called Demigod's Appraisal. Okay? In the book world, just as Klein appeared in the city outskirts, he immediately took out the remnant parts of the dark red soli and picked up a withered branch. Using raw divination, he found the Tutantes the second mummy. He was worried that all the manifestation of hexes would harm the residents here. Although the book world didn't have any lack of sequence 5 beyonders, and the Tutantes the second mummy remained in a muddled state, having lost the stimulus from a Zix copper whistle, it was still a demigod when it was alive. The hexes that its corpse produced after his death were bound to be extraordinary. Even Klein himself didn't dare approach it if not for the anti-hex golden bead that Sharon had given him. Of course, Klein had also weighed in the consequences before deciding on using Grizel's travels to steal the mummy. His previous experience and the encounters of the others had proven one thing. Outsiders would not directly appear before the natives when they enter the book world. It required exploration before any contact was made. This was especially so far the first time. Therefore, Klein believed that the mummy was likely left somewhere uninhabited, and with this zombie's condition, it was likely to be engaged in a random walk. It would be difficult for it to explore in different directions autonomously like human elves or giants. This also meant that as long as he didn't drag it out, it wasn't likely for there to be any losses. I thought it said losers. Okay, losses. Furthermore, it had only been about 3 minutes since Klein smeared the blood-soaked soul across the book's cover. If you need any more convincing, I can send you the result art of the demoness card. Yo, let me see that one, bro. Let me see that one, bro. Let me see. I said, bruv. I was like, let me see that one, bruv. I mixed the word love and bro together, and I said, bruv. Let me see that one, bro. Send it my way. Let's send it my way. Following the direction led by raw divination, Klein flew towards a nearby mountain peak. Soon he came to a valley. At this moment, the Tutantes the second mummy, wrapped in yellowish-brown bandages and was dyed in red from liquids, had appeared. It was still wearing the golden mask with patterns across it. Its throat was letting out an inhuman sound as it rushed over with wide strides. The surroundings turned gloomy. At the same time, many incomplete animal carcasses tore away the soli covering them in the valley as they staggered towards Klein. Having his spirit body augmented by a Zix copper whistle, Klein immediately chuckled. What a warm welcome. He inherently threw away the branch and raised a blob of black matter. This was Soul Azur's Bionic characteristic, which he had released from the mutated vision of creeping hunger. At its core was pure shimmering light that looked like a night sky embedded with stars. Invisible waves spread out in turbulent manner at the surroundings, suddenly darkened as though night had fallen once again. The serene and peaceful feeling was accompanied by the fall of starlight. The animal carcasses first turned sluggish before collapsing, returning to the eternal rest. The mummy also slowed down its pace. Its motions growing slower and slower, but it didn't lie back down. Directly using a Bionic characteristic isn't very effective after all. Furthermore, the negative effects are nothing trivial. Klein couldn't help but cover his mouth with his left hand to yawn. He made creeping hunger turn pale and become dyed in a gloomy green. It used the power of a zombie to control the deceased in front of him. The two stacked beyond their effects finally calmed the mummy down. With embedded onyx's gems from eyes, it slowly walked to the Klein's side and stood there silently as though it was most of the professional servant. Unfortunately, it has hexes. From inside his spare body, Klein immediately took out a golden bead with styles of the ancient Highlanders kingdom. On its surface was deeply engraved bluish-green patterns. It came from Sharon and was specifically prepared for the Tutanti II mummy. It could effectively suppress and put the end to the hexes, otherwise he could be... I'm reading wrong. Otherwise, how could the Wraith dare to cast her sights on the Pharaoh's mummy? After twiddling the golden bead, Klein made the Tutanti II mummy open its mouth before stuffing the bed into the mask's gap where the mouth was. In just a few seconds, the gloominess of the surroundings vanished. After doing all this, he took a step forward and with spare body state possessed the mummy. Then, without any hesitation, he ended the summoning and returned above the Grey Fog. This mummy had already become his zombie, allowing him to release it just like he did with his former marionette. Sinner, there was no need for him to store it in his body. After doing a bestowment, the mummy, which was rich in spirituality, returned to the real world and arrived inside the cheap motel. After Klein cleaned up the traces, he reached out of his right hand and grabbed the mummy's shoulder and teleported back to the two-bedroom apartment where Merrick and Sharon were. But after taking a look at the oil-stained yellowish-brown bandages and the dark red liquid on it, Klein silently retracted his right hand and switched to using his gloved left hand. After holding the mummy's shoulder with his left hand, he immediately began to fade, and the effect quickly spread across... I feel like I can change the music already, but we'll finish the chapter. Across his body, and just as flash, Klein and the mummy had returned to the apartment from before. He was in a rush to open the door to present it to Sharon and Merrick. He took out his golden pocket watch and opened it. After another 36 seconds before its 5 minutes, Klein made the mummy pull out a chair and sit down leisurely. After a while, he finally heard a knock on the door. "Come on in," Klein replied with a smile as he controlled the mummy to walk over. When the door creaked open, the thin figure with a golden patterned mask and yellowish-brown bandages was reflected into the duo's eyes. The figure's onyx gem shimmered before it swiftly lay itself down on the ground. Momentarily, Sharon and Merrick were at a loss for words. It's like, how the hell did he do that? Yeah, what's up, dude? What's up? Having already used a wall of spirituality to isolate a Zig's copper whistle, Klein dispelled his control over the zombie and pointed it at it with a smile. "I'm leaving the rest to you, and that brings the curtain down for my directed play." Klein commented inwardly as he silently took in the sensation of his potion rapidly digesting. Damn. This made him believe that it didn't need to take him up until the end of the year to consider the potion, to consider the problem of advancing to the level of demigod. It might be expedited by 2 or 3 or even 3 months, so by October. Yo, what's up, dude? Furthermore, with the digestion, the number of marionettes he can control finally rose to 2. The maximum limits reached 200 meters. 600 feet away, 2 marionettes. Faced with enemies with the same level spirit body as his, gaining initial control over the target and completely converting them into a marionette was respectively reducing to 10 seconds and 150 seconds. Oh! You can turn them even quicker. 10 card and artwork, bet we'll look at it right now. The range had also been extended to 10 meters. You really succeeded. Merrick's eyes stared at the Tutanti II mummy as he couldn't help but mutter. He could never have imagined that they could have succeeded. Sherlock Moriarty had managed to successfully steal something from demigods and 2 terrifying sealed artifacts were vying for? I think it's a typo. I think it means eyeing for. Furthermore, this gentleman has previously returned empty-handed. Could it be that the mummy had delivered itself? Deep inside Sharon's blue eyes, her emotions were concealed and they were completely calm. She scrutinized the target. After confirming that it was the pharaoh mummy that it was Tutanti II, she cast her gaze to Sherlock Moriarty, who was seated with his legs crossed. She opened her mouth slightly before closing them. "Thank you. I'll mail you the corresponding payment. I'll wish you all the best in everything," Klein replied sincerely. He then silently had a poignant thought. If Miss Sharon can successfully advance to Sequence 4, it means I'll have an additional demigod level helper. That saying from the Foodaholic Empire is apt. Rely on your parents and home. Depend on your friends when out. The more demigod level friends, the merrier. Our Terror Club needs to develop more friends and reduce our enemies. However, my enemies seem to be ever increasing. I wonder if maybe she joins. Maybe she can join? However, my enemies seem to be ever increasing. Having thought of that, Klein exhorted them, "Be careful of being hunted down." The Tutanti II mummy had too many of the items in Lowen's military possession. It was very simple for them to use the Beyonder methods to lock onto it. Klein's paper angel interference was only effective for a limited amount of time. Of course, he believed that Sharon and Merrick were prepared, otherwise they wouldn't have thought of stealing the pharaoh's mummy. Likewise, he also believed that they could deal with the origins of the gray metal mask and special fireworks. If it's the nits, he would most likely say, it didn't cross my mind. Klein did a comparison with a particular hunter failure. I don't understand this part. Can swap back to song? Yeah, we should probably swap. Good catch. Let me change back as I sip my coffee. Let's play Caramorn. Let's play Caramorn. Oh, buying his work. He's saying Dantes is trash at being a hunter. Oh! I'm so glad I swallowed my coffee before I read that. That's fucking funny. That's what he meant? The goat mention? Okay. Let me find my place. How the fuck did I lose my place? I made it to... However, enemies seem to be careful hunting down. I lost my place. Let me find my place. Because they could deal with the origin of the Great Metal Mask. If the nits had made me likely across his mind, sure not intellect, not thank you for help. I accept back from my phone that he lets from disguise his remark during this process. Time my son this chair is bangly launched. Apart from the lone material. What? I lost my place. Damn, I actually lost my place. But thank you for clarifying that, Kami. That he was referring to calling the nits trash. Let me just read from here. Following that, he left the room, removed the disguise, and blended into the crowd at Eastboro. During this process, Klein remained sitting in the chair as he silently watched him leave. At some point in time, his figure also vanished. In the apartment near Pritz Harbor, the Loa military's golden-eyed demigods entered and said to his partner, the lady in the evening gown, nothing for now? That's expected. If he wasn't certain of success, the mysterious person wouldn't have come to steal the Tuntansi II mummy. The lady said in a heavy voice, however, we can relax our investigation scope. Those fireworks at the mask, those clothes, and the taunting bow should lead us to something. Let me loop the song. It's looped. She was certain that Tuntansi II's mummy loss wasn't done by the two rose skull thought demigods. If it was part of their plan, there would be no need for them to carry out the step only when there was in dire straits. They had almost failed to escape. The golden-eyed demigod nodded and said, I had a premonition that something would happen, but unfortunately, we didn't work with the churches for this operation. We didn't have enough manpower. He paused and asked, have you figured out what method the mysterious person used? The lady held up the crown of thorns and stabbed the thorn into her neck. As blood tricked down, she looked at her head. Perhaps the removing of the soul of the Tuntansi, the mummy bodily fluids, is a ritual. This is a very cunning fellow who's good at deceit. Ooh, shit. Yeah, the nits was definitely catching straight bullets in that conversation. Next fucking chapter, 884. Damn, man, we're on a roll today. We are on a fucking roll today, guys. Do you guys remember what's the most chapters I've read in a day? I don't remember. I think we're like 21 to 25, right? I think it was like 21 or 25. Hold up, chat. Artwork. I can check the artwork while I sip my coffee. That's a good idea. I don't want to lose my voice right away and read nonstop. Let me take some occasional breaks in between. Yo, man, that Amon hat and monocle is looking really fucking good, man. I'm not even gonna lie. That shit looks... We need the volume finished easy. Look, man, I can be live for like 9 hours max. 9 more hours max. I could do that. You guys think we can finish reading this shit in 8 hours? I'd hit around 20-ish. Okay. By the way, if you want the arts of the cards Klein has, Black Emperor and Tyrant, just say the word. Okay. I think we can look at it. Oh, I was like, Wiz hit me up. What's he saying? I thought he was gonna talk smack. Like, hey man, you should take some rest, man. You should like, you're gonna read too much, man. You're gonna hurt your voice. No. He was just being nice. Oh, I remember looking at this one. Yeah. I remember looking at this one. Okay, I remember looking at the result one. Okay, now I remember. Oh, what is this one of Klein? Bro, I can't be here. Sad shit. No, it's okay, Romero. I mean, you're still studying your exams, right? I remember you said that. Why is Discord not showing? There it is. Why the fuck is it all the way over here? Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Okay. Okay, that's good. I came home at like 11 p.m. after class. Oh shit, remember? I know. Right now you're grinding, right? No, it's okay, dude. I know. I'm sorry. Remember, old friend, how are you? 8 chapters per hour and we finished it. Okay, I think we're definitely gonna have to finish tomorrow, Varsh. 8 chapters an hour? It might have to be done tomorrow. Well, let's see how far we get today. Let's see how far we get today. Can't be awake at night now. I gotta sleep for class. Oh, that's what it is, remember? Okay. You should buy Adam merchandise for volume and discussion. Ooh, that could work. None. He's farming gotcha. Oh. Wait, what? Let me show this again. So these are the ones he currently has? So these are currently the cards of blasphemy we have. The Black Emperor and the Tyrant. Oh, that's badass, dude. That is sick. That's really cool, dude. All right, let's keep reading, man. Chapter 800 and what? Not 88. Chapter 884 is called Destined Encounter. The golden-eyed demigod from the Loan military nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's similar in style to certain fellows from the innocent diligence agencies. However, just seconds after he took it away the soul, the Tuntansi II mummy vanished. It's unlikely that he could complete a ritual in time. The lady looked down as I updated everything. I did not update this. Oh, I almost forgot my timestamp. Oh, I almost forgot my timestamp. I'm gonna just reread the chapters since we only read like a few lines. Oh, that is bad. I almost forgot that. 3, 13, 37. Why'd I put B? Hello, JK. Damn, this is gonna be a fucking long ass video, huh? Damn. It's gonna be a long video. Damn, boy, it's gonna be a long video. All right, let's just reread it because we almost went with our timestamps. Chapter 884 is called Destined Encounter. The golden-eyed demigod from the Lower Maritime nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's similar in style to a certain fellow from the Intis Intelligence Agency. To certain fellows? Who? However, just seconds after he took away the soul, the Tuntansi mummy vanished. It's unlikely that he could complete a ritual in time. The lady looked down at the crown of thrones and was embedded into her neck. Slightly slow to react, she said, perhaps he or they have already set up other steps of the ritual. Once he teleported back, he merely threw the soil onto the altar, completed the final step. Of course, it's not necessarily a ritual. It might also be a sealed artifact that achieves a certain effect with the help of bodily fluids. There are too many possibilities for this. Although sealed artifacts' main effects and negative effects mostly adhere to the sequence traits of 22 pathways, allowing researchers to barely come up with a hypothesis. Just like how everyone had different personalities, sealed artifacts were different. Perhaps due to fusing with objects and environments when formed, the possibility of existence of a high-level sequence aura or a cursed form from the original owner, that these resulted in all kinds of strange traits that made them not viable for testing. No one could imagine ahead of time the different permutations and to list them all out. The golden-eyed demigod pulled out a chair. It pulled out a chair and sat. This is very difficult to investigate, so we can temporarily not consider it. However, you miss out on a direction for the investigation. Do you still remember that hurricane? It swept the Tuntansi II's sarcophagus, causing the ritualistic item, which is also the bodily fluids, to leak out, and it's also caused the mummy to tumble out. This enabled the condition for zombifying it. In short, this established the foundation for the subsequent development, so it can be confirmed that this was done by the mysterious man or his helper. The turbousness in the lady's eyes grew faint as she slowly removed the crown of thorns. Do you mean that with the Church of Storms in control of the Sailor Pathway and the high sequence formulas and the Beyonder characteristics, there won't be many Beyonders or mystical items that can use hurricanes, thus this clue that we can follow to find their trail? The golden-eyed demigod nodded. Also, I remember that not long ago there was a case in Eastboro. The Aurora Order's Mr. X was assassinated. Damn, they're fucking smart, dude. This, I skipped a line. As I skip a line, do you mean that the church... Wait, shit. Also, I remember that I almost lost my place. Also, I remember that not long ago, there was a case in Eastboro. The Aurora orders Mr. X was assassinated at the gathering, and he convinced himself lightning storms and hurricane had been used at the scene. This garnered a lot of attention from the Church of Storms, and they have been constantly looking for clues. To have 2 hurricanes happen in the same area, and short people of time and not belonging to official organizations, this can't be a coincidence. I believe it can be preliminarily determined that there is a connection. The group of people who killed Mr. X and stole the mummy might be one of the same. We need to join forces with the Church of Storms and to investigate. The lady lowered the crown of the thorns and thought, that's a good angle. Also, from their goals and motives, we can figure out certain things. People who want to use a mummy as a zombie wouldn't take such a high risk by attempting a theft. I suspect to those people that Tansi's mummy is something they attach additional importance to, something that's key to a ritual. The golden-eyed demigod deliberated as he said, from the scene that one was carrying something special to attract the mummy was likely a wraith or had the corresponding mystical item. Combining the goal and motive, I have a theory. The lady's heart stirred as she blurted out, members of the Temperance faction that escaped from the Rose School of Thought. Damn, they figured it out. They figured out his American Shark. Members of the they were part of the Temperance faction within the Rose School of Thoughts before they like defected and left. Members of the Temperance faction that escaped from the Rose School of Thought. Yes, the Golden-Eyed Demigod nodded. Although the creation mummies is influenced by aspects like the faith in death and sun worship, despite the Rose School of Thought occupying a ruling position in Highlands Valley and other places, it hasn't forbidden such burial practices. This implies that mummies are of use to them. Perhaps this is a ritual requirement of one of the sequence. Upon saying this, he chuckled in a self-deprecating tone. There's another possibility to show off an act. That bunch of people might not really want the mummy. It just happened to satisfy certain conditions, giving them the opportunity to steal. Hence, they did a grand act. To some sequences or particular pathways, this is key to digesting the potion. Damn, they're smart. As a demigod, he was knowledgeable, so he naturally made many connections. The lady deliberated and said in a heavy voice, I suspect that it is not just one possibility, but a potpourri of reasons. We shall use this as a foundation for investigation. Backland Sherwood Borough, in a building near the Tussock Rivers, the silent one, Mosi, sat in front of a square table that had a tablecloth spread across it with golden nails planted on it, and said in a deep voice, Zatwen, who do you think stole the cadaver mummy? Not far behind it, a figure rapidly appeared on the piano bench. Piano? I'm getting PTSD, man. Volume 1. The figure wore a black clergyman's robe with a black glove on his left hand. His face was thin, and his skin color was brown. His eyes were recessed like a dried corpse. His mustache hair was black at the roots of the white outward. They extended from his mouth all the way to his ear. However, it wasn't thick and was rather short. It appeared rather sparse. Very smart conclusions. You know what? I'm going to do my best to learn how to play this piano I've had once to buy my cable, so I can play that piano song that's going to drop in like episode 2 or 8. No, my camera fault, I would know. I actually catch now when remember how back then my camera would slightly start nudging down? Now I catch it when it happens. And I lost my place, but it's okay. On the first floor, he saw a dark environment with shimmering candlelight. The fragrance of food wafted from... Good thing I leave my mouse roughly where I'm at. On the first floor, he saw a dark environment with shimmering candlelight. The fragrance of food wafted from different directions, filling the air. The residential buildings in a nearby area were terraced, facing the streets on the first floor, where the shops, the contact potions of the Rose School of Thought, was in a restaurant which mainly served southern continent cuisine. As he had suffered quite a serious injuries in the operation, Zatwen didn't wish to maintain his state as an evil spirit. It was too great of a burden on the injured him, therefore he had changed into a black clergyman's robe as he hopped into the entrance. At this moment, a customer walked into the restaurant. This customer wore a black formal suit with black pants and leather shoes. He had a pair of black eyes and a thin face. He had slightly broad forehead. Forehead? What? Who is it? He had a slightly broad forehead as he wore a monocle on it. Amon? He had a slightly broad forehead, and he wore a monocle and a very tall top hat. As he casually glanced around, his gaze landed on Zatwan. Upon seeing the black gloves Zatwan was wearing on his left hand, wait, no. Is it the other dude with the It's the other guy with the monocle artifact. It's him. It's him. It's the other guy. It's the other guy. It's the... Why is there... Oh my god, that's the real Amon. The one at the museum is the real one. That's Amon's description, bro. No, is it? Bruh? No, it is him. Okay, the broad forehead. Okay, okay. Chill. I was just testing your guys' knowledge, okay? Chill the fuck out. I know who Amon is. The PTSD. I didn't forget. I was just testing to see if you guys were active in chat. You guys passed the test. He had a slightly broad... I have to remember, Amon has a broad forehead. He had a slightly broad forehead as he wore a monocle and a very... Oh, top hat. I missed the pointy part. That was engagement bait. Yes, Varsh. That was engagement bait. it gave it away. It didn't say pointed hat, okay? It just says a tall top hat, not a tall pointed hat. As he casually glanced around, his gaze landed on Zatwen. I forgot who Zatwen. Upon seeing the black gloves that Wen was wearing on his left hand, the end of the customer's mouth curled slightly. He shook his head with a smile, seemingly a little disappointed. Then he entered the restaurant, bursting past Wen, who was stared back with a maleficent look. Wen didn't pay too much attention as he walked out as he reached the streets. Are you saying Amon can't wear a top hat? He can wear a top... Oh, you know what? That makes sense. He's in Backland. Of course he has to wear a top hat. He'd stick out if he was wearing his pointed magician hat. Ah, okay. Oh, he's one demigod of the Rose School of Thought. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Kemi. Thank you, guys. I've not been taking notes on Volume 4, if you can tell. So some names are starting to like... when they don't get mentioned for so long. Wen didn't pay too much attention as he walked out and reached the streets. Under the illumination of the street lamps, the night cool breeze blew at him, causing the Rose School of Thought demigod to suddenly tremble. Oh, I said it right here. Wen knew that this was a result of his spiritual perception being triggered. With his heart tightening, dude, a demigod is being scared in front of him? Holy shit, dude. I have absolutely no memories of Wen. Oh, shit, man. Man, my notes for Volume 3 have not been organized, but I haven't taken notes on Volume 4. With his heart tightening, but it's okay, it's all in here now. It's all the passion and the memory now comes from my emotions, all right? Now these are emotional the more emotional something is, the more I remember it. Causing the Rose School of Thought's demigod to suddenly tremble, Wen knew that this was a result of his spiritual perception being triggered. With his heart tightening, he immediately looked down at his hand, surprising to realize that the black glove on his left hand was gone. He stole it? Oh, definitely a marauder. He definitely fucking stole that shit from him. As the demigods, Wan didn't know when the sealed artifact on his hand disappeared. He quickly turned around and looked into the restaurant as the image of the man from before suddenly surfaced in his mind. Suddenly, he locked onto the target's aura and he found that he was still inside the restaurant. The man had even called out to the waiter to bring him a menu. The fuck? Wan originally had thoughts of using Mirror Blink to possess the man. That's not good. But for some unknown reason, his hand shook involuntarily. In an indescribable manner, he believed that a dangerous and terrifying enemy hid in the surroundings. Oh, they're hyping him up, dude. Fucking bit my tongue. I've never bit my tongue on stream. I'm too excited. Just as this thought flashed past his mind, Wan subconsciously took a step to the side, walking to the end of the street as though nothing had happened. In the apartment in Sherwood Borough, so he's just asking for a menu? That was hype. Forrest was reading the latest issue on the Lady's Aesthetic when she suddenly heard a key turn at the sound of the door. Opening, "Why are you so late?" She looked towards the door where Shio stood. Shio ruffled her short blonde hair and said, "When I was almost home, I was met up from an MI9. It was urgent. What happened this time?" With piqued interest, Forrest lowered the magazine in her hand. A continuation of Mr. X's assassination. Shio bent down to switch her home slippers and said in passing. The look on Forrest's face froze as her eyes started about slightly. Any clues? Not really. Back then, a hurricane at demigod level appeared. It's not common outside of the Church of Storms. And just earlier tonight, there was a small-scale hurricane that attacked the dock of Prince Harbor. A pharaoh mummy was stolen away in the chaos. Shio explained simply. MI9 suspects that the two cases were done by the same group of people, so they are pressing informants like us to work harder and gather intel on finding clues. My layman's travel still has hurricane. Mr. Gurmansborough, why is he stealing a pharaoh mummy? Forced a smile. Perhaps it was done by the Church of Storms. Shio rolled her eyes at her and quickly walked into the kitchen in search of food. Early morning, 160 Butland Street. Imagine Shio walking in with a monocle on her. It's fuck. That would fuck me up. It was her all along, dude. No, I'm under the... There's artwork with Susie wearing a monocle on the main YouTube channel. I'll look at it right now. Moments after Klein finished washing up and before he could open the door and let Richardson in, Her spiritual perception was triggered. He saw Miss Messenger and headless body walk out of the void with 4 heads in hand. One of them was biting down on a rather thick envelope. Opening its mouth, a large pile of gold coins was spat out. I can finally repay my debt. Klein glanced at Renette's tanker's 4 necklace heads and said in relief, I recommend still owing you 3,413 gold coins. You can take the last installment away. Meanwhile, he had the baffling feeling that the pile of gold coins looked familiar. However, he didn't think too much about it because all the gold coins looked familiar. Why Gurman stole a mummy? To make mummy powder. That's what I'm thinking, man. Ever since I read that chapter titled Mummy, he's definitely gonna make mummy powder. I was so wrong. I was like, maybe it's a heist because they wanted to stockpile mummy powder and then they can use that in the black market and gain more money. I thought that's what was gonna happen. Clearly, I was wrong. Oh man, 885. Timestamp. 885. 3 hours. Damn. 26 minutes. Damn. 31 seconds. Damn. Who wouldn't? Laymano. Laymano? Oh! You're talking about... It's not called Layman's Travels. Laymano's Travels. That's such a hard word to say. Wait. Laymano's Travels. Is he gonna get it? My God. Say it faster. It's Laymano. It's easy. He did it. Oh, did I finally say Layman's Travels correctly? Is it Laymano's Travels? Laymano's Travels. Laymano is a dude and the book is his travels. I got it. Fucking sarcophagus and Laymano. Fucking check. Finally, he said it. Holy shit. You guys must have been so annoyed at me saying Layman's Travels for like an entire volume, dude. Holy shit. That's why I told you to read words slowly. I know. All right. Now we read the next chapter. 885. It's called 2 Letters. Did I update this? Yes, it's updated. Now we get it. Layman bro is saying like a man. Better late than never. You know what? Better late than never. I'll take it. Chapter 885 is called 2 Letters. Let me read Clown's message before we continue. It also helps soothe my voice. Let me read in my head. Use the same ability of the moving object that was also used in Volume 3. Final fight. The demigod from MI9 used an ability and said, possession is prohibited here. This means that the... Wait. Let me read this again. I didn't catch this, Clown Man. I'm sorry. Did you realize that when the Rose School demigod used the same ability of moving objects that was also used in the Volume 3? Oh! Remember? Oh, yeah, right. Because all the freaking inanimate objects were like suffocating Klein. Ah, the demigod from MI9 used the ability and said, possession is prohibited here. This means that the ability of a sequence 4 puppet is probably the ability to possess inanimate objects. I did not piece that together. I did not catch that. Oh, dude, thank you, Clown Man. Oh, wait, did you catch up? He probably caught up. Wasn't it said that the beginning of Volume 4 by Sharon, though? I don't remember if it was. I didn't piece that together, though. Finally, yes, I did. Thanks for catching up. Chapter 885 is called 2 Letters. Upon hearing Klein's words, one of the 4 heads with which Renette Tinkers held immediately said, all right. It opened its mouth and immediately sucked back most of the gold coins. Where it was stored was an unknown. Taking a look at the dozens of shining gold coins left, Klein reached out to receive a rather thick envelope. He quickly opened it and scanned the opening. Indeed, it was detailed information regarding Spur World Plunderer. After Miss Messenger returned to the Spur World, he put away the gold coins, drew the curtains, and sat down under the morning sun, seriously reading the net and the tiny handwriting. Thank you once again for your help. Stalling is prohibited here. Never have we ever stalled. Not on this stream. We're definitely not stalling on this stream. I'll tell you that much. Thank you once again. Unless Wiz comes in and he does his best to make me stall, then it's cool. That's part of the rivalry between us, so that's okay. Thank you once again for your help. The Tentante's second mummy is part of the advancement ritual for me. It holds deep meaning for me. Spirit world plunderers lives in the depths of the spirit world. They're extremely rare, rich in intelligence, and very aggressive. They can capture, kill creatures, and make the soul avatars. Their souls can turn into the true souls, appearing, giving them similar performances and traits. They can also disguise themselves as other spirit world creatures. When encountering them, perhaps all the spirit world creatures around belong to them. Perhaps all the spirit world creatures around belong to them. They might be the soul avatars that mustn't be neglected. This creature can effectively influence the thought process of their prey, causing them to enter a desensitized state. I know what the word. Oh my god. Desensitized state. Their true body soul has potent spirituality. In clashes of such nature, they are often at a noticeable advantage. They're very difficult to find. At present, there's only one place with signs of their activity. The Spirit World's Calandrian City. The Spirit World City? The Spirit World's Caladron City. This is a legendary city of mysterious and unknown origins. On this front, there are 3 theories about them. One is that it was once Death's residence, the entrance to the... Holy shit, the entrance to the underworld. 2 is the divine kingdom left behind by the dead ancient. Okay. Deity for the second epoch, attracted by the spirit world, and sank and slowly transformed into a real yet illusionary city. There, it's a real city that was devoid by the spirit world during the cataclysm. Regardless of the theory, it elucidates one point: the city is very dangerous. It has many special, strange aspects about it. I do not have the mysticism coordinates of Calandron City. Most high-level spirit world creatures aren't aware either. I can provide 2 suggestions. First is to use a special secret deed ritual to pray to the red light Aurora Moria to receive the corresponding answer. I won't describe in detail what red light is. If you aren't aware, you can write to ask me again. The second is to find someone from the Abraham family, then have the legacy of the Traveler's Pathway, and then have done a deep exploration of the spirit world. Even when writing a letter, Miss Sharon exudes an extremely restraining feeling. She exudes an extremely restrained feeling. Indeed, the feral mummy is meant for the puppet's ritual. Back then, the evil spirit in the ruin had said that it could be one of the most components of the ritual. Therefore, the ritual's exact requirements to use a high sequence beyond her corpse after death, one that still maintains a level of spirituality, or to use an evil spirit that results from the resentment of death. Huh? Can I pray to Orange Light to get him? I fucking knew we're going to get him back. We're going to have another conversation with him when we go into the spirit world, right? He didn't say, come find me when you reach, like, demigod or whatever. At the end of Volume 3 when he died in his footsteps. He's like, can I just pass away here? Can I pray to Orange Light to get him to help me ask Red Light? Huh? To others, finding Calderon's city is a very difficult task, but to me, it's extremely simple. I can directly give the task to Miss Magician. She has contributed greatly to the Abraham family. I hope the first theory about Cauldron City is correct. That way, once I make contact with Mr. Zick, I can see the dangerous residents of this mysterious city line up in 2 rows as they welcome me. Klein shook his head, throwing such a beautiful fantasy to the back of his mind. He scrutinized the information regarding the spirit world plunderers and confirmed that they had parted characteristics of the Marionettis and Bizarre Sorcerer. They are rather dangerous high-level spirit world creatures. To make soul avatars have the same appearance, performance, and traits of their true souls is identical to a Bizarre Sorcerer's ability. To give their powers to a marionette? At Zaratul's level, perhaps at Sequence 3, Scholar of Yore. Oh my god, I forget it's called Scholar of Yore. Perhaps, let me see if there's a Google definition for Yore. No definition found. Perhaps he can temporarily give certain beyonder powers to other creatures than are marionettes. Klein began tearing the letter. While in thought, as he flicked his wrist and engulfed the letter in scarlet red flames, burning them into ashes that fell into the trash bin. After reining in his thoughts while dressed in pajamas, he walked to his bedroom door to get Richardson to come in and help him change his clothes. Under St. Samuel's Cathedral, as usual, Leonard Mitchell was leaning back in his chair with his legs raised on the desk. There was nothing abnormal about his expression, but he was thinking about Amon deep down. Ever since he knew that the angel had arrived in Backland, Palat Zaros inside him had become abnormally silent. Oh shit, he's fucking stressing. He wasn't as active as before to proactively speak or give suggestions. Oh, so he's trying to conceal himself. And not for the answers he received when he possessed the question, Leonard would have even suspected that Old Man had secretly sneaked off to find another hosted parasite. He's probably hiding. Amidst his thoughts, his red gloves Captain Nighthawk's Decon Soist walked in. How was the interrogation? End results, the red glove in the room who were dealing with their own matters quickly cast their gaze to the door. Late last night, they had just finished a mission. They had captured the numerous Episcopate members that had been tracking them for quite some time. Now they were awaiting the results of the interrogation. Soy sternly surveyed the room and said, "We have contributed greatly in this, but the results are something good. Based on the testimony of the 3 numerous Episcopate members, as well as the information of the church previously gathered, we can come to a preliminary conclusion that the numinous Episcopate has fractured between reviving death or creating artificial death." I wouldn't even be able to figure that out. So they're stuck between reviving death or creating artificial death. The latter has already achieved some progress and benefited significantly from it. Okay, so my coffee, read your question. Hope I got you. Scholar of yore refers to someone knowledgeable in history, especially ancient or long past history. It's just ancient yore. Okay, but mysticism is a word that he has mispronounced from the start. I've mispronounced mysticism? Wait. It's not mysticism? It's not mysticism? Have I been saying mysticism wrong for like 900 chapters? You are making C into a K instead of... Man, fucking... I hate English. Son of a bitch, man. The language of... The language of the free is a fucking stupid-ass language sometimes. You have no fucking way... But, like, mysticism sounds so natural. It just rolls off the tongue so... So how the fuck is it pronounced? I'm about to spend 30 minutes on this fucking word. I'm gonna sip my coffee. I need to read this really clearly before we continue. 3 languages in a trench coat, I told you. Americans. Why am I making him aware? Bro, I don't think no one's ever brought that shit up, Mick. English is the worst language, to be fair. Okay, how do I pronounce it? C is pronounced as S. First try, here we go. Let me just find it on screen so I can read it correctly. Mysticism. Wait. Just spell the word regularly so I can read it. One sec. Mysticism. Somebody linked it earlier. Dictionary. I'm gonna read this fucking word right now. Hold up. I'm not even gonna listen to it right now. I don't even want to hear the word. So, mysticism, the C is pronounced as a S. Mysticism. The fuck is this word? Mysticism? Mysticism? Mysticism. Mysticism? Perfect mysticism. Oh my god. UK?
Mysticism.
Whoa, hold up. That's the improper pronunciation. I'm not here for the UK pronunciation. I need the freedom pronunciation. US.
Mysticism.
The fuck?
Mysticism.
Mysticism?
Mysticism.
UK is wrong. The US was the right one.
Mysticism.
It's mysticism? We're learning so many words today. Okay, so it's the same. Okay, sorry. I didn't mean to disrespect to my UK brethrens and sisters. I apologize. I'm sorry. I apologize. Wow. Okay, we learned a third word today. It's mysticism. When it's brought up, I'm gonna pronounce it so perfectly now. They are filled with animosity towards Lowen and to us. That is crazy, dude. I can't believe it's been 885 chapters. Holy shit. Thank you for bringing that up, Meg. If there's any words, let me know. They plan to put parts of the experiments of artificial death into Backland. Yes, their thoughts are the same as your present concerns. Even if the experiments fail, there's a chance of severely damaging the capital of capitals. Leonard instantly snapped out of his daze as he exchanged looks at Sydney and Bob, seeing the surprise range to each other's eyes. At this moment, Soist rapped to the side of the table to stop the members from further discussion. He cleared his throat and said, "Our new mission is to head to the southern continent to find a..." What? We're going there? We're going to the southern continent? Oh, this is good for Leonard because he gets to leave. Yeah, he cleared his throat and said, our new mission is to head to the southern continent to find the key members of the numinous Episcopate artificial death faction. Based on the clues gleaned from the testimonies we received, we need to figure out how many remnant thorns are left in Backland before uprooting each and every one of them. We will receive the help from Mam Dally on the mission, and the church will give her the potion as an advancement payment, helping her prepare the ritual so that she can become a gatekeeper before she heads off. In addition, the high-ranking Decans in charge of the southern continent, Her Excellency the Goddess's Eye, Aila, and the local Nighthawks will provide us with help, giving us the corresponding sealed artifacts and helping up with the preliminary investigations. Ladies and gentlemen, head back to rest for the day and prepare yourselves. We will set off tomorrow. Yes, Captain. Cindy, Bob, and company stood up and replied. Leonard stood up as well, but he didn't say a word. The first thought that flashed in his mind was, I can use this opportunity to leave Backland to escape the threat of Amon. After returning to 7 Pines Street, he asked her surprised tone after closing the door and drawing the curtains, Old man, problem solved. We gotta leave. Okay. I believe a normal assignment for red gloves won't garner the suspicions of Amon, right? The slightly age-old voice in his mind replied slowly, no. Damn, like he's barely even speaking. You know the name Leo? That is the beginning of Leonard, named Leonard. Try searching of your meaning. We'll look it up right now. I got you guys. The slightly aged voice in his mind replied slowly, no. Leonard could tell that the old master's voice appeared much more relaxed. As his mind stirred, he considered for a moment and said, should I write to climb already? And told him that we will be leaving Backland. Should I write to climb already? Yeah. Aw. Should I write to climb already and tell him that we will be leaving Backland for a very long period of time? After all, he was the one who warned us that Amon is here. Palazzo replied in the same tone, write it if you wish. Leonard exhaled, pulled out a piece of paper, and picked up a fountain pen. He deliberated for a moment and lowered his wrist to write, I have a mission that will require me to leave Backland. This is so sweet. Looking at this short sentence, Leonard put down his pen and folded his paper. Soon he finished preparing the ritual. I got a tear in my eye. This is so sweet. He actually gets to speak to him again. Soon he finished preparing the ritual to summon the messenger. He lit the candle, took a step back, and said in ancient Hermes, I summoned my name, the spirit that wanders about the unfounded, the friendly creature that can be subordinated, the messenger that belongs to Gerben's Sparrow. The howling of the wind sounds in the room as it turned intense. The candlelight burgeoned as it was tainted in paleness. A beautiful blonde red-eyed head appeared from within. Leonard pricked his brows, and just as he was about to speak, he saw what was followed the heads was a complete neck, but a hand grabbed by hair. Shit. Yeah, no, apparently, I used to say Leonard. It's actually Leonard, Mac. Yeah, no, dude, we spent like 30 minutes on that word once. I'm pretty sure, I forgot at what point, but we spent like 30 minutes trying to figure out how to pronounce that damn word. Even Google Translate was apparently inaccurate. Everybody's like, we give up, but then at the end, I said it right, and we're like, he finally got it. But yeah, apparently it's Leonard. Yeah, and I guess it also depends on your accent, right? Or like where you originate from. Renette Tinker in her dark and complicated dress quickly walked out. The 4 heads in her hand turned into unison. Look at Leonard Mitchell. As they spoke one after another, you want us to send a letter. The spirit creature looks powerful. It's the perk that Klein has for joining the secret organization. As Leonard thought, he nodded and said yes. He's going to join soon, dude. He's definitely going to join soon, and he's going to be able to see him again. The 4 heads held by Renette Tinker spoke one after another. You need to pay 1 gold coin. 1 gold coin. Messengers from the mysterious world also collect money. Leonard was somewhat astonished, but was at a loss for a reaction. All he could do was search in his pockets and take out a gold coin. Only then did Renette Tinker raise 2 of her blonde eyes heads to grab the letter and gold coin. Okay, 1 for the head. One for the note and 1 for the coin. Following that, she stepped into the void and vanished. After the candle was restored to normal, Leonard muttered with a laugh, what a strange messenger. Just as he said, the slightly aged voice of Palazzo Ross echoed in his mind. It's best that you do not speak negatively behind her back. Her. Old man actually addressed the messenger as her. A messenger can be a her. Leonard's eyes widened immediately. Palazzo coughed slightly. Her state is very strange. Not better than mine. She's in a strange state? Is she weakened? And she would be weakened, because when we first saw her, she was like a big ass lady, right? She was like the size of like a tower in the spirit world. But I guess in here, or in Backland's world, she's like human size. Okay. Her state is a very strange, not better than mine. In short, the organization that believes in the fool is more when making contact or cooperating with Klein Moriarty. It's best that you be more careful. After saying that, the parasite fell silent without saying any words. Leonard actually wants to use a mission to leave Backland so as to avoid the threat from on. This is an idea that Grandpa came up with. That's way too cowardly, no? Klein scanned the letter he received and suddenly muttered. He began seriously considering the idea of using the arm deals as an excuse to quickly leave Backland for a period of time. Bro got a bro got an angel as his messenger just to aura farm. I know, man. It's badass. He's like, oh, dude. Lenard's probably like, damn, man. How strong has Klein gotten? Next in chapter 888. Timestamp. Wait. I mean 886. My bad. I don't know why I'm up on 888, but we're on 886. My bad. Okay. Now I copy my timestamp. Well, I gotta scroll down on my notes, man. I gotta scroll down on my the YouTube description video again. Shit, it's getting kind of fucking long. 3 hours, 43 minutes, 23 seconds. Copy paste. You know what? I need to make my font a little bit smaller. Whoa. It's a little bit better. LLC test. For different action languages. Sharon thought her teacher died for a long time before meeting her again. There must be a reason why she thought an angel died. Maybe that has something to do with her state, Clown Man. Yo, food for thought, thank you. So maybe something being wrong is natural. She thought an angel died, so maybe something being wrong is natural. And that probably has to do with her strange state. When she probably quote-unquote died, she was put in that strange state that Palatz was able to recognize. Ah, okay. Thank you, Clown Man. Good catch. Thank you, dude. I would not be able to figure that shit out. The only way for me to look, finish volume 5 in 2 weeks. Don't try me. And then we pass Wiz. That's a tempting offer. I might take you up on that offer, Unhinged. All right, 886. No balls. Bet. I got the biggest kahungas right now, man. Don't even test me, dude. Do it. Don't even try me, man. Wait, hold up. Chapter 886 is called Preparations Before Leaving. After some consideration, Klein, who already had such a plan, smoothly cleared up his thoughts and decided on his plan of action. He flicked a piece of paper in his right hand, looked up from the soaring scarlet flames at Renette tankers. He planned on taking out a low-end gold coin to continue to provide payment. Everything is not updated. 886. Whoosh! We're getting a little scuffed already. To provide payment, however, Miss Messenger had already left. There was no one in front of him. Not collecting payment, Klein was first taken aback. Before he made the connection, he suspected the Renette tanker had proactively asked for payment after being used to collect gold coins from non-contractees. Maybe her collecting gold coins has to do with her going back to his original state. Because thank you for bringing that up, Clown Man. If Sharon thought she died and Palatz recognized, like, oh, she's in a weird state and she's no better than me, maybe she needs the gold coins, and maybe when she absorbs all the gold coins, she's able to go back to her former self. Maybe that probably has something to do with it. Okay. Perhaps Miss Messenger didn't say anything. She just stared at Lenard with those 8 eyes of the 4 heads of her, which while waiting for him to pay the gold coin. Yet this fellow didn't realize it at all, trying to forcefully end the summon only to have his neck snapped. Klein hissed in alarm as he used the gold coin he had just taken out to do the divination. He received the result that Lenard Miss Messenger was still alive and doing fine. He breathed a sigh of relief, put away the gold coin, and called out Richardson. The half-open room's door opened without a sound of Richardson walked into a polite ask, "Sir, how may I be of service?" "Please bring the butler here." As Klein instructed, he sighed inwardly. He had really been spoiled by the lictor's life. Even when getting someone at home, he wouldn't take even half a step. He had to do it through his valet. Well, this is an acting requirement, he said silently to himself. Minutes later, the white-gloved Walter came to the 3rd floor and let his arms hang to his side. He stood in a standard posture to the side of Dwayne Thontis, awaiting his employer's instructions. Wow, I was about to read that, Varsh. No, it's okay if it was a spoiler. I didn't see it. D took it away just in case. It was a spoiler. So, I apologize. I almost read it, but it's okay. Klein had already considered his words, so he unhurriedly said, "Got to the Member of Parliament Mosh Place to inform him that I've prepared the first installment. Also, prepare a carriage. I'll be heading to the Bercy Foundation in the morning and will return in the afternoon. If Members of Parliament Mosh doesn't have time for me in the afternoon, head over to Dr. Aaron's place, saying that I'll pay a visit in the afternoon." Klein had already taken out 10,000 pounds from above the grey fog and had stored it in a tiny leather briefcase. He was waiting for the opportune time to complete the preparation work and the arms deal transaction, and to the air the cache of the gray fog smell, he had deliberately teleported to the sea, feeding creeping hunger and passing. He was afraid that Amon, who also knew of the gray fog's existence, would detect the special smell while being in the same city, thus seeking out the location of the treasure he was yearning for. All right, sir. Walt didn't ask his employer how he had gathered the first installment. If memory served him right, Dwayne Dantes hadn't been to the bank recently. Of course, this wasn't something to be bothered with. And often, foreigners, especially tycoons from the desert Mitzi Shire, would prepare briefcases filled with large sums of money ahead of time. 22 Phillip Street, Low and Charity Bursey Foundation headquarters. Klein walked through the main door and went straight to the second floor, where he found the reception room for directors. As an honorary director who occasionally participated in certain works, he didn't have an official here, but he can use the reception room. He clenched his right hand into the fist and held it to the room, deliberately coughed before stepping into the reception room. In there, he sat on the sofa. Must have been a good sofa. After a short wait, he stood up again and said to Richardson, who was waiting beside him, "I'll first head to the washroom." After butting his coat with his kidney problem, there you go, Klein stepped out of the room and happened to meet just as Audrey walking out of her own office. This noble lady was wearing a rather simple dress today. It was white adorned with dark green. Her sleeves and collars had frilled, and her chest was layers with intercrossed laces that formed a bow tie like flower. She didn't even wear any jewelry. She had a girdle, which he couldn't tell, but near her left arm, her clothes clung to her skin when the wind blew, allowing a slight protrusion to appear. "Good morning, Miss Audrey." Klein wore a look of pleasant surprise, as though it was a chance encounter. Audrey glanced at the good-looking Dwayne Dantes with gray sideburns and replied with a smile, "Good morning, Mr. Dantes." I thought she was about to say Mr. Fool. I was like, what the fuck? Okay, never mind. Mr. World, bro, this ain't reading 14 chapters a day. No, we're gonna make it work. No, we're already at 20 plus chapters, dude. "Good morning, Mr. Dantes." She had wanted to cheerfully say long time no see, to snide at him for not being the Bursey Foundation ever since the opening ceremony, but considering how their relationship was that of an acquaintances, she held back from saying such words. Klein rubbed his temples and shook his head with a wry smile. "I'm very sorry that I'm only coming today. I've been very busy recently. I can't foresee myself being even busier in the times to come. I might make a trip to the southern continent to handle certain matters." The reason why he specifically came was that he wanted to inform Miss Justice that he was leaving Backland for some time. It was to express my sincerity, hoping that this noble lady could help him watch Bursey Foundation and allowed it to be operated smoothly. To Klein, he wishes from the bottom of his heart that the Bursey Foundation can help more of the poor that required assistance. Southern continent, Audrey interpreted the sincerity in Dwayne Dante's words as she asked in surprise. Okay. Klein laughed and replied for business. At that instant, the first thought came to Audrey's mind was which Sequence 5 is about to lose his life. Upon sensing Miss Justice making some unpleasant assumptions, Klein nodded. "It's a partnership which the military for the sale of some necessities." "What's the meaning behind this?" Dwayne Dante's identity is used to probe intel from military. Audrey was somewhat enlightened as she raised her right hand and gestured 4 times in a clockwise fashion. She said with a bright smile, "May the goddess bless you so that everything goes smoothly." After habitually saying that, she sensed that there was something discordant about that. She had wished that the goddess would bless a blessed of Mr. Fool. This is probably closer to a curse, right? Will Mr. Gurmisbro be angry? No, he actually a kind-hearted person deep down. Aw, look at that. And I did it without any malicious intent. The one who returns from the southern continent is probably another bless who's playing as Dwayne Dantes, right? Will it be a demigod? Audrey didn't notice it as her thoughts wandered. Klein gave an exasperation smile as he equally drew the crimson moon on his chest in a familiar manner. May the goddess bless you as well. And that she doesn't smite us with divine punishment, he added lightly. Following that, he spoke as though it was his cousin's cat. Have you been going to the schools to do some promotions lately? Yes, when this was mentioned, Audrey's expression seemed to radiate. She was proud and happy that she had finally done something substantial. Just as she nodded with some strength, her green eyes revealed a look of sadness. After visiting a few public primary schools, I found many of the children there very pitiful. Damn, what's with the poor choice of words? Why did she say it like that? After visiting a few public primary schools, I found many of the children there very pitiful. To save money, they bring their own rye bread for lunch, matching it with a cup of water. That's sad, dude. That's such a sad way to live. Upon saying that, she looked at Dwayne Dantes and said, somewhat embarrassed, "I know that they're temporarily not bringing me along to the night schools and Sunday schools to prevent me from seeing something worse. But I can imagine things like those workers who can only live for a few years once they start working at the factories. This was something that the world German Sparrow had once told her. It was the first time she knew of the real situation of the lower class of Backland, but having not seen them with her own eyes, all she could do was rely on her imagination. Klein signed as she said, perhaps it's worse than you can imagine. I wonder if in the future, like towards the end of the series, like she actually does like a drastic change and like Eastboro and like turns it all around. Like she uses her own money to like help the lower class. I think that'd be very beautiful. If she actually does do that, like at the end of the series, there's no need to worry. Once you showcase your ability and win their trust, you will become one of them. Okay, Audrey nodded as though in thought about how she could showcase herself better. Klein didn't continue on the conversation. After all, it was only their third meeting. They had only exchanged a few words previously, so having too long of a conversation easily garnered suspicion. He pointed to the washroom and apologized before opening up his gate to walk over. Audrey looked at Dwayne Dante's back and fell into silence as she muttered, What will it be like if it's worse? After receiving a reply from Mach inviting him to the East Balum military veterans mess in the evening, Klein followed with his plan. Hence, he visited Dr. Aaron at 4 in the afternoon. Dr. Aaron is the husband, right? Of Dr. Aaron, Will's dad. Yes, right? Yes. Yes, Dr. Aaron is Will's dad. I almost forgot for a sec. Mr. Dantes, your butler didn't inform me of the reason for your visit, as his wife was about a month from being... Yes, okay. I mixed him up with somebody else. Dr. Aaron had declined most of his work, and most of the time he had stayed at home. Towards the sudden visit, Dwayne Dantes, who wasn't too familiar with him, he was rather perplexed. Furthermore, with him not... Oh, shit. Amon is coming after Will. Oh, he's looking for Will because I'm that good. Towards a sudden visit of Dwayne Dantes, who he wasn't too familiar with, he was rather perplexed. Furthermore, with him not being good at interpersonal relationships, he posed a question. After exchanging some pleasantries, Klein smiled. This is the thing. I might be heading to the southern continent soon, and as you know, the weather there is humid and hot. There are all kinds of insects and diseases there. I wish to prepare some medicine ahead of time to prevent any accidents from happening. I wonder if you have any suggestions. I'm really sorry, but you're the only excellent doctor I know of. Dr. Aaron accepted his explanations and began seriously thinking before giving him the names of some medicine. Towards the end, Klein, who had written a note filled with his words, used the excuse of his stomach ache to use the washroom on the first floor. Definitely I was going to the washroom. Definitely I was using the restroom. I lost my place. The washroom's mirror suddenly darkened as though it was covered by a thick shadow, and in the middle of the shadows, a black pram slowly steered near. It was a blurry child wrapped in silver silk. What is it this time? Will Osterton questioned using his bright voice. Klein coughed dryly and forced a smile. You should have heard that I'll be heading to the southern continent. I don't wish to miss your birth, so I would like to know when you plan to have your birthday. What the fuck? Will Osterton sucked at his thumb and said, I don't know. Even an angel can't control when he will be born. Klein asked in surprise. Will Osterton replied hesitantly, you don't understand. I've already identified 3 dates. They have unique meanings when it comes to fate, but I haven't decided. I still find it blurry. Perhaps only when the time comes will I suddenly understand what I should do. Is dysiophobia? Is what? It also gives the strong vibes of a charlatan. Klein crossed his hands and indiscriminately rubbed them. Then how would I be able to receive notice in time so that I can return in time to complete the transaction with you? Oh, the paper crane can no longer be used. All right, next chapter, familiar figure, 887. Let me stretch my back. I need to do another chapter laying down. Ah! Fuck, I almost got a cramp. Ah, I felt that. Ah, shit, I'm so sore from the gym, man. I felt my... I felt my tricep tighten so hard when I was stretching. Oh, I overstretched, man. That fucking hurt. Woo! Hold up, I need to pick my nose, man. I'm only human. I'm sorry. My nose is so itchy. Okay, we're good. Woof! Yeah, oops. Easy. Clown got something he wants to tell you. I'm sorry, I missed the message earlier. Something about his notes, right? I literally have a whole ass notebook with these notes and theories that I wrote while reading all to him that I'm sending to you right now? Oh yeah, dude, for sure, send it. Unc is getting old. Chill with the fucking red roses, bro. Hey, dude, I'm not that old. I'm only 21, dude. I'm a young lad, just like you guys. I'm a young lad, just like you all. I'm 21, okay? I can legally drink in the United States of America, okay? I am an American-born citizen that is young of age, okay? I'm 21. I'm 21 at heart, damn it. Chill out. I am 21 at heart. 21 basically in the grave. Oh, that's funny. All right. I'm getting clowned. No, you're not getting clowned. Ain't no way you're 21. Ain't no way. Ain't no way, right? Ain't no way. Clown? Ain't no way. Timestamp 3 hours 54 minutes. Clown, send them in chat little by little, not to him directly, so I don't trust you one bit. No, it's okay. If you want, you can post them on general. Easy, practically a sig. Get the fuck out of here, dude. If you want Clownman, you can send it in the general, and they can go over it just in case. I thought older than 21. Hey, think what you want to think. I am 21 at heart, okay? I will always be 21 at heart. Okay, I lied. I'm not 21, but I'm 21 at heart. I'll leave it at that. Next chapter. 358. Did I say 358? Chapter 887. Why did I say 358? We're not on 358. We're on chapter 887. 3 hours and 54 minutes into a recording. Upon hearing Klein's question, the Infinite, wrapped in silver soak, raised his fleshy arm and threw them up. I can't do anything about it either. I'm still in my mother's womb. Although you can no longer write out on the paper crane, it still helped me locate you. If there's anything, I'll inform you. Klein had already expected such an answer from Will Ossipton. He maintained his smile and expelled and explained that paper crane is already damaged. I think it will have problems locating my position. Following that, he gave a suggestion. Perhaps we can do this. You can summon my messenger when you're born to write for me. He wasn't too worried that Will Ossipton's birth will result in anything abnormal, causing the snake of fate to have changed locations while in baby's body that would prevent him from contacting him again. Inside the black pram, Will Ossipton gaped his mouth before closing it again, momentarily not giving an answer. After a few seconds, the infant's mouth curled up and said, "Do you think that's realistic? Not only are you getting a newborn to write a letter to you, he still needs to hold a rich one, summon a messenger? Dude, he is expecting way too much." Klein chuckled and said, "But you're a snake of fate. The laws of nature still need to be respected." Will Ossipton threw down his arms and smacked the cushion beside him. Is he throwing a tantrum now? What the fuck? This infant thought for a moment and said, "Let's do this. Get someone to watch this area. Once he realizes an infant is born, they can immediately inform you." That makes more sense. Okay. Yeah, just get Emlyn to monitor. Klein darted about for a while before saying that works. On this matter, he had many people who could get him for help. He could hire a gangster through Sharon and inform him via his messenger, or he can get the usual free Emlyn White to do it. He could also hire bounty hunter Miss Shield, letting Miss Magician be responsible for informing the world government Sprout of developments. He could also get a Rhodes to take note of the surroundings and report him through a one-way communication method. However, that fellow Emlyn's nose is very sharp. I wonder if he will smell the placenta blood and be able to... so that's why not. And he'll be able to identify the placenta... what the placenta... identify of... Oh my god, I'm reading wrong. I wonder if he will smell the placenta blood and can be able to identify what it truly is. If that's the case, it might result in him suffering the impact of seeking a mythical creature. His intelligence will drop and he will turn mentally unsound to the point of his body mutating. Klein hurriedly asked before Will Ossipton's prams retreated into the shadows. I have a teacher who I haven't been in contact with for a while. Can you help me read his current fate? I thought he was saying that. No, Azik. Klein is saying that. Can you help me read his current fate? His name is Azik Eggers. As Mr. Azik hadn't replied yet, Klein couldn't help but feel worried. Back when he used Copper Whistle to do a divination above the gray fog, and he was a silent and deep darkness, he heard a dragged out and distant breathing, making it impossible for him to interpret what the dream meant. Will Ossipton sucked at his thumb and said, "He's in a state of metamorphosis. It might be good, but it might also be bad. That's all." Metamorphosis? That's all that can be said because the teacher of yours has something special on him? Something special on him and he's in metamorphosis? Something special, something directly derived from the deaf's godhood, metamorphosis. This is referring to Mr. Zick's recovery of more memories. So he's in a slumber to recover his corresponding strength. Klein thought as he bowed, "Thank you for your answer." Will Ossiton turned his head and looked to the side. Klein thought and gave a warning. Based on what I know, Blash Ramon is here in Backland. Of course, it's most likely an avatar. I wonder if Zik is going to help him against Amon. Will Ossiton was taken aback a moment before chuckling. "It's a bane for you, but a boon. What's a boon? I know it's a... There's a bane and then there's a boon. It's a bane for you. A bane is a cause of great distress or annoyance, and a boon is something of great value. But a boon for me. A thing that is helpful or beneficial." Got it. Okay, bane and bone. But a boon for me. Amon. Oh my god, not among. I keep trying to say Among Us. Amon is often. I skipped a sentence. Amon gets repeated in the second sentence. Okay. Bane is just opposite of boon. Oh, I didn't know what boon was, so that's why. But now we know. I figured. I was able to deduce that with my Sherlock Moriarty high IQ. So we got it. Amon and Ouroboros are absolute enemies. No, a more accurate description is that he hates the true creator. Amon is often thinking of means to pull him down from his throne as a god, while Ouroboros is loyal to that evil god. Is Amon gonna fight Ouroboros? Okay. After saying that, the black pram retreated into the shadows as everything restored to normal. Amon hates the true creator. I'm increasingly convinced that the true creator was one of the participants in the sharing of the ancient sun god. I'm increasingly convinced that the true creator was one of the participants in the sharing, the one eating, the one consuming. He was one of the participants in the sharing of the ancient sun god. He is the black... I knew he was the freaking evil baby. He is the black infant in the middle of the storm angel, white angel, and wisdom angel. Klein breathed a sigh of relief. He took 2 steps forward, turned on the tap, and washed his hands. I told you the true creator was the evil-ass looking baby. That came out of the ancient sun god's stomach. Stop lying. You said the ancient sun god reviving as the black baby. In and of itself, it is the same thing. Okay? I still said that. I still said he revived as the true creator. Did I not say that? I'm pretty sure I said that. I said that. I know I said that. I said he was being reincarnated, but then he became. Now you did it? I did. The only true... I did say that. No, the hell it's not. Did I not say that? Unless you did last stream that I missed. Doubt? No, I'm pretty sure. Fucking shit. I thought I said that. Because back then, I was like, for the longest time, I thought they were the same people. You know what? I'll shut up. Maybe, you know what? I'm thinking out of my ass. Sorry. Somebody implanted a mysticism memory into me. Somebody implanted a false mysticism memory into me, leading me to believe that I said that. Sorry. I caught that. I caught that pretty early on. He is the black infant in the middle of the storm angel, white angel, and wisdom angel. Klein breathed a sigh of relief. He took 2 steps forward, turned on the tap, and washed his hands. In the evening of the East Balum military veterans mess, Klein did immediately meet the long-faced colonial Calvin. After he placed a briefcase with 10,000 pounds into a heavy safe deposit box, he followed Mosh to have a buffet meal at the high-end club. The dishes here mainly served southern continent cuisine. There was the cream bread made of the tapioca flour ice cream, dripped into the berry juice of a lilac tree, assorted seafood, broth with coconut milk and palm butter, cow innards that was cooked. I almost said something else. That was cooked with pepper, tomatoes, and onions. Hagenti, seared roasted meat, broth made from Paz Valley delight, as well as steak and roasted squid. Compared to other places, the ingredients used here were rather high-end. The flavors were also in authentic southern continent style, leaving Klein rather satisfied. If not for his need to maintain his image, he felt that eating a mouthful of seared roasted meat and having a mouthful of ice cream would be an excellent feeling. Indeed, I prefer food that has stronger flavors. The thing that satisfied me the most today was the aperitif. If Member of Parliament Mach hadn't mentioned it in passing, I wouldn't have thought that it was a lightly flavored fruit juice. The pale gold liquid with 2 lemons soaked in it and a few pieces of ice makes it sweet but a little sour. There's no alcoholic taste. You old Tim got be cute. I don't know what that means. Boba tea. I like me some boba. To it, and it is refreshing. It instantly just draws away the heat from the body. Client placed his napkins on the place as he recounted the feeling he just had. At this moment, Mach returned from the washroom. He smiled as he bent down and whispered into Dwayne Dante's ears. Same room as before. All right, Klein got up, went to the room with his safe deposit box, and he took out small leather briefcase with 10,000 pounds before heading over to activity room, where he had previously met Colonial Calvin twice. Calvin, with his long face, was already waiting inside. When he caught sight of the briefcase in Dwayne Dante's hand, he got up with a smile. You really are a gentleman of action. I like such attitudes when handling matters. As he spoke, he extended his right hand and shook Dwayne Dante's hand. Klein then handed the briefcase to him and said with a humbled smile, as a merchant, if one isn't decisive and fast when facing an opportunity to make money, that means that they aren't suitable for this occupation. Calvin sat back down and opened the briefcase in front of Dwayne Dante's and matched. He roughly counted the neat stacks of cash. He quickly completed the confirmation check, closed the briefcase, and looked up at Dwayne Dantes. What other thoughts do you have towards the exact details of transaction? Klein deliberately wore a look as though he was organizing words. After a few seconds, he said, I'm planning on heading to the southern continent soon, to West Balum. Seeing Calvin and Mach show signs of surprise, he added, I have some matters that aren't convenient to do while bringing plenty of firearms, and to make the transaction go smoothly, some advanced preparations are required. I have to put enough importance on this matter. It's a business worth tens of thousands of pounds. I'm thinking of first heading to West Balum to contact the clients who have such needs and to clear out any obvious obstacles. At an agreed upon time, I'll contact you via telegraph and head to East Balum border to retrieve the goods. Calvin pondered for a moment and said, you can send me a telegram after June 20th. I'll give you the details later. In short, after I receive the telegram, I'll inform the officer there and get them to pass the countersign and password to the designated personnel from them to head to the warehouse. Will you need any auxiliary personnel for protection during this time? What do you plan on leaving? I only wish to find a place to hide in West Balum where there's no rose school of thought. The rest can be left to the nets. When do I leave? I obviously wish to leave today and arrive there today, but that will incur suspicion. Klein considered for 2 seconds and said, there's no need for any security for the time being. I'm in certain places in the southern continent having such auxiliary personnel is the main cause for causing conflict. Don't worry, I have plenty of friends in West Balum. Without bringing anything of value, my safety can be guaranteed. As for when I'm leaving, my answer is as soon as possible. Calvin thought for nearly a minute before slowly nodding. I'll send someone to receive you after dinner tomorrow. The military will have an airship that needs to send goods and personnel to Desi Bay, and it's just a short distance to the southern continent via the ship from there. If everything goes smoothly, it would just take 2 to 3 days. Even if there's a storm on the way, requiring a detour of the sea route, it will still take a maximum of a week. Thank you. Klein sincerely stood up and bowed. From his point of view, leaving Backland with the military was safe enough. He wouldn't be made a target of suspicion. After discussing some details, Klein got up and bade farewell and returned to the foyer in preparation to leave. In the foyer beside the dining table, there was nearly 10 militarily clad or casually dressed men holding a cup of wine gathered. They were chatting and laughing about recent rumors. When Klein swept his gaze over, he suddenly found a figure somewhat familiar. The man was more than 1.85 meters tall, but less than... I'm sorry, is it Amon? Didn't they say that's how tall he was? No, I think I'm wrong. Sorry, I'm talking out of my ass. Probably not. The man was more than 1.85 meters tall, but less than 1.9 meters tall. He had rather long arms, and his feet were faced outwards to a certain degree. His shoulders were abnormally broad, causing his black suit to appear rather tight. This Klein's mind raised as his nerve sensed up. He had already recalled the source of his familiarity. It was the demigod that met crazy Captain Connors that night. I don't remember who this is. It was the demigod that met crazy Captain Connors that night. He was a demigod suspected to be working for a particular faction of the royal family. One who was supervising the human trafficking that was mentioned since Volume 2. Although this high sequence beyond was previously wearing a black hood that interfered with divination, preventing his appearance from being exposed, Klein remembered the traits of his body. That was what a faceless was good at. A faceless? The one he attacked at the boat? The demigod from the Black Emperor pathway. From the Volume 3 fight. Yeah, during the fight with Volume 3. Shit, no, I'm mixing it up. Faceless never forget a face. Faceless never forget a face. That's... Wait, no, shit, I'm lying. I'm thinking of somebody else. I'm thinking of the Admiral Hell fight. Well, the other no, faceless lets you instantly remember everyone's physical characteristics. I remember that part. Like you're able to recall anybody, and that's why you can be him. But I don't remember what Beyonder this is. I just don't remember the Beyonder. One sec. Let me stand up and stretch. Whew, my back. Hold up. Wait. Nah, where Klein sniped from the gray fog with Sea Scepter? I don't remember this. Maybe it'll probably be explained. I know it'll be explained right now in more detail who he was. I remember him from this point. But let me stand up. Let me get a little stretch. Let me do a little stretch. Give me a sec. I actually finished my coffee. Let me go drop this off outside. I'll be right back. Just so the room doesn't smell like coffee. And I should probably brush my teeth. Give me 1 sec. The spoon that isn't alive. Dude, thank you for being a member. Dude, I hope you have a fun day watching the stream. Welcome. Yeah, welcome, dude. Welcome to the family, dude. Welcome to the cult. Welcome to the cult. Dude, thank you. Now you can spam our beautiful custom emotes, and now they work on stream, dude. All right, I'll be right back. Let me quickly step out. Yeah, I haven't seen you. It's first time chatter, right? The spoon that isn't live. You're a first time chatter, right? Have you been watching the vlogs? But here, I'll be right back. Let me just go take this out. BRB. I lurk a lot. This demigod protected the human trafficking operation and sacrificed the crew when John Copeman later arrived. 710, bruh. I found it. When Klein sniped the crazy captain on his ship with all the lightning With all the lightning trajectory was distorted, so Klein suspected that he was from the Black Emperor pathway. Okay, so I am thinking of the same I am thinking of the same Beyonder. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we finally made it 888. We still got a long stream ahead of us. I know what lines get easy. His brain still working? Ooh. Neurons activated. I'm getting my time step. Fuck, I gotta pee. I'm gonna go a little bit longer before I gotta use the bathroom. One more? Okay. Chapter 888. The big chapter we've been waiting for. And yes, Mick, the next goal is chapter 999. A shocking glance. For a second, Klein's act of casual... Wow, man, my mouth got really... I'm really thirsty now after eating these salty chips. For a second, Klein's act of casually sweeping his gaze paused on that familiar person's figure. He immediately sensed the abnormality in his reaction, since a demigod's spiritual perception wouldn't fail to notice it. His back muscles tensed up and his mind raced, producing figurative sparks. He didn't immediately move his gaze. Wait, make sure everything's recording. Yeah, okay, we're good. We're recording. He didn't immediately move his gaze away as he continued looking at the demigod suspected to be from the Black Emperor pathway. Okay, now I remember him. Yeah. It was during the... Okay, it was during the fight. He smiled at Mach and said, "This place really isn't just for veteran officers." This sounds like a result of the careful observation, but it was nothing but meaningless chatter. Mach chuckled. Any club will exceed its original restrictions when it further develops itself. His answer didn't seem to offer anything, but on careful consideration, it did seem to imply something, or perhaps something that was the complete opposite. At this moment, the broad-shouldered and long-armed gentleman in the black suit had also naturally turned his head. He looked at the two men, and he noticed that the tycoon who had donated 15,000 pounds was looking at him and his companions while engaging Member of Parliament Mach with a whisper. This made him feel that his look of surprise was more of a natural reaction towards learning of his occupation. Okay, so he's not suspecting anything. Then he retracted his gaze and continued his topic of conservation. At this moment, Klein's back was covered in a layer of cold sweat and his legs were going limp. Although he had on the way faced the demigod before and had even fought with him, to have such a close encounter in such a small place with danger happening in a split second, this was a first, and more importantly, he was far from prepared to face a demigod. Not only did he lack a marionette, all he had on him was death knell, Zig's copper whistle, and the adventurer's harmonica. The sea god's scepter was impossible to bring on his person. Furthermore, the usage of it had strict environmental limitations. Otherwise, it would result in massive damage. If he kept Grisel's travels on him for too long, he might be pulled into the book world. When that happens, it would become troublesome trying to exit it. Creeping hunger was still lacking a seal, so it needs to be fed every day. Unless necessary, it's impossible to take it out ahead of time. The fate-softened charm was made from a worm of time, so it was an unknown if it would attract him on, unless he could use it very quickly. Maybe. Klein obviously lacked the courage to bring it on him. If the demigod, who was suspected to be from the Black Emperor pathway, had discovered something wrong with him, there was only one optimal solution he could think of. If he was to blow the harmonica and summon Miss Messenger to get her to help him escape Backlund via the spirit world. He had never thought of letting Renette's tanker engage in direct battle while he had Death Knell from the side to find an opportunity to fire. This was Backlund, the home ground of the official Beyonders. While Miss Messenger's unique appearance, the man could easily pin a crime on her, and what awaited Klein would be a joint attack on him. There was bound to be increasing number of demigods and powerful sealed artifacts. How harrowing. Klein moved his gaze away in a manner that adhered to logic. Using Clown's ability to control his leg, he walked to the door in a completely normal manner. He didn't ask Mach oh my god, I'm reading wrong. He didn't ask Mach who those people were to appear uninterested as a way to prove that this was all just a casual glance. However, the person turning to look at him had exposed his appearance to Klein. He had thick but unmessy black brows with his short brown and crew cut of the same color. He had dark blue eyes and a high nose bridge with a bushy mustache spreading out from his mouth. He had a long face with accentuated outlines as well as calloused nerves. He had strong masculine vibes and was probably in his 30s or 40s. It was difficult to determine. Just one of his appearances alone, Klein felt that he looked more like the Arbiter pathway demigod rather than one of the Black Emperor pathway. Of course, this demigod bearing was closer to that of a warrior's, but he was too short. Having had a clear look at him, Klein didn't need to inquire further. He could directly get a Rose to answer him. Even if he was still wary of the magic mirror, he could always commission Miss Shio, Miss Sharon, and company to do a simple background check. He believed that no matter how well hidden this demigod was, it was unlikely for him to have a low-ranking position. It would be easy to figure out who he was. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Klein left the East Balum military veteran mess in a normal manner. When he boarded the carriage, he learned... Oh my god, I'm reading wrong. He leaned on the wall, closed his eyes, and kept silent for a few seconds. Inwardly, he let out a long sigh. The discontinuing trail of clues leading to the truth of the Great Smog of Backland has finally been connected again. He didn't... It has? He didn't... Wait, I haven't been able to piece this together myself. Hold up. He didn't open his eyes or say a word as though he was recounting the business problems he had previously discussed. But in fact, it was to quell his emotions that had been left up in an upheaval. During this process, Klein realized that Richardson had tried to speak a few times, only to shut his mouth again, doing so as though he was stumped. Ultimately, he didn't say a word, focused on preparing Marquis's black tea for his employer. Due to the previous encounter, Klein momentarily didn't have the capability to be bothered about him and had pretended to not notice it. He was protecting the one. The demigod was protecting the ship of the human traffickers. They did fight on the ship with the slaves. Oh. The same one connected to the case of the Black Hero Bandit. And that led back to that one gang we fought in Volume 2. And there was one escaped Beyonder that... There was one Beyonder that left, that made it out. Okay. The brain is jogging. Amidst the silent atmosphere of grinding wheels, they returned to 160 Butland Street. When he reached the 3rd floor, Klein was just about to head for the bathtub that had been prepared by the lady maid when Richardson, who was holding his hat and cane, took 2 steps forward and respectfully said, "Sir, are you heading to the southern continent soon?" Yes, Klein replied frankly. He had even prepared £500 in cash to hand to housekeeper Tane Joe for daily expenses needed for Dwayne Taunton's residence during his time in the southern continent. Meanwhile, he had a deeper understanding of the importance of having a butler in Valetan high society. There were many things that a master couldn't keep from them. Therefore, any conflict in faith and political inclinations necessitated a change. Richardson hesitated and said, "Sir, I was born in the southern continent and am fluent in Duntanese. I'm also very familiar with the various local traditions. I should be of help to you." Duntanese was a common language of the ancient Balum Empire. In present-day East and West Balum, the citizens still used this language. Only people of the middle and upper class knew of foreign languages like Ancient Basic, Loas, and Intis. Klein felt unlucky with regards to this because the ancient Balum was once a unified empire with a true god existing in it. Therefore, although the different states had different accents, they all used Duntanese. The written languages was likewise the same. This saved him plenty of trouble. If I were to encounter dozens or even more than 100 dialect and languages, that would be a headache. However, Duntanese and Ancient Basic doesn't belong to the same person. Duntanese? Am I saying it wrong? I'm pretty sure I'm saying it wrong. I'm unable to easily grasp the various branches and learn the latter. Finding an interpreter is necessary. Oh, Anderson seems to be fluent in Duntanese. Oh, I'm saying it right. Duntanese. Okay. Duntanese. He never seemed to mention that having any problems with communication in West Balum. Klein finished listening to Richardson when he suddenly realized what was stumping him. As a valet, he needs to follow whenever his employer heads out. There was no need for a butler to do so. This also means that a valet was likely a secretary for the master's daily life. In certain cases, they would also play a role as a business secretary. Clearly, Richardson enjoyed his life in Backland and everything it had to offer. He didn't wish to return to the southern continent to see the scenery or matters that would make him recall his past. Therefore, when he got into the carriage, he had tried to mention that his traits was unable to voice it out. He wished that Dwayne Taunton could find a better candidate. Klein thought for a moment before saying, "I can tell that you don't like the southern continent. Why are you telling me this?" Richardson slowly bowed his head and looked at his toes. You gave me a chance to gain experience and mature. I believe I can help you. Very, very simple feelings of gratitude. If you hadn't said no, no one would know that you knew Dutanese. After all, you were born and raised in East Balum Colony Manor. Klein carefully sized up Richardson, chuckled inwardly, and made some silent, poignant comments. However, he didn't plan on letting this valet of his follow him to the southern continent. Firstly, it would make it inconvenient for him to carry out certain operations. Secondly, if he was recognized by some nation reestablishment society member of the numinous episcopate, it might end up affecting the rest of his life. Klein laughed and replied, I have plenty of friends there. They are fluent in Dutanese and are aware of the traditions there. Huh? You have more important things to do. Stay in Backland. Help me deliver some gifts to my friend at fixed periods of time. I'll be giving you a name list when the time comes. After you read more papers and take notes of the investment opportunities and also perform on the ground checks, finally give me a corresponding report. I will get Ma'am Tangia to specially prepare some of the funds for this. Richardson was somewhat surprised before saying in a pleasant surprise, yes, sir, I will work hard. At that instant, he felt that he was being put in an important position as his eyes blurred up. From the moment he was born, this was the first time he felt hope for his future. It was something to look forward to. Oh, look at that. After dismissing Richardson, Klein took off a comforter bath to soothe his tense nerves. He wore pajamas and returned to the bedroom. Taking a pen and paper, he drew the symbol that was a mixture of concealment and mystery prying. The full-body mirror surface rippled with aqueous light and silver light of the luminous text. Richardson... Wait. Is Richardson summoning... The full body's mirror surface rippled with aqueous light as silver light formed in the luminous text. Exalted Great Master, your puny, loyal, and humble servant Rhodes is here to enter your summoning. Oh, okay, hold up. Klein is doing this. Okay, I was like, wait, what the fuck? Is Richardson doing this? No, okay. Are you about to leave Backland again? Klein nodded and said yes. Without waiting for Rhodes to mention that he could question it, he asked, can I still contact you in Southern Continent? Of course, as long as you take out the magical radio transceiver. On the surface of the mirror, silver words quickly formed. However, you cannot leave it out of the real world for too long or use it too frequently. There are plenty of beneficiaries of the Mother True Desire. She can use it to detect you. Oh, so he has to be careful. Klein nodded gently and asked, what do you know about the Mother True Desire? Rhodes suddenly fell into silence. It was only after a very long period of time that its silver luster formed a complete sentence. I don't dare to mention it, nor do I dare to show it. Whoa? Are Rhodes is scared? I got the hiccups. This is the first time where he doesn't answer a question. What the fuck? I don't dare to mention it, nor do I dare to show it. He can talk about the Twilight Hermit Order. He's talked about Amon. He's talked about all this shit with the mummy. But all of a sudden, he doesn't talk about the Mother Tree of Desire? Okay. Holy shit. Klein visits his hostile territory. We're literally going behind enemy lines. If you guys have watched that movie, it's a pretty good movie, Behind Enemy Lines. We're literally going behind enemy lines. Holy shit. I don't dare to mention it, nor do I dare to show it. When an all-knowing mirror says that you know shit's bad. Warning to everyone. 889. Oh, it's going to be a good chapter, huh? I can feel it. No, it is all-knowing. It just doesn't want to tell him. So he probably knows. He probably has the answer, but he doesn't even want to say it. But he was able to talk, or he was able to show him a picture of the Twilight Hermit Order, right? When you can see like Twilight, you can see the tree at dawn. That's crazy, dude. Okay, next chapter, 889. Warning to everyone. Perfect. 889. Four hours. 21 minutes. 13 seconds. $889. Okay. Make sure this is good. This is updated. Oh man, my legs are falling asleep. Ooh. Warning to everyone. All right, next chapter. Chapter 889 is called Warning to Everyone. Don't dare to mention it or show it. At least for Rhodes, the Mother Tree of Desire is definitely stronger than Sequence 1 Zartold. No, it's even stronger than the Monster Pathway uniqueness die probability. There should be a way to circumvent the restrictions to get a Rhodes to dissipate the corresponding information, such as bringing it above the Great Fog. How is that possible? That won't happen unless I'm already an angel and in incomplete control of that mysterious space. Client's eyes move slightly without pressing the question. He asks, it's your turn to ask. The full body mirror's silver light turned brisk, forming a new sentence. Great master, what other instructions do you have for me? Nice question. Client thought for a moment and said, after I leave Backland, take note of Dr. Aaron Siri's family. Once his wife gives birth, remember to mention it to me when I summon you. After careful consideration, Client believed that leaving this matter to Rhodes was for the best. After all, no one could monitor Dr. Aaron's residence 24 hours a day, and what Client needed to do was switch to residence at the end of the month to turn on the radio transceiver once. Alright, Master, the words on the mirror reflected Rhodes' mood. I have a question. Speak. Klein nodded, giving permission. This time, the sentences Rhodes presented were filled with pause, as though it was very hesitant. Great Master, what relationship does that child have with you? It seems to be puzzled why a supreme ruler above the spirit world would pay so much attention to a yet-to-be-born infant. What's he gonna say? Huh? I already said that it was a yet-to-be-born child of Dr. Aaron Siri's, yet Rhodes failed to notice anything special about Will Ossipton. When it comes to hiding his fate and special traits, a Snake of Fate is far better than the angels of the other sequences. However, the magic mirror is able to accurately give me the time when Tail Devourer or Ouroboros would leave Backland. Huh? It's likely that Will Ossipton's reboot makes it difficult for high-level existences to notice anything. So when you're in that state, you just don't know anything. Or you can't sense anything. This might be why he can avoid Angels of Fate, Client entered Enlightenment friends. About being Will Ossipton's godfather, it was a casual thought. He's going to be his godfather. Oh, see? All-knowing? Don't think so. He actually didn't know that. You're right, Mick. Yeah, you're right. He actually did it. He can't even sense that. I lost my place. Great Master, you can ask Will. Only friends. The Rhodes revealed an inexplicable... He didn't have mock confidence, but he forced it afraid that he would annoy the Snake of Fate. About being Wilson's godfather, it was just a casual thought. He didn't have much confidence about that or dare to force it. Afraid that he would annoy Snake of Fate. Only friends. Rhodes revealed an inexplicable sense of disappointment. In its words, Great Master, you can ask a question. Klein thought for a moment before saying, do you know who the person I met in the East Balum Military Veterans Mess is? If you aren't sure who I'm referring to, I can draw it for you. In the dark and deep mirror, aqueous light surfaced, producing a cold and bearded man with dark blue eyes. It was none other than demigod Klein suspected to be of the Black Emperor pathway. Meanwhile, the corresponding text appeared beneath the picture. He's Brigadier General Conas Kilgore? He's from MI9 and is a deputy director. Let me read this again. He's Brigadier General Conas Kilgore. He's from MI9 and is a deputy director. He's known to be a Sequence 5 from the Lawyer Pathway, but he wields a powerful sealed artifact. MI9 Brigadier General, Deputy Director. From the looks of it, he is a representative of the spy network for all the factions of the royal family. Klein mesmerized the information given to him by the magic mirror, but for a moment he was at a loss. He was at a loss as to the direction for the investigation. After all, Quinus was a demigod, and be it spying or sounding him out, it would easily put him in an alert state, regardless of whether he did it himself or commissioned someone else. It was bound to provoke revenge. The only reliable idea he had was to rely on Miss Justice to do some gathering of information. Not only was he standing high, she also had the social connections to obtain the relevant information. Furthermore, she was the Sequence 6 of the Spectator Pathway. She could steer topics of conversation without garnering any suspicion, allowing her to complete her observations stealthily. I have to say that although spectators have lacking combat abilities, there are a force to be reckoned with in other aspects. Besides, with the powers of psychiatrist and hypnotist, spectators control and guide the direction of a battle to a certain extent. Klein reflected over it as he said, wondering what else he could ask Rhodes about. At this moment, the light from the mirror surface faded and formed a new sentence. Great Master, do you wish to know the mastermind behind Charon's unaliving? You are even providing me intelligence on your own accord. Although I've already extracted myself from this matter, I haven't been too actively involved in this and am just awaiting the Nighthawk's investigation. I didn't even find it necessary to ask about it. Klein chuckled inwardly and nodded yes. The full-body mirror produced a silver line of text. Royal Family's Consultant Heaven Rambis One of the counselors of the psychology alchemist. The psychology alchemist? Okay. It's Brigadier, right? Varsh? Brigadier? No? Am I saying it wrong? Psychology alchemist Roll family consulted. Klein immediately frowned. He found it difficult to determine whether psychology alchemists were plotting or if a particular faction of the royal family was dissatisfied with the current political climate and was attempting to nudge it. Okay. Audrey has to do some recon. She's gonna have to do some recon into the psychology alchemists. The psychology alchemist isn't, like I imagined, being focused on academics and exploration of ancient ruins. Do all secret organizations attempt to grasp power at a certain point to influence the world? An anchor's requirement. I wonder if Hyven Rumby's ploy is a personal act or a decided by the organization. If it's the former, that's still alright, but if it's the latter, it will be easier for Miss Justice to encounter difficult choices. Wow, my nose is so itchy. To encounter difficult choices as her stunning psychology alchemist rises. Klein thought world as he returned to the question and answered in game. He deliberately asked, "What else do you wish to say?" "Oh, you're amazing, the great fool." If anyone else has asked such a question, Klein believed that the roads would smite them with lightning or use another malicious method to tease them. However, he believed that as the supreme ruler above the spirit world, he had the right to ask such a question. It was also an opportunity to test the road's bottom line. The silver light of the full body mirror surface transformed into another new line without any hesitation. Great Master, Amon is already in backline as you suspected. As it's his avatar that came, I can see it. What do you mean as expected? When did I expect it? Klein pricked up his brows and said, I'm aware. Alright, that's it for today. I'll summon you again using the radio transceiver if I come across any more questions. Alright, that's it for today. Yes, Master, your loyal and helper servant Rose is constantly awaiting your orders. Goodbye. The mirror's surface depiction an emoticon of waving a handkerchief. He's waving at him goodbye. Klein watched in silence until everything was restored to normal. On the second day, which was a Monday, he was already made preparations to head to the southern continent. Apart from the luggage that contained 2 sets of clothes, 500 pounds, and some miscellaneous clothes, there was meat for show. He threw the remaining 12,125 pounds and 85 gold coins above the Great Fog. Vin Rumbis and Brigadier. Am I not saying Brigadier? I thought I was saying Brigadier. Was I mispronouncing? Oh shit, I probably I know, I'm trying to say Brigadier. Imagine Reynolds pulling up with Monica. Oh fuck, that scared the shit out of me. The reason why he was so careful was because Klein held a deep impression on his last death and resurrection. If he hadn't had an anonymous account with a few hundred pounds of misjustice, he had no idea how long he had to wander the streets. Perhaps he had to really get a job at the circus to be a clown, or he'd have to head to a certain gangster leader to place to borrow some money. Seeing that it was almost 3, Klein headed up to the Grey Fog, prepared to have this week's terror gathering. Okay. He had previously done a divination here, and he received the conclusion that unless they were in the same building, Blasphemer Amon was unable to detect a Tarot Club member being pulled up into the mysterious space above the Great Fog. Before long, dark red beams shot up into the Grand Palace, materializing into a blurry figure. Having confirmed that she was restarting her psychology lessons this week and having restrained the contact with the psychology alchemist, Audrey looked towards the end of the long bronze table in a relatively good mood. She stood up, raised the corners of her skirt, and bowed. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Opposite of her, the hangman also got up and bowed, but he had another question on his mind. He had originally promised the world German Sparrow that he would give him the mystical item made from the ocean songster beyond her characteristic last week. They did say that. Like, I'll give it to you no matter what. But to his dismay, something happened to the artisan, preventing him from handing it over in time. Regards to this, Olga planned on explaining the reason to the world at the Tarot Gathering before personally taking action to resolve the problems of the artisan. After the bow and exchange greetings, Leah was just about to say something when she saw Mr. Fool wrap the edges of the model table. This dull knock made all the Tarot Club members tense up. They had no idea what Mr. Fool was about to say. It must be something serious. Something that's emphasized by Mr. Fool at the beginning must be something serious. Audrey determined inwardly. The Fool Klein surveyed the area and said with a smile, Amon recently arrived in Backland, an avatar. Amon, Blasphemer Amon. Derek instantly felt his unpleasant memories become invoked. Oh shit, remember that? When he was in the cell and he's like watching, oh man, he's like, his fucking avatar, his like head splits and then like you can see his brain. It's just gross, dude. That was probably one of the most hypest moments in Volume 2, dude. Oh, shit. Derek, oh, man, he's fucking scared. Amon, blast from Amon. Derek instantly felt his unpleasant memories become invoked. Be it parasitizing the former team captain, asking, "Are you looking for me?" or coiling around his spirit body. Like a snake, Amon, with his pointed head, was a nightmare he couldn't shriek away from. One, he had to know that as a resident of the City of Silver, Derek had seen plenty of terrifying monsters. Only a few could make him feel uneasy and fearful from just a mere recollection. Amon had headed to Backland, where Miss Justice, a Miss Magician, living. What does he want? What should they do? Derek suddenly felt nervous for his companions. Amon, this ancient king of angels, had returned to the real world. Indeed, whether revelation is about to happen or it's descending, the waves of times will come flooding in. Aldrich's eyes narrowed as he recalled what Vice Admiral Hurricane Quillingus had once said to him. What did he say? Catlea's thoughts were similar to his. As the King of Angels had reappeared on the northern continent, she could catch a whiff of the unease. A phrase surfaced in her mind, the changing of an epoch. What the fuck? Chill the fuck out. The changing of an epoch. The epoch of the apocalypse, right? Amon, angel of time, Amon, an ancient king of angels. Audrey trembled in concern. She glanced at the magician Forrest and Mr. Fool, who wore a blank and horrified look and couldn't help but look towards the end of the long bronze table. That's a bit too dramatic. No, man. Honorable Mr. Fool, can I think of a way to inform the church of this matter? Why are they saying that? The changing of an epoch. That'd be wild. Imagine. So, like, we know epoch. I'm not saying it wrong, am I? It's epoch. Ellipse? Oh, apocalypse. Oh, I see what you did there, Meg. I'm sorry. So we know there's supposed to be an apocalypse in like 20 years, but are we, for the aura, are we saying that Amon, his strength alone, can bring about the changing of an epoch, bruh? So, like, are we saying he's going to bring about the apocalypse? Thank you, Meg. The apocalypse. Holy shit. Honorable Mr. Fool, can I think of a way to inform the church of this matter? 890, brothers and sisters. Here we go. Wait, hold up. Before here we go, I need to stretch. Holy shit, man. Do I eat now or should I wait? I think I can read one more chapter before I go eat. Ugh. I think I can read another chapter before I go out and eat. Oh, man. Well, Amon is just below God. Yeah. Sequence 1, man. I'm getting hungry, but trust. Let me read one more chapter before I go eat. I think when I do go eat, I am going to take a 30-minute break. So we can all take like a quick 30-minute break. I think we can do that. But let me just do my timestamp before I forget. 4 hours, 33 minutes, 38 seconds. Nom nom nom. Yeah, we definitely need to eat. Luckily, I have... my food is already ready. It's like chicken and rice mixed with veggies. I'll just pop it in the microwave. I'll probably eat it outside. Get some fresh air. Touch grass for 30 minutes and then come back. Just because the room gets so stuffy when I'm streaming for so long. Alright. Let's read one more chapter and then we're gonna take a quick 30. We're finishing COI today. Alright. Tell me this. What is the last chapter of volume 4? It's okay, it's not a spoiler. Just so I know when to finish it. 30-minute break will be the death of you. That's like a 30-minute nap, dude. What do you mean? That's a good 30-minute nap, bro. 9:46. I need to go sleep. Yo, thank you for tuning in, man. Awesome. Yeah, don't worry. We'll have the video up soon. Maybe when you're awake. Actually, I lied. When you're awake, I don't think we'll be streaming anymore. Yeah, we'll definitely be resting. All right. 890. Holy shit. Hey, yo, fellow countrymen. We're making progress. Damn, we're fucking reading a lot. In the morning here too. Get my shirt. Wow, we start at 867 and we're at 890. Damn. Hey, that's some fucking progress. All right, after this chapter, we're going to take a quick 30 and we're going to go eat just because we've been live for a while. Now I am getting a little hungry. But chapter 890 is called Ignore Him. 920 is this stream at least so that you read the ending at once and enjoy it the most. Okay, we're going to talk about that after. If I can read 820, the next stream will just be until 820 and then we stop and then we power through those 25 chapters together. We'll see. We'll see how it works. Won't reach 920 in the stream. Hey, hold up. We did 20 chapters in like 4 or 5 hours. I think we can do that. Regardless, Miss Justice question, Klein had already considered it for some time. After all, leaving the troublesome problems to the official organizations who could resolve them was his modus operandi. However, Lenar's and Palazaros' reactions made him realize something different. Wow, now I'm getting all sweaty all of a sudden. Whew. Leonard was a red glove of the Nighthawks. He could easily create an informant to pass the news to Amon, being in a backline to the Church of Evernight, and then let the Archbishop of the high-ranking Deccan decide on a strategy before carrying out an operation. It wouldn't expose his problem. It can also quash any latent troubles. Yet he had chosen to leave using the excuse of a mission. It was obvious to Klein that Amon's appearance was tied to the reason of Leonard's choice of actions. He had the suspicion that the information of the Church of Evernight might result in unpredictable negative outcomes. Therefore, the angel of the martyr pathway in Leonard's body had denied this choice of action, and he was one of the existences who knew of the various beyond powers that Amon possessed. There's a really hype moment before the ending. Shh, you will have to stall to digest what you read for that moment. Bet. Or we just go raw and we keep reading. Maybe. When I have no idea what to do, the choice is undoubtedly to emulate those with experience, although there's the gray fog separating us, and any problem will cease at Miss Justice sides. There's no need to take such risks. There aren't many members of the Terror Club to begin with. Every one of them needs to be cherished. Thoughts flashed through the full Klein's mind as he shook his head and said with a calm, humored tone, "Ignore him. Ignore him." Mr. Fool's attitude is as if Amon is a stray dog. In his eyes, only a sequence 0 true deities are worthy of attention. That's right, the last time the sun was possessed by Amon's avatar, Mr. Fool had easily cleansed it away. Easily. He's gonna be such an easy villain, or whatever he becomes. As long as Amon doesn't appear in person, it's not too big of a problem for him. The reason Mr. Fool emphasized this matter at the beginning is to warn us to be careful. Oliver thought in fearful respect and enlightenment. Audrey smiled, interpreted the meaning that it was a trivial matter. She suddenly made the connection. Is Mr. World Gurmispro's temporary departure backland to avoid Angel of Time Amon? To me, Mr. Fool, although he is still slowly recovering his standing level and powers, it's not difficult for him to deal with Amon's avatar. The sun's encounter is evidence that he got his bless to avoid Amon, to not attract the Angel of Time's real body, and this can spoil his plans of awakening. Yes, he emphasized it to use us as a warning. Worry that we wouldn't react properly when chancing upon Amon, Mr. Fool really shows us his concern for us. At this moment, Emlyn had just disguised the matter of a king of angels, blasphemer Amon's appearance in Backland. Although he was arrogant, repeated terror gatherings had allowed him to understand what the king of angels was. It was the existence of the second to the sanguine ancestor Lilith, second to the true deities that sat at the pinnacle of the sequence. They were the strongest ones who walked the real world. What's going to happen this time in Backland? When the time comes, there will be dead people, the wounded or the sick everywhere outside. I'll become busy again because of Father. Emlyn recalled his life after the Great Smog of Backland as he showed signs of fear that such matters would happen again. Force also felt that the problem was significant. This was because if Angels of the Time Amon really wanted to do something, it was very likely that he would inflict damage on a large scale. It was something that she could avoid by hiding at home and not heading out. She silently drew a breath and looked at the end of the long bronze table, wordily asking, Honorable Mr. Fool, why is Amon sending his avatar to Backland? Klein deliberated over his choice of words and looked around the table with a smile. To look for all of you? Oh, shit. To look for us. The sentence sent to send bolts of lightning that struck Force and company awake and left their spines numb. Right on the heels of that, Audrey made the connection and replied to ignore him from before. She found that Mr. Fool, like the boundless ocean, the mere avatar of the blasphemer, was just a rock. It could only cause a tiny stir and nothing more. Oh, shit, dude. Although Amon's avatar came to find us Terror Club members, Mr. Full had said to ignore him, so there's no need to bother about him. Praise Mr. Full. Praise Mr. Full. Audrey's nerves had just tensed up, instantly relaxed. Audrey's nerves that had just tensed up instantly relaxed. Emlyn, Forrest, and Derek also figured out something similar. They either leaned back into their chair seats, exhaled openly, or praised Mr. Full from the bottom of their hearts. Kat Leah hadn't joined when Amon possessed the son Derek, and she had only learned of it during a few subsequent discussions. Therefore, she knew little and didn't have deep thoughts about it. She felt worried over the situation where Amon, a king of angels, was seeking out the Terror Club members. Why would a king of angels like Amon target Terror Club? He likely discovered organizations from the sun. What goal does he have, and why is he so confident? He is targeting Mr. Full. He can sense the abnormalities of the Grey Fog. But Mr. Full said to ignore him. That means that under normal circumstances, Amon is unable to tell who is a Terror Club member. With King of Angels appearing, is the fifth epoch coming to an end? What the fuck? After Olga relaxed from his tense state, he began thinking about something else. Back when he informed the Church of the Storms about the Banshee Harbor's problems, his excuse was that he had heard someone at a bar mentioning it, and he had described this person using Blaspher Amon's image. Yeah, I remember that. Thankfully, even if the church were to encounter Amon with the way they handle things, they wouldn't verify any question in this matter, and regardless of Amon's performance or because of his identity, they would definitely find him extremely suspicious and place weight on the situation. Olga wasn't worried that he would expose himself from the trivial problems. He only believed that it was best that he should be careful not randomly use high-ranking Beyonders, especially angels and above, as scapegoats. Hence, he warned himself, although not every high-ranking Beyonder is at the level of any mention of it will be known or have similar powers, mentioning it is... Wow, my hands are super sweaty, dude. Oh my goodness. Or have very similar powers, mentioning it excessively might result in encountering that existence due to the machinations of fate. I don't know. I can't pronounce that. I assume it's like the machine, right? Like the cogs of fate. Like the cogs of fate. I assume that's what it's referencing. The machinations of fate. After all, the higher one goes, the deeper the connections of fate will be. Seeing that the Terror Club members, especially the three who were in Backland, had already shown signs of wariness about Amon's avatar and had ridden off the thoughts of being rash and not plan on targeting the blasphemer, he calmed down and leaned back, leisurely looking at everyone in indication that the floor was theirs. Kat Leah reined in her words over the northern and southern continent of the 5 seas before looking to the seat of honor as the long bronze table. Honorable Mr. Full, I have 3 new diary pages again this time. She remembered vividly that at the end of the last Monday's Tarot gathering, she had informed the meaning of the 2 Roselle characteristics to Queen Mystic. However, she only received the reply on Sunday. In it were 3 new diary pages and questions of the medium length. The place his mind and spirit calls home is on the island or the depths of the cosmos. When Leah ruminated over this question, she seemed to sense the emotional upheavals that were happening when Queen Mystic wrote it. Unlike her usual calm self, the place his mind and spirit calls home is it on the island or the depths of the cosmos? The island or depths of the cosmos. What is that referencing? The depths of the cosmos? With regards to this, she sighed silently based on their understanding of Queen Mystic Bernadette. In Her Majesty's hearts, Emperor Roselle is unresolved not. She is the reason why she ultimately doesn't dare to advance to Sequence 2. Klein had no... Oh, so she's stuck at... She doesn't want to go to Sequence 3? She doesn't want to go to Sequence... She purposely chooses to stay at Sequence 3 and not go to 2. She ultimately doesn't dare to advance to Sequence 2? Klein had no idea what Madame Herbert was thinking. All he did was nod an indication that she could conjure the new result diary pages. Soon the 3 yellowish-brown goatskin pages appeared in his palm. Home refers to the depths of the cosmos. March 10th, I participated in that ancient and most secret organization gathering, the Twilight Hermit Order. After many observations, I'm increasingly puzzled over a problem. What does it mean to be the trend of the times? Who defines the trend of times? If it time, Amon, time, Adam, time, or Boris is more no. Snake Devourer or no. If it's really as they claim, when everything ends and the original creator is resurrected from the deed, from the dead, awakening from his slumber, he would gather everything back into his body to create a new world and new history. Then there's no need for them to let the times develop according to what they expect of the times. They can quickly come up with all kinds of schemes, such as triggering a world war, a war between angels, or even a war between deities. Would that accelerate their goals? Or could they literally act like the Bene Gesserit from Dune? Holy shit. Like they're the ones scheming and plotting everybody's like bloodline and whatnot. Okay, take a shot whenever time is mentioned. Take a shot whenever time is mentioned. Take a shot. Or could it be that the case that the times take a shot is part of the original creator? Only when the times take a shot develop according to a certain exception can he draw energy from it and revive. This isn't scientific. Of course, whatever I see him participate in now isn't scientific at all. Actually, if I had any say, why revive the creator who rides above all? Everyone can just go through the motions and enjoy themselves without any restrictions. Isn't that better? Based on my observations, there are many members who share similar viewpoints as mine. However, there are a number of members who are stubborn and inflexible, strictly abiding to their beliefs. I wonder if they should be called idealists or crazy cultists. I think crazy cultists is so it's a little bit better. What I can see through the most of the mysterious leader, old Mr. Hermes, told me that this. We haven't heard the word Hermes in a while. Old Mr. Hermes told me that this organization began with him, not him. It began with him, capital H, and not. Wait, it began with him, lowercase him, not capital H-I-M, not capital H him. It was organized with people who shared his beliefs and goals. However, he seldom expresses his thoughts, never stopping many of the members who use the organization for their own purpose. At times, I will even forget his existence. He seems to enjoy sitting there silently watching everyone converse. But on one matter, I witnessed his might. A high sequence beyonder who had gone against their so-called trend of times was put forth by him. In 30 seconds, the person became a target of elimination. And I believe that the poor fellow wouldn't survive past summer. Who is he? Some ancient god that survived the second epoch? Hearing it outlined without the text is hella confusing. I can see how that'd be confusing. Like he, who, we, you, me, who? Rousseau had used 2 question marks at the end of the sentence to express his strong doubts. This was something he seldom did. Hence, Klein suspected that he was the reason why Bernadette had chosen this diary entry. Ah. The plot thickens indeed. Okay. As the plot thickens, we shall take a quick 30-minute intermediate break. For people watching the video, it'll be like instantaneous. Look, I can't even snap my fingers. Look, with the power of magic. 3, 2, 1. Ooh, perfect. Ooh. Will you read it? Meki Nation. While you read, it's Maki Nation. No shot. CH is pronounced with a K. Or Meki? Meki Nation? Ah, Meki Nation. Ah, okay. Meki Nation. Thank you, Mek. Damn, man, you're good at pronunciations. 4 hours, 46 minutes, 44 seconds. All right, we're going to take a quick intermediate break. One sec. Let me just paste this. I always find it so funny whenever streamers do this. When they do what? Oh, the little breaks? Or like the time jump or whatever? Ah. Let me get a little stretch. Oh, wow. I'm only human, but I'll be honest. I almost farted. Definitely don't want to fart on stream. Whew. I gotta hold that one in just for a little bit longer. All right. Let me see if I can do this. Back in 10? No, not in 10. Yeah, for the video watchers, yeah, that's pretty funny, right? And then for us, like, man, we gotta fucking wait, man. We're the ones watching fucking live. What? I gotta fucking wait, and they just gotta go instantly? All right. Before I go out, I need to find my sandals. Give me a sec. Oh, my sandals are right here. I'm gonna grab my sandals. I'm gonna put on my Crocs. Yeah, I'm gonna go touch some grass and eat with my puppy. And we'll be right back. Time, the 30-minute time. Don't worry. 30-ish minutes, plus maybe a few minutes. We'll see. But about 30 minutes. I'll be back in 30 minutes. All right. Don't worry. I'll set a timer on my phone so I don't forget. Y'all can go on the Discord. There's interesting lore being developed there in general. But I'll peek at general right now. All right. I'll be right back, okay? Back in 30-ish. Back in 30-ish, brothers and sisters. Everybody go take your 30-minute break. Go stretch. Go get some food. All right. Because I'm not the only one that needs to stretch my back. After being live for almost 6 hours. BRB. I'm going to leave these chips here. So I can munch on them when I'm back. Holy shit, look at my vein. See that? My vein was popping out. Alright. Be right back. See ya. We'll be right back, brothers and sisters.
I was trying to be sneaky, trying to go under. And I was trying to go like, boo. I was trying to see if I could scare you guys. But then I realized I fucking came out on the bottom of the camera. Like, that was so bad. That was so fucking bad. Maybe next time. All right, I gotta turn on the air, man. It's getting hot in my fucking room. He's back. We're back. We are fucking back. We're fucking back. Another 30 chapters. Clipping up. Who's this rando? We're Snorlax. He'll be back. He'll be back soon. We'll be back in the future. Woo! How'd it go while I was gone? Oh my god! Woo! All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. We're just gonna go jump. We're just gonna jump right back into it. You know what? I feel like what I could do. I feel like I can probably read until chapter 900. And then read 900 to 920-ish. And then read 920-ish like the finale of 940-ish. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how we're doing right now. We'll see how we're doing. I'm not gonna lie, man. I had a lot of fun just eating outside and spending time with my dog. I'm not gonna lie. It was like the wind was like, man, it was some crazy anime shit, man. Seems reasonable. It was like some crazy ass anime shit where like the main character is like at the end of his journey, he's just like looking at the sky. I'm like, oh man, just gotta lock in for 3 days. Yeah, I think we can do it. If we lock in for 3 days, I think we got it. But here, we are back. Your Discord is a strange place. It's pretty good. It's been a pretty fun Discord. Yeah, why did something crazy happen? Let's see. This could be so good. Bro, there's another one I want to send, but it's above the file says limit. Y'all need to boost the server. So I'm okay, but I took a screenshot of it. Oh. I've never seen that one. I've never seen that picture. There is a battle to the good person rolls. What the fuck? Really? Okay. All right, well, let's keep reading for now. Left mouse, yeah. Oh, well, they are currently amidst the voting of a good person. You see, that's pretty good. That's some good shit. Only one shall prevail, you know? There shall only be one. Oh, wait. Oh, I forgot I snapped. We're just gonna jump straight into it, okay? Ready? Blah! Chapter 891. Look at that. We were only gone for like 1 second. 891 is called Strange Chapel. What are some places you recommend? Now I'm awkwardly pause the video again. What are some places you'd recommend for going to Japan? And can you like write a list and post it? I'm not gonna remember, not gonna lie. I can write it down, Bullseye. Yeah, for sure. We can do that. I'm down to write it out. I'll literally write out all the places I went to. I got you. I'll write it out. Just give me a minute. When I end stream, I'll quickly go through the places. We needed to comment the exam same comments. You know what I'll probably do? Continue. You know what I'll probably do, Bullseye? I'll go back in my old videos and I'll do like comments like this place. My VODs should still be in the playlist. I put all of my Japan videos in like one playlist. So if you want, I'll go through it and I'll put the places I went to, location I went to, and then I'll do like I'll just pin my comment. That was at the top. Where's the underground Japanese bar that makes fire YouTube shorts? Hey man, I didn't find that place. But the one thing I did find out in Asakusa or Atsukusa, how do you pronounce it? Asakusa, there was like an underground mall that I just didn't know about. Man, the one time I was lost over there, I wasn't even scared. I'm like, this is so fucking badass, because I knew where the hotel was, and my friend that came with me is like, all right, we're chill. Like we had signal, so we knew where to go, or we were able to track each other, but it was still cool. Wait, hold up. I'm gonna do it again, but I will do that. But he did find the red light district. Yo, I went live during the red light district. I had to be very careful. There'd be like a Dunkin' Donuts shop, and then like right across from the Dunkin' Donuts shop, it'd be like, blah! It'd just like be right there in your face. Bro showed us the good stuff. You know, I definitely had to hide the stream during the good stuff.
I mean, what you guys say is the good stuff. My good stuff was the Dunkin' Donuts and that theater chain they had over there in Shibuya. Crazy moment to join back in. Thank you, man. I got to figure out and going in a month. No way. Really? I got to figure it out and going in a month? Bet. If you want, you can DM me the places you're going to. Or if you even leave a comment like, oh, I'm going to this place, I'll make sure to look at it, screenshot it. I was referring to the donuts, of course. Definitely the donuts. All right, here we go. We're going to do it again. Blah, blah. Chapter 8, look at that. We're back. Blah, blah. After that other side tangent. Blah. Chapter 891 is called Strange Chapel. The mysterious leader of the Twilight Hermit Order enjoys sitting there, silently watching everyone converse. Once he wishes for something to be done, the matter can be very quickly reached as a consensus. This really matches a characteristic of the spectator pathway. I'm increasingly convinced that he is a monster. What the fuck am I reading? The mysterious leader of the Twilight Hermit Order enjoys sitting there silently watching everyone converse. Once he wishes for something to be done, the matter can be very quickly reach a consensus. This really matches the characteristics of the spectator pathway. I'm increasingly convinced that he is Amon's brother. Oh, we're talking about Adam. The other son of the creator, Adam. I was like, who? Yeah, we're talking about Adam. In his later years, the Emperor learned plenty of secrets from Mr. Door and was probably able to come up with similar conclusions. As Klein compared the descriptions in the diary with what he already knew and had come up with the theories and verified them, he cast his gaze down to read the rest of the content of the pages. March 11th, the more I recall what happened yesterday, the more I'm afraid I am. A demigod existence had his fate decided with just a few words. He didn't even have the chance to express his disapproval, and the makeup of the ancient secret organization convinces me that apart from dealing with the 7 Orthodox churches, there's nothing they can do, even if the toppling of a nation isn't impossible. How lucky I am to be pulled into this organization. Otherwise, who knows if I might one day suffer an unexpected assassination I cannot resist. He was a little on the nose right there. I'll die with my eyes wide open. This kind of organization that hides behind the scenes, secretly passing judgment on others while determining the life and death of the target is really unacceptable. Even if I'm one of their members, I'm still applaud and feel fear deep down. This world is so much more dangerous than Earth. Perhaps just being born with relatively high spirituality, randomly flipping through the ancient tomb, sitting normally on a ship, doing business, taking in the beauty of some lady, entering some castle because of one's love of traveling, being awoken by the fighting next door in the middle of the night, or creating something that's of meaning. These would be enough to cause one to die a baffling, tragic death. And this is one of the reasons that drive me to improve myself, to advance myself, to gain the ability to determine my own fate. I can definitely succeed. I'm the protagonist of this era. I scrolled down too much. Found my place. March 12th, I feel there's a need to seek out some material regarding the 4th epoch, 3rd epoch, and even the 2nd epoch. The experience that came from joining the ancient secret organization tells me that there might be countless secrets hidden here, the kind that will influence the direction of an epoch. Unfortunately, such information is astonishingly rare. They're either kept by the church or they have been destroyed. I believe that I'm lucky to gain such simply by relying on my subordinates. The best method is still to raise my sequence. It would allow me to gain a higher status and greater power in the church. From the diary page, it's obvious that the Emperor's act of establishing contact with Mr. Dor had happened very long after he joined the Twilight Hermit Order. Perhaps he was already a high sequence beyonder, otherwise there was no way he could withstand Mr. Dor's ravings. Compared to the Emperor, it's so much easier for me to investigate history. I have his diary from the 4th epoch. There's the City of Silver, the 2nd epoch. For the time to time, I can even encounter the evil spirits that was formed by a king of angels, In the middle of life, the Emperor seems to tone down on his illusions of grandeur. Klein flipped to the secondary page with a relaxed attitude. May 18th. I've been having nightmares recently. I dream of myself wearing ancient silver gray armor and sitting beside the cliff. In front of me is silence, and there's a bottomless black fog beneath me, the abyss. It was filled with corruption and evil. It's the abyss. Oh, when you go mad, it's because maybe going mad is related to the abyss. Merely looking at it was enough to influence me. Towards the end, my face grew complicated jet black patterns as I monitored the abyss. My skin turned hard, and I had the feeling that sticky liquid was flowing across the surface of my body. My eyes completely lost their reason. It was a reflection of the abyss. It was a reflection of the abyss which I saw and attempted to enter last month. Oh, out in the ocean. As the nightmare became... This was mentioned like volume 2. As the nightmare became more frequent, I realized that extreme thoughts are becoming a common occurrence for me. Occasionally, the anger from being beaten up might lead me to hope might lead me to hoping to rip apart the limbs of my target. Also, dark gray lumps are growing on my back. My body temperature is also gradually decreasing. Is this a form of corruption from the abyss? I have to think of a way to confirm and resolve it. From time to time, I cannot go to the church's help, otherwise I'll have to divulge the existence of the primitive island and the abyss. Yes, I can find the priests and the bishops of the Eternal Blazing Sun. They're more skilled at purification. May 19th, through some connections, I received some secret treatment. My entire being felt a lot more relaxed. All the anomalies... Who did we go to? Did we actually go to Eternal Blazing Sun, people? The bishop, priests and bishops? All the anomalies that happened to me have been turned for the better. Amidst my joy, I also thought of a problem. I've only explored the periphery of the abyss without making contact with any high-level devils. I even had an object of the Black King that could resist the corruption, yet I was affected without realizing it, and even had signs of being corrupted. Those criminal pathway beyonders would make the sacrifices to high-level devils from time to time. The corruption they suffer must be even worse. Over time, it's probably untreatable, and they can only be cleansed, both body and aura. Likewise, the high sequence bounders, especially angels, should be able to exert influence on low and mid sequence bounders of the same pathway. And due to the difference in levels, there are the corresponding limitations of the distance. When one becomes a true god, there's a high probability that they can even communicate across the whole world and spirit world without any obstructions. This begs the question, am I being influenced to a certain extent by the god of craftsmanship? No, I should say the god of steam and machinery. This is quite scary. It appears that only by becoming a demigod will I be able to escape from this influence. Thankfully, since the 5th epoch, there hasn't been any examples of true gods leaving the astral world to descend upon the land. This is the first time we've had confirmation of them leaving. What? There hasn't been any examples of true gods leaving the astral world to descend upon the land. I'm sorry, that is new lore. So, this is new lore. What? So, the Orthodox gods reside in the astral world, and only someone at Amon's level would be able to help them descend. They have a party up there. They're definitely having a party up there. It's like the party at what's the movie called where all the Hollywood actors act as themselves? Something The End. This is the end or whatever. And then you just start seeing like the Backstreet Boys party in heaven. It's not mentioned that God do not walk the land anymore. It's not mentioned the God. No, so I know so I know the gods have not walked the land since the 5th epoch. Like once the 4th epoch ended, for some reason, no gods have descended to the world. Right? But this is the first time where it's been verbally written out. True gods like reside in the astral world and then they can just descend into the land. And we found out that Amon, in some way, shape, or form, he can help them come down. No, you got it wrong. Amon is so dangerous that a deity will have to descend to kick his ass, not that he needs help them. Is that what it is? Oh, because he's such a because he's able to bring about a new epoch, right? Like that's the level of scale. Like that's how strong he is, right? Like he can bring about the apocalypse if he liked. So that's what they meant by like, oh, this is why a true god would descend. Okay. I get it. Thank you, Hope. Thank you for clarifying that up. Hope. Thank you. Likewise, I thought I said parties. Likewise, parties. Likewise, pathways without true gods do not have such severe problems. May 20th, after a period of being dispirited, I returned to the social... I thought it said social media. I returned to the social scene. Those bastards have been secretly mocking me, saying that the reason for me coming out recently has to be with me having too much fun and turning weak, just because my dark eye circles are more obvious because of my nightmare-inducing poor sleep quality. Hey, I want to let them know what it means to be different in one talent. I wonder what's an angel's influence is like on a low or mid sequence beyonder. The transmission of ravings over great distances, automatic characteristic attraction, regardless of where it is, as long as one's honorific name is chanted one. Time to get more XP. What's up, Walter? We'll have the godhood to reply. When meeting each other, is it to direct? I'm going to take these headphones off. I'm going to take them off for a bit. When meeting each other, it is to direct acquisition and erosion of one's beyond characteristics. I can't hear the music, but I know what's playing already. If all of this is possible, it's equivalent to a mini deity. A mini deity. It is no wonder that angels in the second epoch are called subsidiary gods. Klein's thoughts raised as he flipped to the page in his hand to read the last story page. October 12th, Edwards ran to me telling me that one of his knights discovered a strange chapel. It might have to do with the faith before the fourth epoch, a chapel from the third epoch. This piqued my interest as I immediately rushed to the tiny city named of Bayman. October 13th, Bayam is a tiny town built on a mountain. The buildings all have protruded domes, just like a white straw hat. It's very special. Following the street and covering several flights of stairs, I finally found a strange chapel. On the surface, it looked like an ordinary residence with nothing special about it. Only by entering would one discover the difference. There was only one priest here. He was a genuine middle-aged man who wore a simple white robe. He had a pale gold beard that covered his half face. His light-colored eyes were clear like a child. He claimed that the place was the temple of the Creator. Any creature from any species, any believer of any deity could enter. Like the Creator? When I heard him mention this, it reminded me of a question I had. Apart from the 7 Orthodox deities, the other faiths are deemed as heretics. They are unable to openly build a cathedral other than that of the original Creator. However, there has never been any such church coming into existence. Even cathedrals are extremely rare. In front of the chapel was a simple baldachin. I forgot how to pronounce this word. I'm sorry. Baldachin. It was a man carrying a cross. This was likely the divine image of the so-called Creator. I sat in front of the few and idly chatted with the priest. He told me of many different stories. He said that when humans were first born, the ones that ruled the skies, lands, and seas were all sorts of crazy, bloodthirsty monsters. They were said to be the origins of the later species, dragons, giants, and elves. Okay, we did learn that when an individual can be in like a half crazy state. No, we've learned this. This is re-established lore. These monsters freely indulge in their desires, occupying all kinds of places. It appeared that it wouldn't take long before they destroyed the entire world. At this moment, it was a Creator who had awoken, the true Creator. He retrieved the special traits and powers that had been blessed with, and he had bestowed it to the humans. So, when the ancient sun god was Eden, this is a different myth than the 7 Orthodox deities. He retrieved the special traits and powers they had been blessed with, and he had bestowed it to humans. After that, he returned to his slumber, leaving behind a prophecy. When madness, cruelty, greed, indulgence, coldness, and bloodthirstiness drowns the land once again, so the apocalypse, he would awaken and retrieve everything. This is talking about the true Creator. Like the Creator, when everything returns to him. Like, only when the world descends into apocalypse, then will everything return to him. As we spoke, the priest held a hanging cross by his chest and silently prayed. Such a myth is completely different from the church's canon. There are many interesting parts that are worth thinking about. October 15, I've been back in the tree for a day. Only then did I forget to ask the priest for his name. It's fucking Amon or something. Right? It's probably like Amon. Forget it. There will still be a chance in the future. My sixth sense as a man tells me that I'll definitely head to the chapel again. Isn't this the condensed version of the City of Silver's myth? The period around the end of the second epoch and the beginning of the third epoch, the priests seem to know a lot. Perhaps an organization that passed down such a myth over the generations know it a lot. Maybe he's Amon and he's been alive since then. Klein's mind stirred as the diary pages in his hand vanished. Then he looked up and Ma'am Hermit, go ahead. Katlia immediately bowed her head. Honorable Mr. Foe, what I wish to know is if this plays the Emperor Rizal's mind and spirit calls home on the island or the depths of the cosmos. That island, the primitive island that caused Grimm to die and had left the Emperor shocked. From the looks of it, the Emperor treated that island with great importance towards the end of his life. Even Queen Mystic Bernadette noticed it. What does deep in the cosmos mean? The astral world or some other planet? Some other planet? The moon? The moon or another planet? What? There are many things about the Emperor that transcends his era, so he's suspected to be his daughter to be... So he's suspected by his daughter to be an alien? That's funny. Although it's a little ridiculous, it adheres to logic, like they come in a spaceship or what? Although it's a little ridiculous, it adheres to logic. After all, research has proven that this is a planet, the sun is a star, and apart from that is the endless universe, a galaxy with countless stars. How should I answer? I can't just tell her about transmigration, but it's not like I can't say anything. Klein pondered for a while before shaking his head with a smile. Neither of them? You think the moon? No, I know the moon isn't a planet, but maybe we're just referencing the moon instead of a planet, right? Like maybe they were referencing a satellite and not necessarily like a planet, you know? But next chapter, I digress. 892, individual comprehension. Okay, awesome. We said it right the first time. 892. Timestamp? Give me a sec. 5 hours, 1 minute, 44 seconds. Copy paste. Beautiful. I'm an ascending being. Let's keep reading and find out. Chapter 892 is called Individual Comprehension. Neither of them, Katlia ruminated over Mr. Fool's reply, sitting feeling at a loss as to what the true meaning of the question. She originally imagined that the place that the Emperor Rizzo's mind and spirit called home had to involve something philosophical or mystical. For example, the island might refer to the divine kingdom of the deity of his faith. The depths of the cosmos refer to the astral world, indicating Emperor Rizzo's belief and suppressing himself in his quest for deity throne. In the end, Mr. Fool answered that it was neither. This denied nearly every possibility, making it difficult for her to think of any other answer. Perhaps what Her Majesty wishes to ask is not something I understand. What Mr. Fool is saying is pointing on another explanation. It doesn't matter. If I understand, I'm only a communication tool between them. Katlia said inwardly as she sincerely bowed. Thank you for your answer. The other Terror Club members were lost in regards to the question and answer. Although they could understand the reasoning for the question and could understand what the actual meaning of the mental and spiritual home was, they could make any connection to the island or the depths of the cosmos. Hence, all of them had their own interpretations and guesses, but all of them felt that their theories were distant from the truth. Subconsciously, Forrest believed that the island refers to the woman Rizzo loves the most. The depths of the cosmos refers to the Emperor's late years when he cast his gaze to what he deemed the Sea of Stars. That is a good game. I have not finished that game, by the way, but I do plan on picking it up. The Sea of Stars. Audrey believed that the island refers to one island of self-consciousness in psychology. The sea of the consciousness and below the sea surface with the subconscious, and the cosmos refers to spirituality sky that represented the astral world. Hence, the corresponding question became, did Emperor Rizzo believe in himself, deities, or pure natures? Yeah, the goat is still alive. Yeah, we're going strong, dude. From this angle, Mr. Fool's answer appeared rather strange. It was as though he was saying that Emperor Rizzo didn't believe in anything, including himself. I might be misinterpreting it, but if that's really the case, Emperor Rizzo might seem to be conflicted based on what Mr. Rizzo says, but in fact, it might be concealed a deeper secret, or it could be that in his later years, he had seen through life. He began thinking about the universe, the world, deities, and the basic qualities of humanity. He became a pessimist and a nihilist. Audrey seemed to be training her abilities as she thought with piqued interest. Olga had similar thoughts as Katlia. As for Emlyn, he considered in for a moment before decisively giving up on realizing that he had no clue. Derek had no interest in Emperor Rizzo, but he didn't break his silence. He kept considering the conversations he was to have later. Finally, the fool who had cloaked by the gray fog chuckled and said, "You may begin." Olga immediately looked at the world and deliberated over his words. "Sorry, your mystical item will require a little more time." Without waiting for him to speak, he quickly gave an explanation. The artisan had strangely gotten infected by a sickness, and there are suspicious snoopers appearing in the vicinity. This resulted in a delay. I will personally make a trip to see if I can resolve his problems so that he can quickly recover. We'll try to make the mystical item you need within 2 weeks. The Overthinking Club. He spoke extremely sincerely as a way to express his apologies and importance on the matter, but in his actual description, he had secretly pushed all the blame to the artisan. It was as though he was saying to the world that if he will be dispelled, I will teach him a lesson to you. It's not enough. I will even guide you to his exact location for you to personally pay him a visit. The artisan sure is troublesome. Mr. Hangman treats this quite seriously, huh? Non-official, or should I say artisan, who are willing to accept orders from unknown origins are extremely aware. If they can be secured, it's best that they are secured. Klein pondered for a moment and got the world to hoarsely reply, I would allow this delay, but there shouldn't be a next time. He spoke very calmly but alarmed Olger. He could almost feel the hidden murderous intent in the world Germitsbro. Thank you for your understanding, he said with a staid expression. Upon hearing their conversation, Katlia looked at the hanged man, curled her lips, and nudged her glasses. She said, if you aren't able to resolve the problems, I can provide some help. From her point of view, as long as the problem wasn't serious, she could even do it for free. After all, this meant that she could skip the hanged man and directly establish connections with the artisan. Olger obviously sensed the true intent of this pirate admiral. He felt that she was beginning to severely encroach into his territory, giving him a certain level of pressure. He paused for a moment and replied in an unperturbed manner. Then I will thank you on behalf for your kindness. On the one hand, he experiences close ties with the artisan, and on the other hand, didn't directly object to her help, thus giving him sufficient leeway compared to having Germansborough find fault with him. Sacrificing some benefits wasn't something unacceptable. Katlia didn't harp on the matter as she turned to look at the world. Are you pleased with the information on West Balum? She had already gathered all the information on West Balum that Germansborough needs last Thursday. She'd also handed it to him via the strange messenger. She was filled with fear when it came to Mr. Fool, so given any other method, she was unwilling to disturb the existence. It cost me a total of £300. If it wasn't good enough, I would have asked for a refund there and then. Klein mumbled and made the world answer tersely as an affirmation. Then the fake person cast its gaze on Miss Magician. Horace immediately felt uncomfortable, akin to the feeling of a rat being targeted by a cat. She couldn't help but consider if she had done something wrong. Could it be that during the conversation with Shield, my description, no defamation of Dwayne Dantes was heard by him? Or as he displeased it, I didn't refund him the money. Forrest stopped thinking about the bodyguard mission that had happened days ago, and she asked, quaking with consideration, Mr. Rold, is there something? The world nodded and said, a commission. Get information on Cauldron City from the Abraham family. Most important of all is its location. Cauldron City. Why is the world suddenly searching for this mysterious spirit world city? An instruction from Mr. Fool. It's a new part of the reawakening plans. Katlia had some idea about Cauldron City, so she was quite perplexed. The other Terror Club members, including Force, didn't know what city the world was looking for. All they could do was maintain their silence among them. Oh, my voice. Uh-oh, that's not good. Emlyn felt that he had heard of it before, but he couldn't recall the exact details. About 4 seconds later, Force forced a smile. No problem, I can help you ask. How much would it cost? The world asked in unperturbed tone. £1,000. No, £500. No, I still need to deduct the bodyguard fee. Force's mind raced and finally gave her the price. £350. That's cheap. Other than the Spirit World's 7 lights, perhaps only the Abraham family has detailed information on the Cauldron City. Yes, Miss Magician is just about asking her teacher. It's indeed simple and convenient. It's no wonder it's not expensive. Klang was first surprised before coming to realization. He made the world nod and say, deal. After watching this transaction close, Audrey noticed something amusing. Miss Magician seems to be very afraid of Mr. World. It was at the point of being a reflex. She had previously met Dwayne Dantes, but didn't know that he was Germansborough. During this period, she discovered something terrifying. I'll arrange to meet her in Shio at Glant's place. Let's see if I can figure out something. Audrey thought she indiscriminately nodded. At this moment, seeing that the world had nothing else, Emlyn hurriedly looked at the sun. Do you have the sequence 5 beyond the characteristics of artificial vampire? I haven't accrued enough merit points. Derek didn't feel ashamed this time. On the contrary, he felt that Mr. Moon was being overly anxious. How could the points needed for a sequence 5 beyond her characteristic be so easily amassed? Emlyn turned his head disgruntledly when he suddenly recalled something. He hurriedly said to Miss Magician, I have clues to the cursed item and remnant spirituality from an ancient wraith. I'm waiting for more detailed information. Should I stop at 1025? Keep it going, dude. Walter. This might not be an item to give to you directly, but one to provide you with some information about where you can find an ancient wraith in the vicinity of Backlon. Upon saying that, Emlyn thought and said, £300. This means that I have to find an ancient wraith myself. Based on the various mystical rumors, this is quite a powerful monster. After hearing what Mr. Moon had to say, Force's first reaction was that it was a dilemma. Her second reaction was to commission the hunting mission to Mr. World. She was certain that he could quickly successfully complete it, but upon the thought that hiring Mr. World might cost far more than what the ancient wraith was worth, she felt that it was better to attempt it herself. I'll wait until Shio becomes an interrogator. Together we would have a higher chance. Besides, I still have Lemanos travel. I still have Lemanos travels with me. On it is a demigod level high sequence beyond her powers and Angel's Embrace. There are plenty of unique beyond her powers and beyond her powers in it and below that of a high single Beyonders. It's practically a divine artifact. I have little actual combat experience since I'm fleeing most of the time. This is an opportunity. Force quickly made a decision and said to the moon, Emlyn, deal. Only one more message in Walter's reservoir. After confirming some other matters, the transaction segment came to an end. Klein got the world Gurman Sparrow to beat Mr. Hangman to punch by looking around and saying, my preliminary investigation regarding Backlund's Charon unaliving has borne fruit. Okay. Hair resembling plants. Okay, new chapter. Chapter 893 is called Hair Resembling Plants. Okay, let's go, dude. Let's back and go. Oh, wait, I need to stretch. Hold up. I'm getting sleepy. Oh, my God. I can't get coffee. I have to actually get G Fuel. Give me a sec. Oh, no, that's just me saying that. I'm the one saying that, Hope. My bad. The reason I say it, because YouTube doesn't like that word. That's the one thing I've heard. Since I got the amount after you, I take your position. No, it's right. It actually says the proper word. That Sua. Oh, like Sua. Oh, like the deity. But the only reason I don't say it, because I've heard from like several other YouTubers that, or at least on videos I watched, that just saying that word alone can demonetize a video. And the one thing I've learned is if you have too many demonetized videos left, I know that's censorship. Yeah, no, that's me saying it. Yeah, it's just like, I don't know. It's like if too many videos get demonetized, it's not good for the channel. Like channel growth wise, it's not good. So I apologize. Exterminated. Yeah, I'm just doing it so the videos don't get demonetized. Because the one thing I've heard, YouTube stops pushing videos on like recommendations if a video's demonetized. Alright, timestamp. Can we take a moment to appreciate how far we've come? And this 7-hour stream, we read more than what we read in 9 hours. And the recording was 6 hours. I remember the second to last video for volume 1, I streamed 9 hours and I recorded 6 hours. I've been live for 7 hours and I've recorded a little over 5 hours and 11 minutes. And we've read more. We've come a really long way. Look at that. Interesting. Quite the improvement. I think we've improved quite a bit. And I'm not trying to like rapid fire today. I'm trying to take it somewhat slow so I can save my breath, which is pretty cool. Like I know I can read faster, but I know I shouldn't, especially because I don't want to lose my fucking voice. You're limiting yourself with the stalling. I know. What stalling? Never have I ever. Stalling? Never have we ever. Kami. Chapter 893 is called Hair Resembling Plants. The one that was most interesting Charon unaliving was none other than Justice Audrey. However, she had long noticed that Forrest had some slight interest in the case. Hence, she didn't ask and had maintained her posture, patiently waiting for the particular best-selling author to pose the question. In just a second or two, Forrest looked at the borders of the table in front of the world and asked after some deliberation, what's the truth? Klein had already rehearsed how he was to describe it, so without any hesitation, he got the world to say the mastermind behind his royal family consultant, Ivan Rambis. He probably has another identity, counselor of the psychology alchemist. When you heard the first sentence, Andrew's mind had already naturally produced the image of a genuine elder. This man came from the aristocratic background. He had graduated from Burf University and possessed profound knowledge and outstanding insight. He had been consulted to the royal family for more than a decade and was publicly recognized as a scholar, a good man, a gentleman. Audrey had previously suspected that Charon's unaliving might have been instigated by the royal family, but she never expected the mastermind to be the genuine, amiable, kind, and humorous Ivan Rambis. When the world announced the other identity of the man, she found herself unable to hide her alarm and puzzlement. Ivan Rambis is a beyonder. He is a counselor of the psychology alchemist. This also means that he might be a demigod. I've seen him so many times, but I've never connected to him with the mysterious world. I always found him to be solely a scholar, a knowledgeable scholar. If Mr. World wasn't misled in his investigations, I really find it unbelievable. The Hyven Rambus, who knows to be helpful to others, would treat a life with such coldness. He coldly made a child lose his father, a wife to lose her husband, parents to lose their sons. He usually presents himself to be the cultured and loving. Politics is dirtier than I imagined. Same for the royal family. Speaking of which, I have yet to meet a counselor of the psychology alchemists. Why? I've never made contact with the upper echelons. I never expected that the secret organization, almost no different from the cultists of the Aurora Order and numinous Episcopate. Our Terror Club is better. Mr. Fool is always stopping or disrupting the plans of the evil gods. Now you guys can't hear the music. Oh, it's right there. Of the evil gods and devils. While Audrey's mind was in chaos, Alger accurately sensed to bring problems in backland political climate. He felt that the various factions were interlinked and that there was mainly secrets. They formed a massive bucket of explosives that could explode at any time. The nobles' royal family, churches of storms, church of the evernight, church of steam, and the burgeoning rich. The commoners who lived on a precipice, and the lowest class who live on the objective lives. The revolution of times is so obvious. To think I didn't recognize this at all. I just simply believe that Quillingus' words and the evidence he showed, an epoch where the old god fade and new gods arise, is about to descend. The tides of history are roaring in an unstoppable manner. Olga silently sighed, seemingly seeing the tall Gothic bell tower and the bell of order that hung in the sky. And surrounding this famous landmark, swirls of air was materializing and the light was darkening. It appeared that Eddie was gearing up to form a hurricane. Suddenly, Olga had a theory. What arises might not be a new god, but an ancient god from an even more remote age. He instinctively glanced at the seat of honor at the end of the long bronze table before quickly retracting his gaze. He could hardly quell the upheavals in his heart. At this moment, he had a baffling feeling that his ambition and goals were too puny. He only wanted to become an archbishop of the Church of the Storms, a saint. In the position, he would have the authority in the world, and he could direct many things in secret. Since the old gods are fading away and new gods are rising, Mr. Fool will be returning to his throne in the astral world. Then why shouldn't I consider being an angel? Only at this level can I compete in a qualitative change in my existence. I'll be able to live a long lifespan. Only then can I lord over people and lead a large-scale organization. I'll wield authority over the world. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Oliver trembled in an almost indescribable manner. His heart was spewing with agitated emotions. When Catlia connected Queen Mystic whereabouts for the past 2 months, she felt that the latter had been spending a large portion of her time in Backland. Is something about to happen in Backland? I can try asking when I write it this time. I wonder what response Her Majesty will give. Catlia nudged her heavy glasses on her nose and swept her gaze across the Mist Justice as the other members from Backland. Forge knew some of the details of the Caron unaliving case. She knew that the victim had acted on his own the entire time and that he wasn't controlled. She also knew that the witness believed without a doubt that everything was a result of Dwayne Dantes. Comparing this with the actual situation had induced a deep sense of fear towards the counselor of psychology alchemist. She didn't wish that she would one day find out that her thoughts of hobbies were all a result of someone else's doing. How is this different from being a puppet? A high sequence beyond her, the specter pathway is terrifying. However, this is really good writing material. Currently, the science of psychology already has hypnosis. In my next book, I want to write about a sick girl liking a gentleman. She uses hypnosis to make him fall in love with her. The ending climax is when she discovers that the gentleman is actually a master hypnotist. She uses hypnosis to make him fall in love with him. To make him fall in love with her. The ending climax is when she discovers that the gentleman is actually a master hypnotist. Damn, that'd be a good twist. Forrest escaped her mouth before closing it again. She didn't ask further about Hyven Rambus since she didn't know him at all. Klein's sharing of Hyven Rambus was mainly to warn Miss Justice. He wanted her to be careful and wary of the psychology alchemist counselor. Now, seeing that his goal had been achieved, he said, "There's another matter. Help me take note of the Brigadier General Conis Kilgore. He's the deputy director of MI9. On the surface, he's only sequence 5, but in actuality..." Force is so dumb. I like her. She's funny. She has her funny, quirky moments. He's a Black Emperor pathway demigod. He possesses rather potent spiritual perception and can share and sharply detect the others are observing him. Quenis Kilgore Audrey repeated this name inwardly and realized that she had no impression of this gentleman. Either we have little overlap in our social circles to the point of nodding at each other when bumping into one another without asking what the other is, or he keeps an extremely low profile. He doesn't attend such gatherings often. If I have a chance, I should ask Kant. He's from MI9. He definitely knows this superior of his. Audrey was no longer surprised that Conus was a demigod despite being a Sequence 5 in name. From her point of view, it's common for the members of the intelligence agency to be in such situations. Olga and Katlia had more or less heard of the high-ranking members of MI9. Conus, Kilgore, however, they lacked a deeper understanding of the matter, so all they could do was refresh whatever they knew and remind themselves to be especially careful when encountering anything to do with the person in question. Seeing that Mr. World had nothing else to share, Derek didn't wait for him, Mr. Hangman, to ask. He said, "I've made a new friend again." He paused for a moment before getting the crux of the matter. The area he patrols includes the former chief's mausoleum. He told me that the 6-member council has yet to open the door that leads to the underground. However, through the cracks on the outer rocks of the mausoleum, there is a luxuriant and strange plants growing out from them. They look like human hair. The 6-member council has 3 demigods. Even if there are some out on expeditions and are in the City of Silver, the other 3 likely control a certain powerful sealed artifact or have grazed an evil spirit, giving them nearly demigod strength. Despite joining forces for so many years, they haven't managed to open the entrance to the former chief's mausoleum. This means that this is quite a serious problem. Also, what's the reason for plants that resemble the human hair and suddenly grow? One question after another arose in Klein's mind as he waited for the hanged man to ask Little Son. He knew that the former would definitely have questions. Augur, who finished listening quietly, frowned silently before relaxing his brows. After some deliberation, he said, "Apart from that, there are anomalies. Is the one in charge of opening the mausoleum the shepherd elder Livia?" I guess that could make sense if it's her. It's not her. It's not her. The chief is present too. Likewise for the 2 other elders. Derek answered seriously, "There aren't any other anomalies for the time being." Olga nodded and said, "Very good. Maintain your present state. Establish communications with more people. Keep a note of any changes within the mausoleum." After being praised, Derek hurriedly nodded as he answered eagerly. After a few more exchanges of the words, the gathering naturally began the learning segment. Force had planned on asking what the pharaoh mummy was for, but after seeing the world, she shut her mouth. When the gathering ended, Klein, who had returned to the real world, turned on the tap water and washed his face and hands before patiently waiting for the night to come. When the time comes, he would be riding on a military archbishop to Disney Bay, southern continent, Barron's Harbor. As the Golden Dream was cruising the south and the Fog Sea, the Nets only took a few days to arrive at the harbor northeast of the West Balum. He draped himself in a dark-colored cloak and carried a suitcase. Wearing the sun brooch inside his clothes, he carried an iron black boxing glove close to his chest. He was walking down the harbor's roads and was out while sweating profusely. He felt that he was already armed to the teeth, far stronger than he was before. Once out of the harbor, Danitz glanced to the side and extended his hand to stop the carriage. When the carriage driver saw him, he said out a string of words. What is this funny ass censorship? He is saying something a lot worse than bullshit, that is for sure. Or he's saying something a lot worse than dog shit, that is for sure. What is he saying? The Nits looked blankly at him. It took him a few seconds to recall one thing. He didn't know the local language, Dutanese, at all, and back when he came to West Balum, he had his captain a polyglot leading the crew. He didn't need to worry that he didn't understand anything. Oh, now he doesn't know what the fuck they're saying. All right, chapter 894 is called Meeting. Give my timestamp. Oh man, I'm getting a little tired. Just a little bit tired. Dump the Nets back out again. Shit, I'm getting a little bit tired. I think I have to go get G Fuel after this chapter. Fuck. I'm so mad. Why am I so tired? Shit. 894. It's not surprising you've been reading for 7 hours already. It's been a while. It's definitely been a while. Shit. 5 hours. 21 minutes. Don't worry, we're not going to let that get to us. Only 6 hours? Well, usually besides our 30-minute break, the only times we left the room was when I went to go get my coffee. I think we took like 2 10-minute breaks. And then the pauses in between us chatting about the chapters. Yeah, I guess it kind of adds up to an hour. Ugh. It's back. Seek help, bro? I've been messaging and stream consistently and at least once an hour for over 26 hours. Walter, dude, I know I saw you active. Dude, Walter, the second I set up the stream, and within the hour I saw Walter is like, there's not enough what was it you said? You said something along the lines, there isn't enough time until the stream starts or some shit like that. I started laughing like, this bitch needs a 2-day advance to start grinding the fucking EXP. All right, next chapter 894. Meeting. The Nits turned to gape as he subconsciously said in Intis Hotel. The air seemed to instantly freeze as the Nits looked at the carriage driver, dark brown skin, coarse and messy black hair, rather soft facial contours, and blank expression. He exhaled silently and blamed it on his bad luck before silently carrying his luggage to walk down the street. Dog shit, I actually encountered a carriage driver who doesn't know Intis. Shouldn't someone who picks up passengers near the harbor know a few northern continent luggages? There are so many people from Intis, Lowen, and Facek around here. As the Nits grumbled, he looked ahead to look at the pedestrians who looked to be from the northern continent or had similar heritage in a bid to smoothen his process of checking into a hotel and filling his stomach. According to what he knew, Barron's Harbor had quite a number of people from Intis, Lowen, Fainapodra, and Basic who had migrated here. As long as he met one, communication wouldn't be a problem. However, the Nits felt that all of this was built on a premise. He had to ensure that he didn't collapse from heat stroke. This dog-shaped weather, he looked up in a azure blue sky, white clouds, and the sun, which wasn't too glaring. Cursing with a worked expression, he raised his hand to wipe the sweat from the forehead. Despite his cursing, the Nits actually knew that the temperature on the southern continent was considered mild to the point that even calling it slightly cool was an exaggeration. The reason why he was feeling so hot was because he was wearing the sun brooch. However, having just arrived and having not figured out the situation and surroundings, he didn't dare remove the brooch to stuff it into his luggage bag. If he were to lose this item, he could imagine the cold and crazy look German Sparrow would give him. Come on, give me a few people from the northern continent. Any country would do. I'm a famous parent who knows several languages after all. The Nits kept muttering under his breath, and all he could think of was ice spear and icebergs that floated in the ocean. As he muttered, he suddenly rubbed his eyes. He had finally seen someone who was clearly the northern continent descent. Furthermore, it seemed to be someone familiar. Diagonally ahead of the Nits, at a street illuminated by bright sunlight, a young man with blonde short hair that was split 70-30. Is it Anderson? 70-30 was leaning against a wall, blowing into a silver harmonica. It's Anderson. He had emerald green eyes. Fuck, I forgot his colored eyes. I don't remember he had green eyes or not. He had emerald green eyes, and he wore a white shirt that didn't have the top two buttons buttoned up. He wore a completely unbuttoned black vest, dark colored trousers, and a single black glove. He was none other than the strongest hunter of the Fog Sea. Yeah, it is Anderson Hood. What a coincidence. The king of the hunters is back, dude. What a coincidence. This fellow actually came to the West Balum. The Nits felt delighted deep down, feeling that he had finally grabbed a floating plank in the sea of the people. Ignoring Anderson's actions of the Golden Dream, he approached him and greeted him in a standard hunter speech. What happened? Treasure hunting hasn't been working out for you, so you've begun busking on the streets? He noticed that Anderson Hood had an overturned hat in front of him. In it were about 20 to 30 brass coins. A few of them were Intis coppers, with the majority being local delicacy. I almost bit my tongue. In Intis, delicacy meant copper coins. Anderson stopped playing the harmonica as he shot the Nits a glance. That's not my hat. I happened to walk past and saw a hat on the ground. Seeing how no one discovered it, I felt a little wistful and took out my harmonica to play it. To my surprise, quite a number of people gathered around to listen and threw money in it. A boorish pirate like you probably doesn't understand the beauty of music and how it has no borders. I'm telling you, your captain especially likes... Whoa, stop! Danit's forehead throbbed as he stopped Anderson from diverting the topic of the conversation. He asked, "Why are you here?" Anderson held a harmonica and thought about it seriously. "That's a good question. I have no idea why I'm here in West Balum either. I don't remember a thing that happened over the past 2 months." Danitz originally wanted him to cut it out, but Anderson's serious expression convinced him. He deliberated and asked, "You don't remember a thing?" "What? Fuck is going on?" Anderson put away the silver harmonica, bent down, picked up his hat with quite a number of coins, and dusted it. "My last memory was of me and Bam with Gurmit Sparrow, and after going our separate ways, I had apparently gone somewhere to meet someone. When I woke up, I was already here in West Balum. Don't be concerned over such matters. As long as I'm still alive, it's almost noon. Let's go have a meal. I heard..." Did Amon do something to him? Anderson amnesiac plot. Did Amon make him a vessel? Probably not. "Don't be concerned over such matters. As long as I'm still alive, it's almost noon. Let's go have a meal. I heard that Barron's is famous for its pork knuckles." While saying that, Anderson placed the hat along with the coins beside a tramp to his side. Already hot, hungry, and exhausted, the Nitz was invigorated upon hearing that. You know Dutanis? He made a spectator demigod in the end of Volume 3. I don't remember who he met. Shit. Do you remember what chapter that is? Who he met? "You know Dutanis," Anderson chuckled. "Haven't you heard of my numerous adventures as a treasure hunter in West Balum?" He met somebody at the end of Volume 3? "That's right. I have thought of seeking you out to get information on West Balum. The situation here is chaotic, and it's rather dangerous. I'll definitely be safer with Anderson around. Also have interpreter. I'll have an interpreter. I can't say I'm hiring him. I can't afford him." Danitz slowly revealed a smile. He can't afford him. "That puts me at ease. Let's go." Holding his luggage, he and Anderson circled to a nearby main street and found a restaurant. Upon hearing the waiter speak in his native tongue and seeing the menu filled with indescribable text, Danitz felt headache as he hurriedly said to Anderson, "I'll leave it to you." As he spoke, he handed the menu to the strongest hunter of the Fog Sea. Anderson didn't reach out his hand as he replied with a composed expression, "I can't read it either. Didn't you say that you know Dutanis?" Danitz blurted out in surprise. Anderson threw up his hands. "I didn't say that. What has me repeated visits to West Balum in search of the treasure have to do with knowing Dutanis? Without knowing Dutanis, how are you able to understand that the text is in the ancient temples and castles ruins? How do you seek out treasure?" Danitz's expression contorted bit by bit as his tone sped up without him realizing it. Anderson picked up the cup severely by the waiter and gulped it down. "Problems that can be solved with a dictionary aren't a problem. Besides, thus not knowing that Dutanese means that you can communicate with people from the southern continent." With that said, he turned to look at the waiter. Speaking in the Intis language, he said, two specialty pork knuckles." The waiter obviously gave him a blank look as he kept the pointing at the menu. Anderson didn't fluster at all as he unhurriedly pressed his right hand to his nose and mimicked the grittings of a pig. The waiter was first taken aback before revealing a look of enlightenment. Then Anderson pointed at his knuckles and pointed at the Baron's labels on the menu before using his fingers to show two. "Shit." As the waiter spoke in an accent Dutanese, he repeatedly nodded to show his comprehension. By the side, Danitz was dumbfounded by what he saw. After a series of gestures mixed with a few basic Dutanese words, he finally finished ordering the meal. Turning his head to Danitz, he smiled. Dude, trying to order food in Japan was actually kind of hard. There was points, like you can order on the menus, right? On the machines, but when it actually came to person, I'm like trying to look up what water, green tea, and all this stuff, man, in Japanese, man. Yo, long-time VOD watcher. Just wanted to say I love watching your reactions and can't wait for Volume 4 finale. Dude, thank you. That's so sweet of you. Thank you for the kind words. Man, everybody is hyping up the Volume 4 finale. Base VOD watcher? That is a base VOD watcher. Holy shit. Dude, thank you. Everybody's hyping up. You, Wiz, and everybody else says Volume 4 is just peak. And I'm so excited because we've been live for 7 hours, dude. All right, let's keep reading, dude. Dude, thank you so much. Thank you so much, man. A carriage drove out of West, but wait, where was the weird text that we couldn't translate? Found it. After a series of gestures mixed with a few basic Dutanese words, he finally finished ordering meal. Turning his head to Danitz, he smiled. Volume 4 final art is final as art. Bet. I'm excited to see some of that final artwork. Get it? In this world, there's a common language, body language. Danitz watched with a frozen expression as he curled the corners of his lips as a response. A carriage drove out of West Borough and it headed south in the intersection. Soon it arrived at a military base with the Colonel Calvin's letter and a junior officer escorting him. Klein successfully entered the base and arrived at the square paved with rammed earth. Bereths on it was a dark blue and white behemoth. The airship was dozens of meters long, and its truss had solid and light composite metal frames extended from it. They were intercrossed with one another as they held an unimperishable cloth used as cushions. Beneath it was opening mouths with machine guns, projectile launchers, and cannons. At this moment, the ignition steam engine had yet to hum, and it corresponded to the propellers were still static. Everything appeared extremely silent. Klein handed his documents and proof of identity to the officer and guard of the gangway. After receiving permission, he walked up onto the airship with a suitcase in hand. It was like a ship with 3 sections. The uppermost section had complicated machinery and a cargo hall. The middle section had a hall for buffets and balls. Surrounding the hall were hallways that led to the upper and lower sections. These hallways included lounges. As for the lowest section, there were the rooms for machine guns, projectile launchers, and cannons. Damn, they got a whole fucking artillery, as well as soldier cabins. Walking by the guards equipped with rifles, Klein followed the instructions he received from the officer and found the lounge reserved for him. He placed his luggage beside his sofa-like chair. Then he picked up a cup of water on the table, walking to the window, and took in the scenery outside. To be frank, although he knew a little of everything, it was really only a little. Therefore, he didn't understand the design principles used for this new airship model. He didn't know how high it could go or how stable it was in midair. This left him a little uneasy. Before setting off, he had even done a divination above the gray fog. He received a revelation that he would arrive at his destination rather smoothly. There seems to be a safety belt. This world's airship industry has plenty of years of history. They have quite a bit of experience accumulated in all aspects. Klein was just about to retract his gaze and admire the decorations inside the room and the candlelight when he noticed a group of people approaching airship 1345. There were men and women, all of them wearing thin black trench coats and red gloves. Okay, the red gloves are here. They were carrying leather suitcases of varying sizes. One of them wore a mysterious medium's robe. She had blue eyeshadow, it's Madame Dali, and blush, and she was none other than Dali Simon. And behind the lady was the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell. While no one noticed it, Leonard's footsteps suddenly slowed down. Then he looked up at the midsection of the airship. His eyes reflected the gray sideburns of the blue-eyed Dwayne Dantes, who was wearing a suit and bow tie. This gentleman was standing behind the window, revealing a genuine smile as he raised the cup in his hand. So Klein looked at the midsection of the airship. His eyes reflected the gray sideburns and blue-eyed Dwayne Dantes, who was wearing a suit and bow tie. Oh, so this is Klein just giving him a smile. And he raised a cup in his hand. No, Leonardo looked up. Is it Leonardo that looked at him? Klein is already in the... So Klein is in the airship. They're walking to it. And then he does like the... He does like the shit in The Dark Knight, right? In the last movie. When he like picks up the wine and he does like that little smile. That's cool. This gentleman was standing behind the window, revealing a genuine smile as he raised the cup in his hand. All right. That's good. Wait, let me do my timestamp before I forget. I think I might take a break. I think that's what I need to do. I think I need to take a break. Oh, man. Because I need to stand, stretch. This is what I'm going to do. I think what I need to do, I might end stream, go out for like 2 to 4 hours, come back. If you feel like you need to take a break, take one. I'm thinking maybe I go out for like 2 hours. Oh, my back. I go out for like 2 hours, spend time with the missus and the dog. And then he ain't coming back. No, I came back last time. Last time I said, no, don't end stream. Yo, username, thank you. Stretch your legs. Shit. Dude. Username, you can't bribe me with that membership. Okay, you can bribe me. Dude. If you end stream, now Walter won't get his 2000 XP. So we probably should end stream. No, that's mean. Oh, look, I can clip on top fans. I wonder if I can show this top fans. Wait a sec. I wonder if I can show this screen. Wait, hold up, hold up. Browser. Top fans. I think I can show this. It might just show chat again. We'll find out. It just shows chat. Oh, I know what to do. Wait. I know what to do. I can do this for you guys. Wait, I made it, Mom? Wait, hold up. I need to interact with the screen. I forgot how to interact with this. Oh, interact. I can click on me. Hold up. No, how do I zoom out? It's back? Yeah, we're back, right? Okay, we're back. Okay, we're back. We're back. Height has to be like 5. I'm trying to show like at least a top 10. I think I figured it out. I think I figured out the aspect ratio. Wait, one sec. Last time. Height, we'll make it height. Let's just do 800. See what happens. Oh yeah, perfect. Hey, look at that. Look at that. Just put it right here. Right there. Okay, look at that. I think that's cool. Is that good right there or nah? Or maybe I can just like... Maybe I can like stuff it right here in the corner? No, but then it blocks Lord of the Mysteries. Let's put it right here. List of yappers. Walter get 2,000, like 30 minutes. How soon will hour 8 of the stream? Hour 8 is in like 30 minutes, yeah. Oh, man, this is so bad. We are at hour 8. We are at hour 8. Wait one sec. We are at hour 8, man. Walter, get that before 30 minutes is up because he messaged pre-stream. Yeah, he did message pre-stream. Answer this. Don't ask questions. 1 of 2. Okay. We have a question? Unhinged? Lit Windows. Just put no for now. The Great Good Person War? Has the Great Good Person War come to an end, or is it still going? Yeah, guys, I think... Look. Let me hold up. I'm gonna tell you guys... Nah, it's ongoing. Look, I'm gonna tell you guys this. To stay with my current gym schedule, I need to be in bed. And 1 sec, let me count. I need to be in bed in 5.5 hours. So what I could do, I could go out for like 2 hours, and then I restart stream. We have one unannounced stream, and we keep reading from 8:95 and onwards. How about that? Is that a good compromise? Is that a good idea? Is that okay? Is it cool if I end stream for like 2 to 3 hours and then come back and we read for like another hour or two? Ain't no rest for the wicked. Some people joined the Discord and voted yes. Some people joined just to say yes. 9 minutes until 2000. All right, we'll wait 9 minutes. We'll wait 9 minutes. What, the proxy war has begun? Sure, it will work this way. I adjourned the server to say no. Good. It's either that. It's either that or I leave stream on for an hour. Base decision. Go out and come back. Should I do that? Discord lows goes crazy. You guys need to have like a Discord lore recap section because I've been out of the lore for a while. Not end stream. To be fair, I was grading by a massive walls of pinged replies and Milosh beginning for vote yes. I'm come back if you want. Okay, I'll probably do that. Give me the wicked roll. Unhinged, I think you know what to roll. I think you get the provoker roll. But I think the wicked works. It's not a good idea to let stream idle. Yeah, I won't believe you. Alright, I'll probably end stream and then we'll be back. Let me just do the outro for the video. Don't worry, I'm only going to do the outro for the video. I'm only going to do the outro for the video. That's okay. Let me do this. Oh shit, I almost deleted all these fucking notes. Five hours, 33 minutes, 29 seconds. But what I do want to do, I want to add a function where it shows like recent like supporters, like members or people that have donated, because I feel bad if I don't like call you guys out all the time. That would at least show like, you know, my support and thanks. I think I can do that. But I can put this here for now. All right, let's do our outro. Our outro is 5 hours 30. Whew. All right, hard stop. I'm gonna quickly end stream. I'm gonna go out for a little bit. Call out all your Discord boosters. Do we have those? We do have those, do we? I know. I'm gonna look into this. When I go out, I'm gonna go spend time with the missus, my dog. And I'll see if there's a way to like add like, oh, like a section where we thank people that have donated or became members or like all that. I'll look into it. I got him. Walter's like, I got my EXP. We can end stream now. 2050. We can end stream. All right, we can end stream. Walter was a top 1 fan for this stream, but he has been pre-farming. He has been pre-farming since yesterday. That is another thing. First of all, the timer is still on screen. You fucking almost got me unhinged. Definitely, I think you should get the wicked. I think you should get the wicked roll because of that. All right, we're gonna end stream. We're gonna hard stop cinema, and we will be back to read more cinema. I almost said cinnamon. Yeah, the goal was to stream for like 12 hours. I think I only got like a little over 7.5 hours in me, with the occasional breaks and then a little lunch break in between. But we will be back. This is definitely the most we have ever read. We've read from 867 to 894. We almost read 30 chapters in 5 hours and a half of recording. And if you go back to our second to last video, of volume 1, and about in a 9-hour stream, we read about 20 to 24 chapters. And we recorded 6 hours, right? So we read more in a quicker fashion. I think that's good. 28. We read 28 chapters. Wow, that's pretty good. All right, did we catch up to Wiz yet? No, Wiz is still pretty far ahead. I'm only doing this because Wiz is ahead of us. Okay. No, I'm joking. I mean, yes and no. Yes and no. But we will be back, hopefully later today. We're going to read more. And tomorrow, we will be back at the same time tomorrow. Wiz is at 110. He's ahead. Wiz is about 150 chapters. I just got to keep doing this for like a week or two, and then we can pass him, right? If I do this for a whole week straight, I think we could pass him. All right, we're about 150 chapters. All right. So when he goes live today, make sure you guys follow him, okay? You guys know what to do. But we should be back today. Read for like another 2 hours or so before I go to bed, and then tomorrow we should be doing this amount again tomorrow. Hopefully, knock on wood. Maybe we'll go a little bit late. Oh, and tomorrow I should be getting our first physical volume of Lord of Mysteries in the mail. Don't worry, Wiz is taking a break during August for work. Oh, he did say that? If you lock in, Wiz will lock in to keep his late. We'll find it. Oh, just tell him I'm taking... Look, just if you guys tell Wiz I'm taking a break, he'll take a break. He won't know. This stays between us, okay? I don't think he's going live today. It's all right. This stays between us. All right, but I'm going to end stream. I should hopefully come back, and we should finally find out what the fuck is going on with Amon. Like, what is he doing in Backland? Is he really able to control like hundreds of avatars at once? And if you guys have any thumbnails for today's stream, send them my way. I think I'm just going to set them on and put like, what is he up to or what is he scheming? We'll find out. I definitely don't want to Google Amon artwork. I know for a fact I should not Google that. So if you guys have any recommended artwork, make sure you send it on Discord and let me know. But peace! Have a beautiful day. And also, I'm not going to upload this video right now. I'm going to wait until I go to bed or something. Because that way the PC can cool down and whatnot. We don't want it to get too hot. Wise? So, I'll see you guys soon. Peace. And have a beautiful day. Wow, this is like my third peace sign. Wise? No Googling of Amon for sure. Definitely no Googling. Peace. Have a beautiful day. Man, if I Google him, like, I'll be like, oh, he's like fucking like killing Klein or something. I definitely don't want to see that. So, I will not be looking that up in case that's something that happens. All right. Fourth piece out. And I'll see you guys soon. Wait, you forgot something? I forgot to end stream. Later, guys. Well, who am I hip? I'm gonna finish my chip elixirs now. You guys did this, not me. Oh, wait, there's double chat? I'll fix that right now.